as the protagonist strolled down the corridor. He realized he'd been trapped in this game for over half a year, yet his name still bore the mark of a perpetual loser. The hero, named Lin Huang and aged 25, found it incredulous that even the game seemed to offer consolation. On the phone screen, an unfamiliar proposal appeared, leaving him puzzled but determined to accept it. Suddenly, his frustration with the game led him to randomly tap the screen, hoping to draw a card swiftly. In the midst of waiting, Lin Huang sat in silence, closely monitoring the screen. To his astonishment, he drew a black card that bestowed a blessing upon him. At that moment, he couldn't comprehend what was transpiring, as he had never encountered anything like it before. His body was abruptly pulled into the phone screen, and he found himself in a realm teeming with monsters. His phone dropped to the floor, emitting a farewell message. Lin Huang had no doubt that he had been transported to another world, envisioning himself carving a path to victory. However, reality struck. He was merely preparing food. Despite being a player for a week, Lin Huang still couldn't awaken any special abilities, spending his days in domestic chores. He considered himself fortunate for obtaining a formidable body in the game, but was also despondent. Upon opening the door for his sister, he intended to invite her to dine, but was taken aback to find her not fully dressed. The girl he saw was none other than his sister, Xingling, the sole family he had in this world. Almost immediately, a book flew toward him from where she sat at the table. She explained to him that such interactions were inappropriate between siblings, and she hoped it would never recur. Suddenly, the Emperor's ring on the protagonist's finger began to vibrate. The Emperor's ring served as his identification card in the game world, essentially his private office. However, not only did Lin Huang's ring shake, but Xingling also started to respond. The cause for the trembling was a distressing message from his sister, who was nearby. Lin Huang began to reassure her that this couldn't happen, but in reality, their living area had a very low security level due to its small size. If powerful monsters were to appear, the city would be in jeopardy. After Xingling finished her meal, she expressed her intention to do her homework. Lin Huang didn't detain her, and said he would clean up. He sat there, watching the news about their district. Suddenly, a scream erupted from Xingling's room, and he immediately knew she was in peril. He swiftly rose and sprinted to her room, forcibly breaking the door down. There, Lin Huang spotted a demon entering his sister's room through the window, the same sinister demon that had previously attempted to kill him. Without hesitation, the protagonist seized his sister's backpack and attempted to shield himself from the malevolent creature by hurling it at the vampire's face. He then grabbed the girl and rushed away from the monster. Lin Huang concealed his sister in a closet and instructed her to wait there until it was safe. He intended to divert the demon and lead it away from his sister, ensuring her safety. He couldn't afford to let his sister get harmed because she was his only family in this world. Lin Huang began to distract the vampire, preventing it from locating the girl, while the monster pursued the main character, leaving destruction in its wake. Meanwhile, Lin Huang neared the safety zone where he could confront the vampire. He retrieved a gun and started firing at the vampire, causing it to radiate a bloody red glow and transform into a new form. The protagonist was astonished by what he witnessed, and understood that he needed to escape, as this vampire was at least a bronze-rank threat, signifying great danger. He leaped out of the window to lure the vampire away. Suddenly, the monster attempted to attack him, but the protagonist dodged just in time. He noticed the vampire's strength had rapidly diminished. Lin Huang realized the vampire was severely injured at that moment. He played for time, firing at the vampire because he knew that with such wounds, it wouldn't last much longer. However, the monster persisted in its assault. Lin Huang was on the brink of exhaustion, so he missed one of the vampire's attacks. Lying on the ground and seeing the monster closing in, he had almost resigned himself to his fate, but he refused to die as a failure. He continued to fire at the enemy, and in a critical moment, his shot pierced the vampire's heart. The monster plummeted to the ground from a great height, clinging to its limbs and trying to cover its wounds with its hands. Without hesitation, and aiming for the defenseless back of a wounded vampire, the protagonist shot the vampire one final time, finally allowing himself to relax, knowing it was all over. Suddenly, he heard a congratulatory notification for successfully completing the test. Out of nowhere, his assistant appeared, elucidating the game's rules. This abrupt surprise left the individual astounded, prompting the assistant to swiftly delve into explaining new details about the game's bonuses. At one juncture, the individual was mildly taken aback by a card in the vampire category. The protagonist struggled to grasp the significance of these cards in this world. But the assistant, perhaps in jest, inquired if he could draw a card himself, drawing a chuckle from the assistant. Lin Huang, however, had already reconciled himself to his status as a loser. Suddenly, a newcomer approached the individual, a striking young woman, inquiring about the vampire slayer. Her name was Li Lan, and she had received a distress call, presumably from his sister. Lin Huang didn't refute this claim and, with a smile, attributed his success to luck. The girl found it difficult to believe in such coincidence, given the individual's low rank, persistently probing for more details about the vampire's defeat. However, he chose to continue their conversation only after ensuring his sister's safety. And then, citing an urgent need to find his sister, the protagonist ran away. As they observed the destruction of their residence, Lin Huang's sister, Lin Xin, emerged, rushing to embrace her brother, visibly relieved by his return. Li Lan watched the siblings with growing curiosity and continued to question the individual, perplexed by his single-handed victory over such a formidable vampire. Lin Xin proudly extolled her brother as the top graduate of the hunting school, prompting inquiries about the hunter girl who had alerted them to the danger. Li Lan, equipped with high-ranking hunter gear, scanned the surroundings to document the damage, intending to secure compensation for their ruined home. Impressed by her equipment, Lin Huang couldn't help but be surprised when Li Lan revealed her own wealth. To everyone's astonishment, Li Lan gifted Lin Xin a 3-year life crystal, calling her his sister. The protagonist was taken aback by the gesture. Li Lan persisted in her curiosity about the vampire's demise. Suggesting the individual might possess valuable equipment she was willing to purchase at a high price. However, the protagonist dispelled such suspicions, attributing his success solely to luck. Satisfied with the information she gathered, the girl commended the protagonist for a job well done, and took her leave, expressing a desire for them to meet again. Meanwhile, Lin Xin wondered about their accommodation for the night, leading them to decide on a different, intact room. Lin Huang tucked his little sister into bed, realizing that she was still just a child who fell asleep quickly. He recognized the challenges of being a responsible brother. Suddenly, his assistant reappeared, once again subjecting the individual to humiliation. According to the assistant, this was somehow understandable. Only the individual had the ability to perceive him. The boy concurred with the assistant's statement and opted to draw another card to safeguard his sister. The assistant inquired once more about the individual's request, and once again, He responded affirmatively. Seated before 12 cards, he pondered which one to select. Upon choosing a card, he promptly pressed it with his finger, eager to see the outcome. Waiting for the result was quite exciting, as the result could affect his fate. This time, he received a mission card, unsure of its purpose. This card bore the mission's title, an unfamiliar sight to Lin Huang. Its function was to bestow upon him a novice corrective card. The protagonist was somewhat taken aback by this news, but the assistant assured him that the mission had already commenced, with all details on the map. With a despairing expression, clutching the card in his hand, the boy shed tears, believing he would forever remain a failure. Nevertheless, he resolved to persevere and face any challenging test to retain the blessing. The following day, his sister hurriedly informed him of her departure for school, with a sandwich still in her mouth. The guy cautioned her to be careful, gazing at her lovingly. Closing the door behind her, he recognized it was time to attend to business. While the super dog cleaned itself, the protagonist picked it up, as he had an urgent matter on his mind. Contemplating how to fulfill the task, he brainstormed while the assistant continued to lick itself clean. The assistant informed the guy that he initially needed an iron rank, which he didn't possess, making him ineligible to take the test. Despite the assistant's honesty, Lin Huang didn't believe him and resorted to threats. Realizing the impossibility of reaching such a high rank in such a short span, he pondered how to circumvent the system to partake in the examination. Seated on the floor, he devised a plan, surprising the assistant with his intention to use the level-up card. With no other options, he was determined to gain entry to the examination. Knowing that only he, the monster, and the assistant could see his cards. Gazing at the vampire card in his hand, he activated it, summoning his vampire form, an exact dark replica of himself, to appear behind him. The main character and his assistant observed the motionless duplicate of the individual. Concurrently, Lin Huang proposed that the super dog utilize the level-up card on the vampire, displaying unwavering confidence in this choice. Without any hesitation, the assistant activated the card on the vampire, prompting the protagonist to shield his eyes with his hand due to the intense brightness generated by the card's effect on the vampire. Once the process concluded, the individual promptly withdrew his hands from his eyes and gazed intently, assessing whether it had succeeded or not. Before him stood a vampire, bathed in a beautiful red glow. Without a second thought, the protagonist promptly received a new card in his hands, a map containing comprehensive information about the vampire. Lin Huang swiftly recognized that the vampire's rank had decreased, a consequence of the individual's low rank. Just then, there was a knock on the house's door. The individual, wondering about the identity of the visitor, opened the door to find two men in suits. The protagonist was somewhat startled, uncertain of their identities. The stranger sternly inquired about the individual's identity. But after a friendly exchange, it was revealed that they had arrived to oversee the repair work on the guy's residence. They handed Lin Huang a map for temporary accommodation, standing before a lavish hotel. The protagonist and his sister discussed their desire to visit this place for a long time. They were warmly greeted by the hotel staff, who escorted them inside. Meanwhile, the younger sister observed the exorbitant prices in the hotel restaurant and opted to claim she wasn't hungry to avoid expensive food costs. However, upon witnessing Lin Huang indulging in a feast of delectable dishes, as everything was complimentary in the restaurant, she eagerly joined in and feasted herself. At a certain point, the individual noticed a sudden hush in the restaurant as the patrons began to appear fearful. This apprehension stemmed from the imposing presence of a fearsome one-eyed warrior who emanated an intimidating aura. Xiang Lin gestured toward him, inquiring of her brother about his identity. The individual, though seated with his back to the fearsome warrior, sensed the warrior's penetrating gaze, but couldn't fathom the reason behind it. The girl eventually finished her meal, prompting the main character to take her hand and lead her out of the restaurant and back to their room, as the presence of the stranger was disconcerting. Simultaneously, the enigmatic warrior rose from his table and started pursuing them through the hotel corridor. As they approached their room, the individual's primary concern was protecting his sister. He abruptly turned to the enigmatic warrior and asked why he was tailing them. The enigmatic warrior gazed down grimly and replied that his room was adjacent to theirs. The young woman was deeply impressed with their room, while the guy remained fixated on the events unfolding in the corridor. She leaped onto the sofa, wearing a smile, attempting to comfort the protagonist. Lin Huang accepted his younger sister's words and finally decided to relax. He put Xing Lin to bed and proceeded to close her room's door. He realized that much had occurred over the past 2 days. Settling down, he started watching videos of the elite hunter who had come to their aid on that fateful day. The protagonist held Lilan in high regard due to her formidable strength. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the adjacent room. Lin Huang peered out of the window, spotting the man who had unsettled him in the corridor. He observed the stranger heading somewhere, puzzled about his intentions. Abruptly, the stranger unsheathed a sword and began practicing various sword techniques. He honed his skills in the yard at night to attract less attention. The protagonist kept his gaze fixed on the man, realizing the warrior possessed superior sword skills that he lacked. He continued to watch the man practice, understanding that doing so would allow him to memorize the movements. Staying at this hotel had proved worthwhile for the guy. Events were deferred to the next day when a bird landed on the children's window, bearing news of a package delivery. While Xinglin brushed her teeth, she pondered whether Lin Huang had ordered something. She spotted the guy collecting the package, who appeared somewhat excited about being noticed. With her eyes closed, he ushered the girl into her room, urging her to get dressed quickly for school. He himself stood, eyeing the boxes containing hunter equipment. It had cost him dearly, and he hoped it would be of use. He proceeded to unpack the boxes and rejoiced at the sight of his new sword, the finest he could afford. He vividly recalled the 18th style practiced by the stranger at night and resolved to give it a try. The protagonist began to practice swinging the sword in various directions while executing the correct movements. Suddenly, he received a congratulatory notice for unlocking the Great Devastation skill. He promptly turned to his assistant, Xiao Heye, seeking guidance on what to do with the skill. He harbored dreams of acquiring additional skills. But Xiao Heye swiftly dispelled his doubts, emphasizing that mastering the technique perfectly was necessary to obtain all the skills. Lin Huang hadn't anticipated that acquiring skills would be such a challenging endeavor. He immediately resumed practicing in pursuit of all the skill fragments. After 9 grueling hours, the guy lay on the floor, exhausted and gasping for breath from overtraining with the sword. As he lay there, he realized the arduousness of collecting all the skill fragments. Suddenly, his sister and the hotel's proprietor, Mr. Yu, entered his room, eager to personally meet the main character. Lin Huang, almost devoid of energy, weakly occupied a chair as the hotel's founder treated him to his signature tea. For Mr. Yu, satisfying the client was a point of pride. Having visited the guys and confirmed that all was well with them, he prepared to depart. The individuals observed the gentleman depart from their room and simultaneously expressed their gratitude towards him. The girl nearly forgot to present the main character with an award from the Hunters Association for slaying the creature. Lin Huang eagerly anticipated the contents of the suitcase, unlocking it with a fingerprint. It was unequivocally the finest black steel mechanical weapon available. Such weapons commanded high prices in the market. Unfortunately, the protagonist could only wield this weapon upon reaching the iron rank, as it demanded considerable energy for activation. The younger sister harbored concerns for her brother's intention to participate in the hunter's exam. The guy swiftly reassured her, guaranteeing that everything would turn out well. Following tea with Mr. Yu, the protagonist enjoyed a much-needed rest and resumed his sword practice. With each swing, he acquired a new skill fragment, noticing that he grew increasingly composed. This was likely a consequence of his improved skill. As morning approached and the girl prepared to head to school, she was astonished to discover that Lin Huang hadn't slept all night. Leaving for school, the main character continued honing his swordsmanship. Eventually, he collected all the requisite fragments for the Great Devastation skill, enabling him to transform them into the rare skill he coveted. He promptly confirmed the transformation into a rare skill. Clutching the skill card in his hands, Lin Huang was surprised to find that the first part was inscribed on the map. The assistant explained that combining two such cards would yield an epic rank card, although the whereabouts of the second part remained unknown. Reflecting on the man from whom he had acquired skills, the protagonist decided to express his gratitude. He rang the doorbell of the man's room, and upon opening the door, Lin Huang thanked him for teaching him his skills over the past 3 days. The stranger informed the guy that he hadn't been his instructor. Rather, his achievements were the product of his own efforts, not the man's guidance. With that, he firmly closed the door, cutting short any further conversation. Lin Huang didn't have the opportunity to inquire about the second part, planning to do so after the exam. The guy received a letter indicating that their house had already been renovated, leaving the girl somewhat surprised as they would need to return the following day. She sat on the floor, experiencing a sense of sadness, having grown fond of their current surroundings and reluctant to leave. The protagonist comforted his younger sister to alleviate her sorrow. Meanwhile, events shifted to the man who had imparted skills to the guy. He conversed with his master, grappling to understand the purpose of it all. The master never erred in selecting individuals, which is why he chose the main character. According to the Lord, it was evident that he aimed to train Lin Huang to surpass other hunters. It took 103 days for a newcomer to master a skill that the protagonist had mastered in 3 days. The gentleman recounted the time it took for the guy to achieve mastery over the skill. Subsequently, the man was astounded to discover how swiftly the guy had acquired this skill, and he began to gather his belongings in the hotel, as his mission was now completed. The following day, the main character and her sister stood in complete astonishment, struggling to believe what lay before their eyes, their new abode. At the house's entrance, an agent from the organization welcomed them and expressed delight at the main character's emotions regarding their new residence. The protagonist had not anticipated such a profound transformation of his house, but the agent cheerfully disclosed that the organization had gone all out due to their association with Ms. Lee's friends. The guys were taken aback by the worker's words. Lee Land had assisted in the restoration of the children's house because her parents were leaders in the organization that revitalized residences. Following this, the agent bid farewell to the individuals, and they hoped not to encounter him again, as they wished to avoid any further house damage. Lin Huang finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were in the black, while his sister contemplated the renovation of their new home. He recognized the need to focus on something else. 3 days later, the protagonist had an exam for a novice hunter to prepare for. Events were deferred to the next day. The main character initially screamed and felt fear during the flying experience, but he gradually grew accustomed to it and began to derive positive emotions from riding a griffin. Lin Huang reached his destination in just 2 hours, attesting to the remarkable speed of the griffin, which lived up to its reputation. Large cities differed significantly from small ones, and the guide pondered where he should go first. He entrusted all his savings to Lin Xin, confident that she would manage during his absence. Suddenly, an unfamiliar individual approached the protagonist, addressing Lin Huang as brother and requesting him to wait, as he was en route with the main character. The stranger promptly introduced himself as Yin Han, remarkably talkative for someone unfamiliar. They found themselves in the citadel, unsure of their next steps. Ordinary citizens left missions, which hunters then took. Yin Han, aspiring to become a hunter, had studied everything about the craft. Upon arriving at the building's threshold, they were greeted by a lovely cat girl who requested their company to reach the designated location. The individuals were taken aback by her appearance, but equally surprised that all those present in the hall were there for the exam, just like them. Seated in a corner, away from the crowds, the young men discussed the pre-exam briefing. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a red-haired girl wielding a whip. She introduced herself as Yueyu, their examiner, and proceeded to outline the rules. She cautioned them not to interrupt her as she explained the regulations, which included restrictions on carrying any water or food. These provisions mandated that they source these necessities in the desert itself. The protagonist opted not to jot down the water's location, but took note of the monster locations, fearing an early demise. The girl indicated the finish line that all participants needed to reach. Failure to do so would result in disqualification. The participants sat in silence, attentive to the demonist's instructions. Carrying anything above the iron rank was forbidden, and all were inspected before the start. Suddenly, the demonist halted the protagonist and burst into laughter at him, leaving the guy bewildered. Subsequently, she released Lin Huang to enter the portal. As he stepped into the portal, he marveled at the device's structure and mechanism. The main character felt a surge of excitement due to the unfamiliar surroundings. The demonist instructed them to surrender all communication devices, allowing only inventory use. This news triggered panic among the participants, who considered this year's exam significantly more challenging than previous ones. However, the demonist appeared to relish the challenge and initiated the exam with a wicked smile. Following the examiner's instructions, all participants sprinted to be the first to locate valuable survival items. Yin Han Ron raced ahead at great speed, leaving the protagonist behind, who struggled due to his lack of strength. He lagged several hundred meters behind the others, but this was just the beginning. An examiner sat at the path's beginning, accompanied by an assistant who asserted that the guy wouldn't pass the exam successfully. The girl remained confident that Lin Huang wouldn't endure even 3 days. Events shifted deep into the desert, where the main character pursued his goal. He realized he differed significantly from the participants possessing strong iron rank skills. To reach the finish line, he needed to cover 100 kilometers daily. Lin Huang understood that he couldn't rely solely on himself and sought Xiuhei's assistance for information. He intended to locate a group of ogres to defeat and acquire the missing fragments to summon the card. However, the assistant deemed it too perilous. Nightfall arrived in the desert, and the protagonist eventually reached the chateau tribe of ogres. One ogre was seated by a fire, snoring lightly. Suddenly, a stone struck his head from afar. and the main character called out to draw the monster's attention. The two-headed ogre advanced with a stick, ready to attack the hero, but Lin Huang skillfully evaded the assault. The guide lured the ogre, who chased him relentlessly. The ogre nearly struck him with a stick, but ultimately fell into the guy's trap and perished. The vampire summoned by Lin Huang had dealt the fatal blow. The heroes celebrated with joy and gratitude for his assistance, confident that they would pass the exam. However, Lin Huang received a prana system alert that left him puzzled. A peculiar, radiant wheel appeared above him, the Wheel of Life. The guy couldn't comprehend what was transpiring. Xiao He recalled that he had forgotten to inform Lin Huang that his Wheel of Life could be restored by killing monsters. The main character's eyes filled with excitement upon hearing this news, realizing that he was no longer slowly deteriorating. He had a chance to progress to the highest level, brimming with energy. The boy swiftly wielded his sword to vanquish more and more monsters. Hearing this development, ordinary ogres merely stood around, yawning quietly. However, one of the ogres was suddenly immobilized by a crimson glow, and the protagonist dispatched it with the assistance of the vampire. This caught the attention of other ogres, who began converging on the battlefield. Yet, the hero and the vampire continued their onslaught, replenishing their vitality, which was crucial for Lin Huang's imminent attempt to break through to the iron rank. The protagonist and by eliminated more and more monsters each time. However, a loud and dreadful cry resonated from the distance, originating from the Shadow tribe's location in the desert. Lin Huang's assistant informed him that they were facing grave problems. Other participants by the nearby campfire also heard the distressing cries, leading them to speculate about the attacker's identity. The participants surmised that a berserk sand ogre was responsible for these cries. This posed a significant threat, as the enraged state implied an attack on anyone nearby. Suddenly, an ogre's hand emerged from the sand, revealing the colossal size of the three-headed giant ogre from the Shadow tribe, while the vampire clone attacked the monster with fire magic. The protagonist skillfully dodged the monster's attacks and fired at it. But despite an accurate hit, the bullets failed to penetrate its tough skin. Lin Huang realized that the ogre possessed formidable health and strength, putting his life at risk. He decided to focus on targeting the giant's weak spots to defeat it. The ogre nearly struck him down with a single blow, but the protagonist dodged, fired his weapon, and retreated. Lin Huang shouted for Bai to attack from behind. Although the vampire attempted to assault the giant, the monster's three heads detected him. Nevertheless, Bai managed to attach a seal to one of the monster's heads. Amidst the chaos, the protagonist yelled, distracting the giant and urging Bai to finish it off. However, the giant abruptly altered its course, charging straight towards Lin Huang. The main character was taken aback by this unexpected move. As the colossal ogre closed in, dangerously close to killing him, Lin Huang had been prepared for this moment. He quickly replaced his gun magazine and fired at the giant ogre using his limited supply of iron-grade explosive rounds. Despite the odds, the hero managed to defeat the massive foe. However, he harbored resentment towards his assistant, who had abandoned him at the crucial moment. Following this victory, Lin Huang received a new card as a reward for slaying a monster of higher rank, an achievement card. He was astonished by this unexpected stroke of luck, considering himself a self-proclaimed loser. With an ogre map in his hands, he finally comprehended why Bai couldn't eliminate the giant alone. They were of the same rank, but the giant possessed a formidable ability. The protagonist decided to employ the ogre's new skill to enhance his stamina. Having collected enough map fragments following the Chateau tribe's destruction, He now had 3 monsters available for summoning. However, Lin Huang knew he could summon only one hero. Thus, he returned to inventory and summoned a new ogre, one that appeared weaker than the previous one. The main character aimed to keep his trump cards hidden, and summoned this monster while the other rested. With Shiohei perched on his shoulders, the hero received an explanation from his assistant. Shiohei detailed how they could feed the monster known as the Tyrant to enhance its formidable skill. Lin Huang had thought of these strategies well in advance, even surprising his own assistant with his foresight. They raced through the desert at high speed, swiftly closing the gap with other participants in the exam. Seated atop an ogre sprinting at breakneck pace, the protagonist acknowledged that he would not have advanced this far without their assistance. Suddenly, the monster tripped over a concealed chain and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. The protagonist was taken aback by this unexpected attack, feeling a mixture of surprise and excitement. Ahead of him, several participants discussed his clumsy rank. At that moment, the hero's monster was primed for battle, and he, too, resolved to confront their adversaries. One of the participants apologized to Lin Huang for falling into the trap and assured him of their lack of malicious intent. However, the main character quickly discerned that the participant was lying, attempting to deceive him. The leader of the opposing group proposed an alliance, suggesting that they join forces and help the guy ascend the mountain to the finish line. Lin Huang declined the stranger's offer, but the group leader persisted, persuading him to reconsider. Behind the leader, a member of the group known as the bully confronted the main character, taking offense at his refusal. They disapproved of how Lin Huang had treated them and sought to teach him a lesson. The group instantly launched an attack on the protagonist, aiming at his vulnerable spots. Lin Huang managed to evade their assaults. The fair-haired bandit, brandishing a knife, rushed towards the guy. Suddenly, the vampire materialized before the main character, stunning the enemy with its unexpected appearance. The attack of the vampire swiftly incapacitated the foe. Other bandits rushed in to aid their fallen comrade, but a colossal ogre suddenly emerged behind them, dwarfing them in size. They couldn't believe that the main character had 3 monsters in his possession simultaneously. In one fell swoop, the tyrant dispersed the bandits. The leader of the bandit group struggled to comprehend how a person without an iron rank could accomplish such a feat. Lin Huang gazed at him with a malevolent glint and taunted the bandits for their failure. The tyrant continued to assail the group leader, who had grown increasingly desperate to shield himself from the assault. He contemplated transitioning to peace negotiations, suggesting that the ogre might be of copper rank due to the durability of its shield. Lin Huang intervened, curious to hear the group's response. Zuokyo acknowledged their significant mistake regarding the main character and began seeking forgiveness. He extended intriguing offers to Lin Huang, but the protagonist remained disinterested. All he desired was to claim all the items from the leader's younger brother's inventory as compensation for the harm inflicted by their arrogance. However, the blonde leader displayed indifference towards the prospect of a truce between the parties. He hurled kunai at the main character, but the tyrant shielded Lin Huang from the projectiles with his hand. The protagonist, displeased by this, retaliated by opening fire on his opponent. One of the bullets pierced the fair-haired bully's shoulder, prompting him to call for assistance from his older brother. However, the leader offered no aid and instead obstructed the main character, allowing Lin Huang to approach his wounded younger brother. The protagonist stood before his injured adversary, a malevolent grin spreading across his face as he pointed his firearm at him. The guy, however, doubted that the hero would actually dare to kill him. Lin Huang paid little heed to the guy's qualifications, knowing he could summon formidable monsters. Consequently, any other organization would have readily accepted him. With a murderous glint in his eye, he stared at his fallen opponent and continued to assert that he could evade any punishment. He proceeded to pull the trigger, bidding farewell to his foe. Suddenly, a young gentleman intervened, preventing the death of his younger brother. He implored the hero to spare his sibling, willing to go to any lengths to secure his safety. They were prepared to relinquish all the items from their inventory to ensure the protagonist spared them. Lin Huang pondered the proposition and ultimately decided to spare the group. He recognized that taking a life would lead to numerous complications. In the distance of the desert behind the guy, a certain figure appeared, pleading for assistance. The protagonist turned to investigate and recognized the figure as someone familiar. Afterward, the group rested around a campfire. Without Lin Huang's intervention, his friend might have been buried beneath the desert sands. They cooked delectable meat, and the friend explained why he had been left alone. The tyrant, seated nearby, eagerly eyed the roasting meat. And the guy offered a taste of armored boar, which his team had captured. His lifelong aspiration was to become a gourmet hunter, traveling the world in search of the finest ingredients to craft the most exquisite dishes. As they continued to converse about culinary delights from around the world, the ogre continued to salivate. While the protagonist found his presence useful, he also found him noisy. The friend requested to share Lin Huang's tent because he had lost his own in the desert. However, the main character firmly rejected the idea, as he preferred sleeping alone. The friend accepted his fate and decided to rest by the fire, while the tyrant sat by the campfire and showed no signs of weariness. Late at night, when everyone else was asleep and the fire had dimmed, the main character decided to leave him for protection. However, in the middle of the night, Lin Huang suddenly opened his eyes. Behind the tent's canvas, he spotted the silhouette of an ogre standing with its back turned, emitting strange sounds. The guy swiftly exited the tent, bewildered by the situation, and gazed at the still shouting tyrant. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Huang rushed to awaken Yin Han, urging him to wake up faster. However, the friend was initially reluctant to rouse himself, failing to grasp the urgency. The protagonist pointed out the approaching danger, revealing a murder of crows that heralded nothing but death. The group hastily fled atop the ogre, which sprinted at full speed to evade the approaching murder of crows. Lin Huang implored Yin Han to keep his voice down, as he pondered how to elude the ominous flock. He realized that the crows could pass through solid objects, and that anyone attacked by them would perish as their souls were drained. Unable to maintain his grip on the giant, Yin Han fell from the tyrant mid-flight. Yet, the ogre managed to seize the guide during his descent. The giant never slowed down, struggling to escape the spectral crows. As they were enveloped by the ghostly crows, Lin Huang racked his brain for potential escape strategies. However, he couldn't bring himself to seek help, as doing so would mean forfeiting everything. He continued contemplating various escape plans, knowing that any misstep during the exam could result in the loss of his system. Meanwhile, the narrative shifted to the examination area, where the examiner, seated on a sofa in an elegant gown and holding a glass, was feeling somewhat disheartened. She lamented the weakness of this year's participants, fearing that none would successfully pass the exam. Her melancholy was interrupted by a message on her imperial ring, bearing the mark of one of the test participants. The message implored for assistance, and the examiner was baffled by the incredible speed at which the mark was moving. She initiated a rescue operation by opening a portal, musing on the challenges faced by the participant navigating the desert at such a velocity. Upon arriving in the desert, she speculated that the participant might have become ensnared by a creature and perished. However, a massive ogre suddenly materialized before her, hurtling directly toward the examiner. At that very moment, Lin Huang was atop the ogre, urgently shouting at her to find a secure location. In response, the hero leaped from the giant and soared toward the demoness, urging her to swiftly rescue the group from this perilous and exceedingly hazardous place, unsuitable for ordinary individuals. Upon reaching a safe refuge, the tyrant couldn't fit through the small portal due to his size, so he remained on the ground, growling. In response, the guy apologized and promptly recalled the ogre. While doing so, a large stone fell on his head, causing some pain upon impact. Suddenly, the demoness began to scold the guy, urging him to get off her. This situation was rather awkward for the main character since he had ended up right on top of the girl. A bit later, he knelt before her and began to explain to the examiner why he had submitted a request to her, driven purely by the hopelessness of their predicament being pursued by a horde of ravens. As Lin Huang recounted his story, the girl believed his account, understanding that the speed she had witnessed, resembling that of an ogre, was abnormal and likely the result of an unknown mutation. The guy went on to explain why the monster could move so swiftly, subtly shifting the conversation toward the natural mutation of the tyrant, a topic about which the girl was already knowledgeable. The protagonist apologized to the mistress for the error that had forced the higher-ranking leaders to intervene slightly in dealing with the remaining crows that evening. Deep down, he hoped that he wouldn't be disqualified from the exam, as merely interacting with the examiner constituted a significant breach of the rules, which could result in immediate expulsion from the test. The demoness informed the guy that as soon as they resolved the crow situation, she would promptly send them back to continue the exam and assess the participants' abilities. She acknowledged the protagonist's intelligence in handling his mission, then requested that he and his unconscious friend leave her apartment immediately. However, something momentarily halted the guy, preventing him from fully grasping the current situation. Only after a couple of minutes did he understand that they wouldn't be disqualified and that all mistakes could be forgiven. The examiner, in an indifferent tone, issued a warning that if they didn't depart within the allotted time, she would have to request the chiefs to expel them from the exam without hesitation. Upon her words, Lin Huang quickly ushered his friend away, offered his apologies, closed the door, and allowed the girl to rest undisturbed. Following the protagonist's departure, the demoness sat quietly, watching TV without making a sound. But soon after, she erupted in joy, having finally found a skilled warrior capable of mastering the summoning card of a mutated monster, someone worthy of success, and a capable tamer. The story progresses to the following day, with the protagonist surprised that the massive crow flock they had seen the previous night had vanished within a minute, leaving no trace. Content with the outcome, the Dominus sent the guys to resume their exam to attain the coveted iron rank, which would open up more opportunities and ways to fight. Upon leaving the portal, the girl issued a stern warning to the guy not to send the signal again, threatening to make him pay for all the accumulated hotel bills as punishment. Lin Huang, in response, decided to play a prank on his unconscious friend to help him remember the details of the previous night's events at the hotel. The main character, however, didn't appreciate the jest and instead decided to use a threat to deter his friend from taking him to the intended location. They found themselves in the midst of a desert, discussing their escape from a flock of crows that had driven them deep into the northern area, where a recreational area lay nearby. The protagonist examined the location map and realized that they had spent the entire night in this place. They needed to hasten their pace to catch up with the other participants undergoing the verification test. It was a scorching day, so they opted to traverse the desert on a giant creature. upon reaching a particular structure in the sandy expanse and opening its door. They confirmed it was a supply point. Lin Huang instructed his friend to select only the essential items for survival. However, they noticed signs of a recent presence, which didn't particularly surprise In Han, since this was the sole supply point in the vicinity. For the main character, though, this seemed rather peculiar. While the items weren't particularly valuable, they were necessary for their further journey through the wasteland, so leaving them behind wasn't an option. Something suddenly prompted the members to hastily vacate the premises. Lin Huang's friend immediately panicked at his words. Suddenly, a group of children shouted angrily from the street, their cries laden with a sense of impending danger. The main character and his companion knew they had to flee, so they quickly mounted their giant creature and dashed away. Something pursued them from beneath the ground, compelling the main character to exert all his effort to ensure his summoning creature didn't slow down or lag behind their pursuer. The looming threat beneath the scorching sands moved at an alarming speed, nearly closing the gap with the large ogre. Abruptly, the tyrant halted and swung mightily, intending to strike a blow capable of either halting the approaching adversary or utterly eradicating it before it could retaliate. The impact struck the sand with astonishing force, causing an enormous worm to emerge from below, dwarfing the giant in size. That the snow beast was harmless. The protagonist recognized it as a demonic monster that not even a giant could contend with. Unperturbed by the commotion, the infernal worm gazed fixedly at the motionless guy. Seated atop the ogre, the companions realized that the worm was incredibly swift, making escape impossible. However, a revelation dawned on the protagonist as he observed that the infernal worm exhibited no reaction towards them, revealing a potential weakness in the monstrous foe. This creature lacked eyes or ears. Instead, it tracked its prey through vibrations emanating from them. So, the group's best course of action was to remain motionless, allowing the infernal worm to eventually depart. The massive worm began to pivot in various directions, attempting to discern any vibrations. Lin Huang's advice proved accurate. All they had to do to save themselves was to stand still. Unexpectedly, In Han had an idea and, disregarding Lin Huang's counsel, produced a piece of meat from his pocket. He then threw it forward, creating noise to distract the monster. Lin Huang observed his friend's actions in astonishment, bewildered by this impulsive move. The infernal worm immediately sensed the vibrations caused by the meat and detected their presence. Startled, In Han, overwhelmed by emotions, tumbled off the giant creature, his legs unable to support him due to sheer panic. Crashing into the sand, he generated significant vibrations, revealing their location to the monstrous worm. The corpulent man raised his head and began yelling for help as the infernal worm closed in on him. Lin Huang swiftly implored his giant companion to come to their aid. Responding to his master's plea, the giant forcefully kicked the infernal worm away, exposing its real location. A clash subsequently erupted between the two monsters. While atop the giant, Lin Huang endeavored to divert the infernal worm's attention, ensuring it focused on him. In response, the infernal worm pursued the giant, leaving In Han stranded in the sand. Desperate, he fervently prayed for the protagonist's survival, fully aware that he could never repay him if he perished. Meanwhile, Lin Huang instructed the giant to keep running straight ahead before tossing him aside. The tyrant, unhesitatingly complying, hurled the protagonist into the air with great force. Lin Huang landed on the sand, watching as the giant fled from the infernal worm. Observing the giant worm closing in on his companion, Lin Huang grinned and asked for its forgiveness, explaining that he needed to use it as bait. The infernal worm finally reached the giant and, by agitating the sand beneath it, hindered its evasion. Seizing its chance, The worm surfaced from beneath the sand and swallowed half of the giant. Yet, the protagonist remained undeterred, knowing he wouldn't relinquish his monster. Holding the tyrant's card in his hands, he promptly summoned it again. While the infernal worms struggled to locate them, they ventured to rescue their corpulent friend. After eluding the worm, they retraced their steps across the desert to reunite with him. However, upon reaching the point where they had separated, they found no trace of Han. The protagonist, standing atop the giant, scanned the sandy expanse, hoping to spot his friend, but their searches were in vain. Lin Huang decided to continue onwards, hopeful they would meet at the mountain on the path to the east. Their journey presented numerous perils, including attacks from monstrous creatures. They battled ferociously against terrifying monsters, gradually realizing the peculiarities of the situation. Eventually, they reached the towering mountain, known as the Ridge of the Goddess, and Lin Huang gazed upon it, recognizing it as their destination. Given the size of the giant, it wasn't suitable for mountain climbing, so only he and Bai would ascend. They started their ascent along a steep rock, ensuring their safety through mutual support. Lin Huang recognized that without the giant's stamina, this climb would be impossible. Suddenly, a collapse occurred beneath the hero's feet, and he began to plummet. Fortunately, the vampire reacted in time, anchoring himself and securing the rope to prevent Lin Huang from falling. The experience was terrifying, and Lin Huang felt grateful for Bai's timely assistance. However, he also felt a bit embarrassed about being rescued, as he would have preferred to climb unaided. As evening approached, the protagonist and the vampire stood by the fire, contemplating whether to camp here for the night. They still had some leftover meat that had been cooked by the bun, whose whereabouts were unknown. Lin Huang didn't want to abandon his corpulent friend, hoping to sample more of his cooking. Then, they heard a rumbling sound behind them. When Lin Huang turned around, he saw the vampire leaping down from a cliff. Shortly after, Bai returned with a sweet, sorrowful creature in tow. Lin Huang was astonished to see it was a snow beast, known for its gentle nature. The snow beast had come seeking food. Because it was hungry, Lin Huang reassured the vampire that the snow beast was harmless. However, this small creature overindulged and clung to Lin Huang's leg, seemingly wanting to convey a message. The protagonist surmised that it wanted to lead them somewhere. Chasing after the snow beast, they followed it until it leaped onto a wall of ice and disappeared through it. Lin Huang reached out and felt that the wall, despite its appearance, was an illusion concealing something on the other side. Inviting his vampire companion, Lin Huang entered the wall. Inside, he experienced a sudden chill and bright radiance. It felt like plunging into a frigid pool. But even so, he had a beautiful view in front of him. Lin Huang called for his vampire ward. But it was the snow beast that began to speak. It explained that only those with permission could enter this secret place, and it was not a place for monsters. Lin Huang was taken aback by the talking snow beast, whose voice didn't match its appearance. The creature then transformed into a massive yeti, even larger than Lin Huang's giant. He recognized it as an ice attribute monster, even stronger than superior-level monsters. The yeti communicated with Lin Huang, assuring him not to be alarmed. It possessed the ability to read minds, and brought the hero here to request assistance. Lin Huang was intrigued, wondering how he could help such a powerful monster. The yeti extended his enormous hand, lifting the guy onto it. Before revealing his request, the yeti wanted the protagonist's full attention, urging him not to interrupt. Though the guy had little choice but to listen, he was intrigued. The yeti began to recount a story from his youth when he had a mistress, the kindest being in the world. His memories were intertwined with her. In his early years, the Yeti hadn't realized she wasn't human. She cherished people, often concealing her true identity, and frequently left the snowy mountain to interact with them. Her absence made the Yeti lonely, but he bore it because he knew she was happy. Eventually, she fell in love with a mortal human, ready to give up everything for him. However, the mortal, upon discovering her true nature, gathered a group of hunters to kill her. In the ensuing battle, he was gravely wounded. To save her beloved, she sacrificed herself, covering her wounds with her hand and lying in her own blood. Although the mortal survived, she perished, instructing the Yeti to lay her deep in an icy lake. The protagonist couldn't comprehend how the Yeti could help. Yeti explained that his mistress had foretold a day when a chosen one would arrive, at which point she would be resurrected, and the ice on the mountain would melt. However, he clarified that Lin Huang wasn't the first chosen one, as 3 had come before him and failed. Yeti only selected those with a good heart. Lin Huang agreed to attempt the rescue. He dripped a drop of his blood into the icy lake, hoping to help the frozen girl come back to life. As they watched the drop spread across the ice, nothing happened. An hour passed, and they sat beside the still unchanged drop of blood. Lin Huang had lost hope, apologizing to the Yeti for his failed attempt. But suddenly, the lake began to melt, signaling success. Vegetation returned, and a woman's body rose from the lake. Yeti was overjoyed, and the woman thanked him for protecting her during her time in the lake. She also expressed her gratitude to the protagonist and introduced herself as Shuailuo. Lin Huang couldn't help but be captivated by her otherworldly beauty as she stood on the water. The protagonist had an intriguing question on his mind, which he had asked for forgiveness earlier. He inquired whether Shuailuo was a monster. She clarified that she was not a monster but hailed from the divine race. To demonstrate her power, she showed Lin Huang a glimpse of it. Suddenly, he felt his cracked. The wheel of life was now fully restored. Shuailuo decided to mend the guy's wheel of life, which had been troubling him for a while. As a reward, she healed him. However, she mentioned that this wasn't the extent of the god's power. The goddess had another reward in mind for Lin Huang, enveloping him in celestial lightning. She upgraded his Great Devastation skill card to an epic rank. The protagonist was delighted with this gift. And the goddess, wearing a smile, commented on his extraordinary nature for a mere mortal. The girl and the Yeti, in agreement, prepared to send the guy back and offered their assistance in the future. But even as Lin Huang took away much from the goddess, they would eventually depart from this place. Shuailuo intended to return to her world, and warned the main character not to linger on the mountain due to the presence of many monsters. She sensed the aura of a superior ranked monster, one of the tamed heroes, which explained why the monsters pursued the guy. After bidding their farewells, Lin Huang left the barrier, feeling the chill of departure. At the exit, he was greeted by Bai, who had remained still since entering the portal. The protagonist was brimming with energy and eager to continue. As they left, they continued climbing the steep rock. Now that his wheel of life had been restored, the guy felt significantly stronger. As they ascended, he contemplated just how powerful he had become. Finally, they reached the summit, marking the end of the exam. Suddenly, a noise reached them from ahead. Lin Huang spotted ordinary ducks observing them from the edge of the cliff. He briefly considered catching one for dinner, but their plans were disrupted as the geese turned hostile, attacking them. Lin Huang and the vampire fled from the monstrous geese, while Bai sought refuge on a rock. The protagonist provided cover with his pistol, and they found a cave in which to take shelter. They prepared for a possible confrontation with the geese, guarding against a hostile incursion. However, the situation quickly shifted. The geese, previously attacking, suddenly expressed alarm and panic. A colossal blue hawk filled the sky, swooping down to unleash a devastating assault on the geese. With newfound power, the hawk ruthlessly eliminated the monsters one by one. Lin Huang stood by, amazed by the hawk's fierce and efficient extermination. As the guy marveled at the hawk's actions, he also noticed the black crow, playing a puzzling and threatening role. The vampire was ready to confront the raven, but Lin Huang held him back, perplexed by the monster's unusual behavior. Behind them, in the depths of the cave, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. It turned out to be a malevolent hawk that had seemingly come for them. The protagonist observed that the black raven was also heading their way, carrying some secret or threat. Lin Huang felt a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend why all these monsters were targeting him. Bai was prepared to engage with the raven, but Lin Huang restrained him, realizing dealing with this dangerous flying creature would pose a challenge for the vampire. Gunshots echoed in the direction of the raven, but even the bullets failed to penetrate the enemy's feathers. The protagonist was startled by the realization that his attacks had no effect. He reached for the help button, but had to confront this choice once more. The black crow persisted in its cave assault, creating an atmosphere of menace and unease. Slowly, an idea began to form in the hero's mind about how to shift the situation in their favor. They decided to bide their time, waiting for the raven to weaken or become vulnerable. Together, they coordinated an attack on the enemy. Lin Huang understood that the most vulnerable place to inflict wounds on the monster was its eyes. He aimed the pistol straight at them and fired a shot that dealt a fatal blow to the crow, ending its life. They watched the black crow plummet, with Lin Huang having expended his last bullet. A new notification appeared on his screen, stating that he had acquired the Black Crow card. While of limited value, Lin Huang's inner assistant reminded him that the card's failure had been due to his actions. This thought weighed on him, causing him to push aside his inner turmoil. With little time left, the guys rushed to the summit, overcoming numerous obstacles along the way. Finally, they reached the top. Behind Lin Huang, a silhouette appeared, unnoticed by both him and the vampire. The stranger revealed that he was like them, a tamer who also possessed the black crow. It was his bird that the guys had accidentally destroyed. The white-haired guy harbored anger toward the protagonist for his actions and sought revenge. He summoned an even more powerful monster, a blood eagle, with the intent of easily dispatching Lin Huang. Understanding the need for a survival plan, Lin Huang quickly considered his options. However, the stranger, riding the blood eagle, delayed his vengeance and flew away, leaving the protagonist alone with his thoughts. Lin Huang realized that he remained a weak and unworthy opponent. The stranger prepared for a second round of combat, prompting Lin Huang to devise a plan for descending the mountain. He found a chain and decided to use the vampire's wings as a makeshift hang glider. Clinging to the chain, he transformed Bai into a hang glider, aiming to descend rapidly. Lin Huang had long dreamt of flying on his friend's back, now understanding the allure of mastering the art of flight. Upon landing where their journey had begun, a sense of nostalgia washed over Lin Huang as their mountain adventure concluded. They descended and encountered the demoness, who awaited them at the meeting point. The guys were the first to arrive. The examiner extended her congratulations to them for successfully passing the exam, informing them that they would soon be able to register as hunters. However, the protagonist was taken aback by the fact that he was the first in this area. He began to inquire about the guy he had encountered on the mountain. The girl disclosed that his name was Bai Yang and that he was an exception. While he participated, his unique status and abilities set him apart. As a result, he didn't need to take the exam but still aspired to pass it. Bai Yang could immediately become a copper hunter rather than an iron hunter like the rest. Lin Huang meticulously reviewed his financial resources, assessing his remaining funds. An unmistakable smile of relief illuminated his face as he realized that he had successfully sold certain items, earning 3 million. Finally, he could consider himself genuinely affluent. Following the demonist's advice, Lin Huang understood that he still had a few more days to spend in this place. Rather than letting the time go to waste, he decided to make the most of it. He began to strategize how to efficiently restock on ammunition and commence monster hunting. Upon entering the weapon shop, Lin Huang was immediately met with disappointment. During his search, he couldn't find the bullets for the Dark Eagle, a valuable weapon he eagerly sought to acquire. The seller explained that such bullets were rare on the market. Despite his disappointment, Lin Huang sighed and accepted the situation. Instead of dwelling on it, he chose to adapt to the circumstances. He scoured the entire gun market, but grew increasingly anxious as he couldn't find the items he sought. Even in places he had frequented before, the selection was far richer than what he found here. After hours of fruitless searching and moving around the market, Lin Huang glanced at the shop's sign, realizing he needed to continue looking. Stepping inside the shop, Lin Huang saw an elderly, small, hunchback man who carefully scrutinized him. Approaching the counter, the protagonist requested bullets for the Dark Eagle, the coveted weapon. He needed 3,000 standard bullets and 300 armored ones. The old man, slowly and deliberately, retrieved a box from the shelf and placed it before Lin Huang. Minutes seemed to hang in the air as the old man named the total cost of the goods, which came close to 200,000. The seller was skilled at obtaining nearly any product, including relics, but his primary criterion had always been the buyer's ability to pay. While settling the bill for his purchase, Lin Huang was somewhat surprised to encounter such an experienced salesperson in this location. Interrupting his thoughts, he heard a loud alarm, signifying that something was amiss. Unable to restrain himself, he quickly thanked the old man and prepared to leave the shop. The shop owner observed him silently, his eyes conveying something beyond mere attention, blending into. Amidst the crowd, Lin Huang made his way toward the source of the commotion, attempting to discern the situation. At the heart of the assembly, a demonist fervently detailed the appearance of a monster in the desert. This particular monster possessed a unique ability to command other monsters. However, human strength alone was insufficient to confront this threat, which prompted their summoning to remain in place. Nearby, one of the participants, evidently displeased, voiced his discontent. Beside Lin Huang, the demonist's eyes blazed with an intimidating fire as she addressed this objection. She reassured the dissenter that such a decision had been made for the collective good. Engaging in battle with the monsters would otherwise render them mere prey to these creatures. The crowd momentarily froze, their spirits dampened by the chilling words of the demonist. The examiner endeavored to pacify the audience, explaining that the Monster Association had dispatched an exceptional hunter to this region, someone they hoped could confront the primary threat. Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from within the throng. It was Bai Yang, who expressed his apprehensions to the demonist concerning the potential repercussions for the area. His resolve remained unwavering. Lin Huang attentively absorbed the young man's words and realized that, despite his intensity, Bai Yang was making eminently sensible points. Addressing the demonist, Lin Huang shared his own thoughts and queries. He was anxious about his friend and eager to ascertain his fate. The demonist informed him that Bai Yang had opted to withdraw from the exam as soon as Lin Huang had reached the ridge. With that, she turned away, leaving him. During the late hours of the night, A colossal explosion resonated from the depths of the forest. Lin Huang sat by the window, vigilantly observing the clash between the exceptional hunter and the monster. Gazing at the battlefield, he comprehended that all hope now hinged on this hunter. As a new day dawned, the participants continued to rest, the windows slightly ajar as the rain pelted outside. Abruptly, a blaze erupted before him, illuminating the battlefield. Simultaneously, an alarm alert reverberated, jolting him out of the tranquil atmosphere. Exiting his room, Lin Huang found himself in a corridor where people scurried about in a state of utter confusion. Halting one of the staff members, he inquired about the situation. The response was unsettling. The situation had taken a dire turn. Lin Huang was stunned to learn that the exceptional hunter had perished. Panic gripped the conference room, with individuals bewildered and demanding release from this climate of fear. The demonist emphatically elucidated that the wounded monster had dispatched its minions to attack. She stressed that now, both seasoned hunters and newly minted examinees would need to safeguard the area. However, the fledgling warriors were apprehensive and unprepared to venture onto the battlefield. They implored to be released. At that moment, Lin Huang addressed the gathering, revealing his disappointment. He branded them as feeble and timorous, endeavoring to persuade his fellow participants that they had no alternative but to take a stand against the monsters. Escaping, he asserted, would lead to far graver consequences. Lin Huang queried the demoness about the duration for which she could withstand the monsters. Having assessed her adversaries and their capabilities, she assured she could hold out for a day. Upon hearing her response, Lin Huang continued to rally the others, encouraging them to join him and the demoness on the battlefield. For a more compelling and motivational experience, he knelt down and extended his impassioned speech. He sought to make everyone comprehend the real peril they faced, emphasizing that fleeing would only allow the monsters to swiftly overrun this area and then move on to other settlements. Lin Huang persisted in motivating the entire assembly, elucidating why they should not abandon the region. Their determination was growing as they readied themselves for battle, arming themselves with weapons. Meanwhile, Bai Yang, standing behind the crowd, casually remarked that they were all a bunch of fools. Lin Huang suddenly noticed a particular individual leaving the hall. The person was promptly embraced by the demoness, who continued to inspire the hunters to follow the association's members and assist in safeguarding the area. Her motivating demeanor aimed to bolster the group's confidence. After receiving the instructions, all the participants set about preparing for battle and arming themselves. Lin Huang, filled with fervor and determination, was also ready to depart for the battlefield. However, the demoness, her expression grave, intercepted him. The young men regarded her with a puzzled expression, failing to grasp why she had halted him. She began explaining that her relic could teleport a maximum of 50 people, and that she wished to afford the opportunity to depart first to him and all members under 20. Lin Huang found her words perplexing, as they contradicted her earlier statements. The woman raised her voice, attempting to pacify everyone while recognizing that this place would soon transform into a living nightmare. She earnestly conveyed to Lin Huang that the nearest assistance could arrive only after 48 hours, whereas the monsters would reach them within 10 hours. Her countenance reflected a sense of resignation as she acknowledged that she might lose her life while protecting this area. Nevertheless, she was prepared to save as many people as she could and would not allow such talented individuals to perish here. However, Lin Huang had no intentions of retreating like a coward. Resolutely, he declared his decision to stay behind and confront the formidable monsters. He emphasized that his words were not mere attempts to reassure the people. He was genuinely prepared to fight the monsters and had no intention of running away. They needed to bide their time until the hunters arrived. He began outlining his plan: the evacuation of the civilian population and the use of the highlands for defense. They needed to hold out there for 2 days until the hunters' arrival. The girl comprehended his strategy, recognizing that they only needed something to cover the gorge and hold their position within it until help came. Lin Huang, filled with determination, eagerly seized her shoulders, entreating her to allow him to help. The girl blushed slightly, as she had begun to find the protagonist attractive. As they walked along the corridor, the girl informed Lin Huang that they needed to evacuate 200,000 people, and they would have to give it their best effort. She hoped that with his assistance, they would be able to survive this crisis. In the mountainous area, they encountered many crowds of people en route to a safe location. Behind the protagonist, there were new team members who felt a bit anxious about the responsibility of protecting a large number of people. However, they maintained a positive outlook, believing that their team was well balanced and up to the task. As they patrolled through the area, they came across a gruesome sight: the path strewn with the corpses of dead monsters. Lin Huang worked to maintain a positive attitude and kept reassuring the others, so they wouldn't argue. He continued to scout the territory diligently. Suddenly, he sensed something rapidly approaching them. Swiftly, he moved towards the girl, narrowly saving her from an incoming axe hurled from a distance. They quickly took cover on the ground, observing the axe that had flown towards them with murderous intent. However, Lin Huang didn't dwell on the attack for long. He turned his attention to another direction and was somewhat surprised to see a horde of large minotaurs advancing towards them. They had a full army, and chaos loomed. Panic spread among the newcomers, but Lin Huang worked tirelessly to calm them and prepare them for the impending battle against the minotaurs. He recognized that they needed to deal with the totem first. The minotaurs, their mouths agape in readiness for a bloody battle, surged forward. Anticipating the enemy's attack, Lin Huang took the initiative and charged forward. He instructed his friend to provide covering fire, and Yu Guang, following his captain's orders, fired shots aimed at the minotaur's eyes. Blinding one of the minotaurs, Lin Huang quickly dispatched it. Pressing onward, he urged his team to cooperate in battle. The girl activated her staff, creating a barrier that halted the minotaur's advance. Her tremendous strength, coupled with her commanding presence, surprised her friend, who was taken aback by her vocal prowess. Meanwhile, a blonde team member crouched down and activated traps emerging from under the ground. As for Lin Huang, he dashed forward to confront the malevolent minotaurs, drawing closer with each passing second. He decided to put his newfound power to the test: the Great Devastation. In a mere second, Lin Huang wielded his blade to pierce through one of the minotaurs, delivering a fatal blow and destroying the totem with a powerful stomp. He inspected his sword and found great satisfaction in his new blade. Meanwhile, as he momentarily lost focus on the surrounding danger, he celebrated his acquisition of the new weapon. Unbeknownst to him, a colossal minotaur lurked behind, intent on killing him. However, the protagonist remained composed, effortlessly evading the monster's attack before swiftly dispatching the giant foe. Suddenly, the minotaurs unwittingly stumbled into the trap that the group had set earlier, thanks to the bleeding effect from the trap. The minotaur's time was running out as they stood helpless in the midst of the battlefield. While they were ensnared by the trap, Lin Huang wasted no time in eliminating the enemy with his newfound sword. Suddenly, he received a new temporary transformation card, allowing him to assume the form of other creatures for a limited time. Holding the card in his hand, he read the conditions for its use. This card granted him the ability to transform into another monster with which he shared a connection. As he casually read the card's details, a colossal minotaur materialized behind him. Realizing he lacked the speed to evade or defend against the impending attack, Lin Huang braced himself for the worst. However, to his surprise, splashes of blood indicated that someone had swiftly dispatched the monster. It was his vampire companion, Bai, who silently rebuked him for not being attentive. The group stood in awe as they watched Lin Huang and Bai single-handedly vanquish the monsters, initially regarding him as a mere weakling. After all the Minotaurs were defeated, Lin Huang's squad members began to praise him for his remarkable combat skills. They realized that they had spent too much time on the battle and needed to hasten their journey to reach their destination. Suddenly, Lin Huang's ring began to shake and emit a glowing hologram of a demoness. She inquired about their team's whereabouts. Anxiously, the girl explained that they had only 1 hour to reach the designated location, but the monsters were closing in. They needed to run. The team was taken aback by this urgent information. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, hundreds of monsters assaulted the hunters. The demoness, undeterred, continued to eliminate the monsters one by one. Tragically, one of her allies fell victim to a bloody hyena. Realizing the battlefield was too perilous, and too many hunters were wounded, she ordered a retreat. She intended to hold off the enemy to save as many as possible. Turning to the remaining hunters, she declared that they would fight to the very end. However, something even more formidable captured her attention. Her gaze fixated on a particularly dreadful sight, a massive bloody hyena. This monster stood out due to its size, and the hunters couldn't contain their panic upon seeing it. One of her assistants attempted to convey their concerns. The girl acknowledged that she wouldn't be able to handle a whole horde of demonic hyenas on her own. Joining the fight would likely result in her demise. However, her strong will to fight still burned within her. One of the hunters prevented her from making rash decisions. Suddenly, the attention of all the monsters shifted to another direction. The girl's countenance brightened as she spotted Lin Huang, who had flown into the battle. He had arrived at the heart of the conflict to provide assistance. Swinging his sword, he aimed at the bloody hyena, but the beast intercepted his attack with its teeth. Lin Huang proceeded to instruct his team on what needed to be done. His giant and his allies continued to eliminate the monstrous foes one after another. During this time, Lin Huang managed to break free from the grip of the bloody hyena and landed right in front of the colossal monster. He prepared to launch an attack, but the hyena wasted no time and unleashed a surge of crimson lightning. Lin Huang was baffled by the sudden increase in its rank, unable to comprehend why it had been elevated so swiftly. The monster swiftly incapacitated Lin Huang, causing him to crash to the ground with a mighty paw. Seeing Lin Huang's perilous situation, Zhou Lo grew concerned for his ally and diverted his attention away from an imminent threat. Fortunately, help arrived just in time to rescue Lin Huang. Under the guidance of a seasoned female huntress, the group united to form a well-coordinated team, preparing for the impending confrontation with the aggressive hyenas. As the tension before the battle reached its zenith, Lin Huang remained composed and unflustered, refusing to succumb to panic. He showcased his unparalleled skill, systematically dispatching the advancing monsters with precision, both with his giant and his sword. However, the true menace emanated from the bloody hyena, which possessed an astonishing ability to anticipate the protagonist's intentions. Adjusting to this new threat, Lin Huang promptly altered his tactics, relocating his trusty giant to a secure place within his inventory. Magic rings encircled the bloody hyena's head, signaling an impending magical attack that posed a threat to all present. Bai Yang entered the arena, and together with Lin Huang, they managed to subdue the bloody hyena. Following a grueling victory over the colossal monster, Lin Huang felt a surge of confidence and strength, teetering on the edge of an emotional high. His swordsmanship and combat skills left the entire group of hunters in awe, conveying an image of unparalleled expertise. The demonists watched the unfolding events with admiration for the power of the monsters under the protagonist's control and his prowess as a warrior. One of Lin Huang's comrades expressed relief at their timely rescue, recognizing the alliance as a providential gift. In the distance, alarms rang out, signaling the urgent need to retreat to the mouth of the gorge for regrouping. Lin Huang's gaze swept across the desert horizon, and shock gripped his soul as a new menacing threat emerged, the silhouettes of numerous spiders racing toward them at terrifying speed, already dominating the horizon. This heralded the onset of a new battle. The girl, leading the group, stood resolutely at the forefront, her countenance a mix of concern and determination, emphasizing the stark reality of the situation. However, her expression shifted to one of despair as she realized the gravity of their predicament. Before them stood an adversary they had yet to encounter, a colossal army of fearsome spiders surging forward with alarming swiftness. Their sheer numbers created an aura of impending peril, sending waves of panic through the group of hunters. Chaos reigned as some among them attempted to flee the encroaching threat. While the others succumbed to inner turmoil and fear, Lin Huang remained composed, fully aware that time was running out. The encroaching panic began to grip some hunters, causing them to lose control and flee in desperation, seeking to escape the oncoming horde of spiders. Lin Huang recognized that the spiders drew nearer, leaving scant time for adequate preparation to confront them. A group of hunters positioned on the opposite side of the passage proposed using the fallen monsters as a barrier to impede the spiders' advance. Despite objections from one of the hunters, Lin Huang stood firm, understanding the necessity of this strategy. Eventually, the senior hunter gave his approval, trusting in Lin Huang's experience and insight. The protagonist and his comrades resolved to divert the attention of the spiders, facilitating the task for those creating the barrier of corpses. The senior hunter began implementing the plan to build a barrier using the bodies of the fallen monsters. Amidst the battle, thoughts of Lin Huang's heroism and his pivotal role swirled in his comrades' minds. Lin Huang continued to engage the spiders actively, with his combat prowess becoming increasingly impressive with each strike. Amid the battle, he seized the opportunity to call upon his ally, Xiao He, for assistance. Xiao He, upon entering the battlefield, expressed astonishment at the magnitude of the events and the strength of the confrontation. By deploying a new card featuring a spider skill, Xiao He provided Lin Huang with a formidable tool for battling the spiders. Activating the card, Lin Huang acquired a potent skill that enabled him to maneuver swiftly among the monsters, inflicting devastating blows. To fully exploit the skill, Lin Huang requested that Xiao He temporarily suspend his wheel of life. With this focus, he continued to carve through the spider horde, diminishing their numbers with each strike. Lin Huang's remarkable speed and skill left all the hunters around him astounded, rendering the spiders virtually powerless to retaliate due to his extraordinary agility. Having temporarily forfeited the use of the Wheel of Life, Lin Huang channeled all his strength into the annihilation of the monsters. Impressed by Lin Huang's heroism and the enormity of the battle, Xiao He answered the call. Armed with the new card in hand, Lin Huang continued to wage an unrelenting battle against the spiders, swiftly shifting between targets. As the night gradually and inexorably dwindled, the hunter stationed at the opposite end of the corridor beckoned to the protagonist, commending his unwavering resolve. The main character persisted in combat despite his dwindling strength. As dawn approached, they finally vanquished the spiders. The hunters at the opposite end of the corridor extended their congratulations to the protagonist for his valiant act. Despite his exhaustion, an enduring vigilance against fresh threats smoldered within him. Suddenly, the Empire's ring on everyone's finger began to vibrate, signaling a new incident notification. This notification revealed that certain regions had been ravaged during the night by a horde of eerie monsters. Some hunters began to fret about their families residing in those areas. The demoness rose and contemplated the next course of action. She comprehended that the monster's fury had laid waste to everything in the vicinity of those areas, leaving just one area with inhabitants. The girl exchanged glances with the protagonist, both realizing that the next target of all the monsters was their base. Gradually, doubt crept into the elder hunter's mind regarding their ability to endure until the arrival of an outstanding hunter. She endeavored to project confidence, not wanting other hunters to lose heart and cease protecting the civilians. Suddenly, Lin Huang took the girl's hand and endeavored to uplift her spirits. His actions were prompted by a sense of concern for her well-being. In response, the demoness blushed and paid little attention to his words as she was engulfed by romantic feelings. To conceal her emotions from the protagonist, she gently pushed him away and commenced issuing commands to the hunters. Hoping that the guy would remain oblivious to her true feelings, she focused on her role as a leader. Unexpectedly, one of the scouts conveyed that the enemies were advancing once more. The group rushed closer to the barrier, their attention directed towards the horizon, where a multitude of new monsters approached. The sight left the group somewhat speechless, as they were taken aback by the armored iron elephants advancing on the horizon. These massive, fully protected creatures charged forward with immense fury, leaving nothing in their wake but destruction. The demoness realized that the formidable monster displayed a calculated strategy by deploying the elephants to target their fortifications and cross the canyon. Resolute and prepared to sacrifice herself if necessary, she was determined to safeguard the passage to the civilian population. However, her resolve was interrupted when she spotted a figure in the sky, flying above the monsters. It was a gold-ranked hunter, clad in elite gear, descending swiftly towards the armored elephants. With a brandished sword, the hunter dispatched one of the large monsters in a single, decisive strike. The appearance of new reinforcements kindled hope for the group's survival, and they rejoiced in the success of the new hunter. One of the enraged elephants attempted to assail the seasoned hunter, but met its demise at the hands of this formidable gold-ranked figure, whom the demoness identified as Young. He possessed remarkable talent and held the 11th position among the association's hunters. Wielding his sword, he swiftly dispatched the armored elephant without so much as a blink. As Zhang battled the horde of elephants, a girl shouted out words of support for him. From this, it could be inferred that she was his younger sister. Upon vanquishing the final mega elephant, he descended to the ground, where his younger sister eagerly greeted him. The girl approached her brother with joyful eyes, but Zhang's demeanor did not reciprocate the sentiment. Instead, with a stern expression, he instructed all the hunters to remain in their positions, conveying that this was not the end. On the horizon, where the sun's dawn was visible, a new wave of monsters emerged. They were black arachnids skilled in the art of weaving silk webs, and their numbers constituted a formidable army. Standing resolute while awaiting the new wave, Zhang commented that the spiders might not be formidable in strength, but their spider silk threads were exceptionally robust. He discerned that the superior monster intended to disrupt their defenses with its webs. The group contemplated how to shield themselves from the impending spider onslaught, and a singular solution emerged: firearms. However, they were uncertain where to procure them. Suddenly, a demoness behind them called out, clutching a substantial cannon of her own size. The group was astounded by the sight. Recognizing it as a weapon of gold-ranked caliber, the group was astounded by the sight. Recognizing it as a weapon of gold-ranked caliber. The girl, addressing her older brother, urged that it was not the time for sentimentality, as she was prepared to obliterate all the monsters with her formidable weapon. Without hesitation, she fired the cannon, unleashing a potent burst of energy. The impact of her shot caused a massive rock to plummet onto the army of black spiders. With an assured gaze, the girl observed. As the rock began to fracture from the force of the shot, ultimately collapsing onto the horde. In an instant, all the spiders were buried and annihilated by the falling rock. Witnessing his sister's triumphant action, Zhang felt compelled to offer some advice to the protagonist, to never anger women. Despite her success, Yu casually returned to the group, oblivious to the lurking danger behind her. High in the sky, a flock of ethereal crows could be seen steadily advancing toward the group. The others immediately shoved the girl away and hurried forward to assess the new threat. Lin Huang promptly recognized the approaching menace. They were the crows that had previously attempted to eliminate the protagonists during the hunter's exam. Unaware of another looming danger, the group believed that only the airborne threat was directed at them. However, in reality, an entire army of formidable monsters was closing in on them, the very creatures the hunters had previously faced with relentless ferocity. These monsters were advancing upon them, with the intent of erasing the group from existence. Despair swept over the hunters one by one as they struggled to believe in their chances of victory. Even Lin Huang lost his last shreds of hope, conceding that this was the end for them all. But just as Zhang was about to give up, he instructed his younger sister to activate her relic and urged her to teleport herself along with the best new hunters. In his eyes, they represented humanity's hope for the future. However, Yu engaged in a heated argument with her older brother, refusing to leave him to the whims of fate and insisting on perishing alongside him in battle. Zhang did his utmost to dissuade her during their family dispute. Meanwhile, as the family disagreements unfolded behind the protagonist, Lin Huang took the opportunity to contact his assistant, Xiao He. Leaning toward Xiao He in a hushed whisper, he inquired about his idea. What would happen if all the acquired cards were combined into one? The assistant could only speculate on the outcome, suggesting that one potential result could be the creation of a new card with the highest rank. Lin Huang, fully aware of the looming threat from the approaching enemy, chose to take the gamble. With death hanging over them, he believed there was nothing left to lose. Following the protagonist's orders, all the cards collected from battles with monsters were merged. Lin Huang was undeterred by the unknown outcome, and he instructed his assistant to activate the merged card without hesitation. By merging all his skill cards into one, he obtained a tiny annihilation card, which he promptly activated. As a result, he started radiating in all directions. When activated alongside the protagonist, it formed a sphere emitting a dazzling radiance with lightning. This radiant burst temporarily blinded everyone nearby, including Lin Huang, Yang, and Yayu. They couldn't fathom what was unfolding, and their fear grew by the second. The radiance continued to expand, reaching and instantly obliterating ominous creatures when it encountered them. Other people were just as surprised. Eventually, when it reached the distant horizons, it purged all malevolence in its wake. Once the danger was eliminated, the magical power vanished as if it had never existed. The girl, after completing the spell, opened her eyes and was immediately taken aback by the sight before her. There sat Lin Huang, barely able to stand. The protagonist's companions were equally astonished by the miraculous feat, as the protagonist had effortlessly erased the invincible army in an instant. Their jubilation was cut short when they realized the hero had saved them all. While Lin Huang was recuperating, Yu leaped onto him, wearing a joyful grin and showering him with praise. Zhang, however, couldn't believe that Lin Huang had employed divine magic. But soon he smiled, comprehending his younger sister's feelings for the main character. As the group celebrated their victory, an unfamiliar voice suddenly emanated from nowhere. Lin Huang promptly turned around and spotted a mysterious figure on a distant rock. Demones recognized him due to his distinctive aura. The enigmatic character stood on the high rock, shrouded in an attire designed to conceal his true identity. According to the stranger, he was astonished to have found the divine descendant here. Lin Huang understood the reference was to him, but the girl cautioned him to be cautious, for the figure before them was not just an ordinary conversationalist. He was an exceptional monster. The new hunters were dumbfounded that this stranger was the embodiment of a perfect monster. Some even found it hard to breathe due to his overwhelming presence. Suddenly, the magnificent creature reached for his cloak, preparing to unveil his face. He possessed great self-assurance because he was prepared to confront any of the exceptional hunters. Lin Huang, due to the unanticipated actions of the creature, swiftly assumed a combat stance with the companions. Extending his hand forward, he began gesturing towards the main character. A monster stood on a high mountain. Everyone felt a sense of dread. The demons were puzzled about why the monster coveted Lin Huang, but Zhang had the answer. He surmised that by absorbing the guy's blood, he could evolve into a divine race. He dispatched all those who moved to aid the companions, affording him a quiet hour and a half for conversation. The hunters became increasingly apprehensive of him due to his terrifying declarations. However, just when everyone was prepared to hand over the main character to the exceptional monster, Lin Huang himself sought a way out of the predicament. Xiao He, after analyzing all the conceivable scenarios, found none where the protagonist had even a slight chance of victory. Suddenly, Yueyu spoke up from behind the man, who was willing to negotiate with the superior monster. She was unwilling to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people for one person. Her elder brother couldn't fathom her intentions. And Lin Huang, due to the shocking situation, remained silent. The demons approached the superior monster directly and requested 1 minute to bid farewell to the main character. She then summoned Jing to join her as a witness. Holding Lin Huang's hand, she guided him through the silently watching hunters. The girl came very close to Lin Huang, taking his hand, causing the main character to blush. The companions immediately grasped that it was a declaration of love. She continued to express her feelings to him, admitting her admiration. With tears in her eyes, Yueyu continued to pour out her emotions to the boy, eventually asking for forgiveness for her ruse. The girl activated her teleportation relic around the companions because she aimed to save them. Despite the deep sadness in her heart, she pushed the companions into the portal, rescuing them from dire peril. The traveling companions were quite surprised. With a smile on her face, she sacrificed herself to safeguard the youngsters and secure the future of humanity. She believed that the future rested in the hands of the protagonist and her older brother. However, the exceptional monster quickly responded to the girl's attempts to deceive him. As he suspected her intentions, he promptly hurled dark magic in her direction. He didn't intend to kill her with this attack. His objective was to obliterate the teleportation portal, preventing the companions from moving. He barely succeeded in wrecking the path to safety. The exceptional monster, having demolished the portal, promptly struck Yueyu with black lightning. As a result of this unexpected assault, the girl lost all her strength and was unable to remain on her feet. She collapsed to the ground, unable to make any movement. The companions rushed to her with concerned expressions, attempting to assist the girl, but their efforts were futile. Accepting her impending demise, the girl, with her last ounce of strength, begged for forgiveness for her perceived weakness. After uttering these words, Lin Huang turned to the outstanding monster with an enraged countenance. The monster was incensed because nobody had heeded his warnings. In an instant, his demeanor transformed, consumed by the fury of anger towards the hunters. Subsequently, a massive serpent began to emerge from his horrifying head. quickly covering half the sky with its colossal body, surpassing even the height of mountains. This marked the ultimate descent into despair for all the hunters, who had now lost all hope and joy. Suddenly, a grotesque monster discharged something from its mouth, its tongue. It snaked around the protagonist and ensnared him, grabbing hold. The remarkable serpent instantly commenced pulling Lin Huang toward its maw, prepared to engulf him into its belly, merging into a single organism. However, the main character found himself incapable of escaping the serpent's clutches, losing consciousness due to a lack of air. He had resigned himself to the fact that this was the end for him. The hunters were all shocked by the spectacle they witnessed. The exceptional monster was convinced that the guy would now become a part of him. The girl who had recently confessed her love for the main character was still in critical condition. The exceptional monster was convinced that the guy would now become a part of him. But suddenly, he sensed an energy inside him that he couldn't comprehend. Unexpectedly, a portal materialized above him, revealing a massive hand. The snake was surprised. It swiftly crushed the large snake and forced it into the depths of the earth. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the exceptional monster opened its mouth and expelled it from its stomach, the main character. The exceptional monster couldn't comprehend whose hand it belonged to. He seethed with anger, as he was one step away from the divine rank. The serpent attempted to retaliate against the colossal hand, but failed. In one swift motion, the divine hand dispatched the exceptional monster into the earth's depths. This caused a cascade of giant stones, each descent further crushing the serpent in the earth's bowels. Simultaneously, the protagonist hastily departed from the scene, fearing he might be sucked in as well. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling him. These were his saviors, specifically the Divine Lady accompanied by a colossal yeti named Miss Swallow, perched on the Ice King. They gazed at the guy and began descending toward Lin Huang, who rushed to meet them. They had arrived from another world because they were deeply concerned for him and wanted to check on him. Lin Huang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his face beaming with joy. Without them, all people would have perished by now. However, a concern arose that others might witness the queen's presence. Turning to the rest of the companions, he noticed that they were all asleep, as the queen had just used magic to lull them into slumber. Meanwhile, the exceptional snake spent its last moments beneath the falling stones. The queen extended her hand toward the monster, conveying to the guy that she couldn't simply leave it without settling the debt for saving her life. She concentrated all her energy into her hand and presented the main character with a black snake. Lin Huang could safely absorb it and place it in his wheel of life. Inside the small black snake, a faint trace of dragon blood resided. When the guy reached the pinnacle rank, he could make it his fighting spirit. Naturally, Lin Huang expressed his gratitude to the Ice Queen. However, he had more pressing concerns. He asked Miss Yue Luo to assist his friend's survival. Meanwhile, the girl lay unconscious, her final hours approaching. It felt impolite to ask the queen for such a favor, as she hadn't used her powers for 700 years. Nevertheless, he had no alternative, as Yue had sustained severe injuries while saving him. To restore her wheel of life, the queen would require at least a superior soul stone. She inquired if the protagonist was willing to sacrifice this dragon-blooded beast to save her. He promptly agreed, prioritizing saving the girl over his own future. The queen smiled at his response, and then handed the snake to Lin Huang, jesting about sacrificing an exceptional monster. She had several spare souls in reserve she could employ to restore the Wheel of Life. The Ice King placed his enormous hands on the girl. Then, the queen herself approached her, laying her hands on the girl's heart, initiating the healing of her Wheel of Life. She extended her hand upward and retrieved the magical baby bird, serving as the soul for inner life healing. The girl felt a kind of warmth. The Ice Queen employed this healing soul on the girl, who rested in the center of the healing seal. Following the procedure, the Queen informed the guy that the girl would soon awaken. He expressed his gratitude to the Queen for saving his girlfriend, acknowledging his indebtedness. They faced each other and exchanged farewells, recognizing that they might not meet again. However, the Queen had one final question for Lin Huang. She drew near to the guy, approaching closely, and then turned to the main character. She regarded him with an intrigued expression and posed her significant question, whether Lin Huang believed in love. The Queen was determined. She never took her eyes off him. The protagonist looked at the Queen with puzzlement, initially not comprehending why she asked. But then he realized it likely related to her past, where she had sacrificed her heart for her beloved. He sighed and commenced discussing what love meant to him. He conveyed that it was a sentiment that unfolded in everyone's life, irrespective of whether they believed in it or not. Miss stood silently, attentively absorbing the guy's perspective. While holding the Queen's hands, the protagonist continued his discourse on love, leaning closer to her. He conveyed the importance of being prepared for love at any moment. The Queen was deeply impressed by Lin Huang's words, even blushing slightly in response to his answer. She adjusted her hair and conveyed that she appeared to comprehend everything upon hearing his response. The main character was happy for her. The Ice Yeti then informed his master that everything was prepared. He extended his hand to the man who had been ensnared by the monster's trap, the one responsible for aiding the companions. She intended to manipulate the memories of all individuals, causing them to believe that he had slain the monster and its entire army. Thus, all credit would be attributed to him. Lin Huang grasped why Miss Shuelo had taken this action, as it was to safeguard the guy from potential danger posed by nefarious individuals who might discover his divine powers. The Ice Queen offered a smile to the main character and bid him farewell, as they needed to depart promptly. They exchanged smiles, and in the background, the teleportation portal began to expand. The main character bid farewell, observing as the goddess returned to her world. Then, the girl cast one final glance at the guy, and both of them gradually faded into the beautiful blue radiance of the portal to another world. The boy stood alone and saddened by the Queen's departure. Suddenly, following the departure of the companions, a girl regained consciousness, and everyone else started awakening around her. None of them were privy to the actual truth, so they all believed that an exceptional monster, along with its army, had been vanquished by an outstanding hunter. However, Yu Yu still retained the sense that she had perished, and then someone materialized, pulling her from the abyss, bringing her back to life. She gazed at Lin Huang, who stood amidst the crowd, realizing that she had forgotten something crucial, while the guy looked seemingly nowhere. The events shifted to the night at Lin Huang's house. The protagonist stood outside his younger sister's door and came to the realization that he had indeed returned safely to his home. Opening the girl's bedroom door, he observed her peaceful slumber. He refrained from rousing her, mindful that she had school the next day. He retreated to his own room and collapsed onto the bed, exhaling a sigh of contentment that it was finally over. Xiao He, who had reappeared, could scarcely believe that the main character had managed to return home unscathed. Lin Huang felt content that everything had worked out for the best, and now he could focus on his tasks as a hunter. As a token of reward, the assistant returned the card to its owner, a flawless card specifically intended for him. This card had the ability to instantly restore the body, resolving any hidden bodily issues, even concerning the Wheel of Fortune. The protagonist had a suitable plan for this card, but the assistant chose to ask the guy once more whether he believed it was the right decision. Seated on the bed, Lin Huang held two cards, a flawless card and a vampire card. He desired to employ the new card in future battles to enhance his chances of success. Summoning it, he aimed to repair by his blood vessels, as removing the blood suppression poison from his body would significantly boost his combat prowess. Gazing at the flawless card, he understood that, as a tamer, he needed to ensure that his monsters were formidable, as they were the guarantee of his safety. With a firm grip, he began the process. He crushed the card into tiny fragments, initiating the activation for the vampire. Bai was engulfed in a golden flame, and as the card's power filled him, it infused the vampire with potent energy, thereby augmenting his strength. Xiao He, wearing a sly expression, was eager to experiment once more with the blood suppression poison, as she had never witnessed this type of monster enhancement before. At that very moment, while the assistant contemplated her devious experiments, the main character, on the verge of falling asleep, requested Xiao He to recall the vampire, intending to rest briefly. The following day, his sister at home rejoiced at Lin Huang's return. She warmly embraced the main character and shared her concerns for him during his absence. Suddenly, the girl's gaze became fixed on something in front of her. Lin Xin was startled when she beheld a visual screen before her with Young on it. He communicated with the main character via a video link. The girl promptly dashed upstairs to her room, concerned that she might have spoken with Yue himself. Jung and the guys resumed their conversation about the new adversary for the protagonist, a topic they had been discussing before the sisters' arrival. The dialogue revolved around the protagonist's new opponent, a six-armed demon. For Lin Huang, it was crucial that his adversary possessed sword skills and met the protagonist's criteria. Jung comprehended the guy's choice but cautioned him that the six-armed demon ranked among the most dangerous iron-tier monsters. Nevertheless, Lin Huang examined the monster's attributes and felt confident in his selection, unwilling to back down. At that moment, he saw no more suitable option for advancing to the iron rank. The gold-ranked hunter was somewhat moved by the guy's determination and chose not to contest his decision. Before concluding their negotiations, he asked the protagonist to familiarize himself with the rules. Suddenly, Lin Huang turned toward his sister's voice and spotted an elegantly dressed girl who was gazing at Yue Young. She greeted the Golden Hunter once more, expressing hope that they would have the opportunity to become better acquainted after these words. The girl enthusiastically prepared to leave for school, while Lin Huang sat there, finding it hard to believe that his sister had already grown up. Zhang sighed heavily, looking somewhat embarrassed, and then mentioned that Yue had asked him to convey greetings to the guy. Lin Huang couldn't fathom why the girl herself couldn't simply call the guy. But Jung didn't provide an answer, and instead concluded the video chat, suggesting that the guy should watch the video and then respond. Following the conversation, the main character contemplated what could be keeping the girl so occupied. He decided to watch an introductory video about the demon by clicking on the GUI. Suddenly, he was taken aback by what he witnessed in the video. The six-armed demon systematically eliminated one hunter after another at a monstrous speed. Each of her hands was a rapid killing machine, making it impossible to anticipate her movements. In less than a minute, the entire team of 6 hunters vanished. The protagonist was shocked by the monster's power. The camera first showed the monster from the back in black. The camera closed in on the demon's sinister smile, and the guy paused the video, pondering whether he could defeat her, as his expectations had diminished. The scene then shifted to the code area, the city of Baki. Lin Huang proceeded to the designated location, contemplating his fate as he set out to locate the six-armed demon in the forest where she resided. He paused before the city's tallest skyscrapers, as he had come here because the required aircraft was available only in this location. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, and the guy was astonished by what he saw in the sky. Above the city's towering buildings, a massive aircraft soared, the very one he had been seeking. It hovered in the airspace near the tallest skyscraper to board new passengers who were entering it. The protagonist ascended the stairs, taking a moment to admire the breathtaking views that unfolded below. Upon entering the aircraft, Lin Huang proceeded toward his designated apartment, walking along the corridor. His room number was 298. And upon entering the room, he immediately and happily collapsed onto the bed. Now, he comprehended why tickets for this vessel were so costly. Opening the GUI, which played from the ring on his finger, he began to daydream about someday residing on the 11th floor of an aircraft, a domain typically reserved for affluent individuals. The main subjects of the news were the individuals from the protagonist's squad, hailed as heroes without titles, who had nonetheless rescued countless people from the clutches of terrifying monsters. Suddenly, one began to pay closer attention to the news, as it featured a young, talented hunter named Bai Yang. Due to his actions, where he refrained from assisting other hunters in the battle against superior monsters, he faced widespread condemnation. Various reporters approached him, eager to uncover his motivations. However, the young talent simply stood there, gazing into the cameras without making any effort to offer an explanation. The main character realized that regardless of the world he found himself in, he could not escape from cyberbullying. Suddenly, his old friend, with whom he had undergone the exam, appeared on the graphic screen from the ring, wearing a tearful expression and expressing relief that the guy was alive. Lin Huang inquired about the day when Yin Han had disappeared, as the friend had instructed him to stay put and not go anywhere. His tearful friend explained why he had vanished before leaving the exam, having discovered the protagonist's phone number and dimness to contact him later. One admitted to having forgotten about him after the mountain range, as the chaotic events had consumed his thoughts. Although the protagonist was a little angry that his friend was crying all the time. After clearing up the situation, Yin Han inquired about the protagonist's upcoming battle. The main character confidently declared that he was already en route to confront the six-armed demon, and that if all went well, he would reach the forest tomorrow. The protagonist's friend sought assurance that Lin Huang was undertaking this venture voluntarily, as only one of the most formidable hunters could confront such a demon. Convinced of the protagonist's resolute intent, Yin Han concluded their conversation. Nonetheless, he accepted the guy's choice. The protagonist asked his friend about the reason for the call. Nonetheless, he accepted the guy's choice. Following that, he explained why he had called. The reason for his call was that instructor you had instructed him to contact and dissuade the guy from pursuing that demon. One was taken aback that she had issued such an order, but he still couldn't comprehend why she hadn't handled it herself. Yin Han mentioned that the demoness had informed him that her brother had already attempted to dissuade the hero, but had been unheeded, so she had asked him to intervene. Suddenly, Lin Huang heard a peculiar noise. Unable to discern its source, he abruptly terminated the video chat to investigate the commotion outside. Rushing into the corridor, he witnessed the passengers on the aircraft in a state of panic due to the noise. No one could fathom why such a massive vessel was trembling. However, they soon received a warning instructing all guests on the aircraft to vacate the deck and return to their rooms immediately, as a swarm of birds was approaching. Great flock of birds. Lin Huang didn't want to see a large flock of birds flying over the high-flying aircraft. These were not ordinary birds, but dreadful monsters with red eyes that relished attacking victims in groups to kill them. These creatures were known as explosive birds. Their wings spanned about 2 meters, and they possessed claws and elongated beaks, enabling them to easily carry creatures weighing over 300 kilograms. Standing atop the aircraft's roof, passengers succumbed to panic, fearing their imminent demise. However, only the main character sought to devise a plan to rescue everyone from these formidable monsters. The explosive birds raced toward the iron vessel at great speed. But they were abruptly halted by the ship's protective dome. This shield was designed to withstand any assault from these malicious birds, as confirmed by the ship's recent message. The passengers celebrated their safety, but the guy couldn't shake his unease. While everyone rejoiced, Lin Huang stood frozen in place, growing more anxious with each passing second. High in the sky, a colossal explosive bird king approached the aircraft. Accelerating rapidly and delivering a powerful blow to the protective dome, the dome began to crack under the impact, causing everyone on board to experience severe headaches and collapse to the floor. Beside Lin Huang, his grandfather knelt, sharing tales of the golden monster's might, suggesting that such a creature would likely possess the strength to breach the ship's defenses. The protagonist sat down with the elderly man, inquiring about his well-being, but the man's thoughts remained fixated on the looming danger. Lin Huang grappled with uncertainty, as even if he were released at his current rank, he would be powerless against these monsters. Meanwhile, the explosive bird king came perilously close to breaking through the protective dome. All eyes were drawn to an unfamiliar figure, soaring over the protective barrier, coming to the aircraft's aid. It was Li Yangxing, the fifth-rank gold hunter, equipped with golden wings, a gold-rank flying apparatus. He immediately engaged the explosive bird king, swiftly drawing his sword, obliterating the creature in a single stroke, along with many lesser monsters. The remaining flying monsters quickly fled the scene, leaving the passengers of the aircraft in awe of the golden hunter's prowess. Lin Huang, too, was impressed by the hunter's swift victory, sparking a brilliant idea. He aimed to transform this technique into a skill card, envisioning it as a rare-rated card. With dreamy eyes, he contemplated mastering this new technique, provided he could replicate the movement accurately. The elderly man summoned the main character to express gratitude, but Lin Huang declined, citing urgent matters. He returned to his room, determined to perfect the technique through rigorous practice. Xiao He had little faith in the guy, as he had observed him struggle for an hour to replicate the technique previously. However, Lin Huang remained undeterred, focused on his goal. He reasoned that without trying, he would remain in the dark regarding the true nature of the technique. Concentrating deeply, he recalled the golden hunter's attack to grasp the essence of the skill. His hope was that by doing so, he could potentially obtain fragments of the skill. He initiated the sword swing, then repeated it once more. One was determined not to give up. He was prepared to perform these motions hundreds of times if necessary. Success was paramount to him, as he recognized it as the sole path to survival. After 5 arduous hours, the protagonist, drenched in sweat, could hardly remain upright. At a certain point, he decided to experiment with a new training approach. This method involved not merely replicating the movements but visualizing an actual battle scenario. He understood that the attacks of the 6-armed demon might appear intricate, but any of its moves could swiftly prove lethal. He envisioned facing a 6-armed demon's lightning-fast assaults, using this mental simulation to practice mastering the coveted skill. Great devastation! While it was a formidable technique, it lacked the speed Lin Huang sought. Nevertheless, in an instant, he succeeded in severing 2 of the demons' limbs while narrowly missing a crucial counterattack, an outcome that would have meant his demise. Reflecting on these outcomes, he concluded that he couldn't match the demon's speed, and the best-case scenario would be a mutual demise. Lin Huang continued to explore various strategies against the formidable demon. One option involved immobilizing the demon, while Bai Yang held the six-armed demon at bay. Lin Huang recognized that even a 1-second opportunity would suffice for him to land a critical blow. With utmost concentration, he suddenly opened his eyes and began to replicate the technique flawlessly, just like a golden hunter. The protagonist's sword swing narrowly missed Xiaohe, who was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Lin Huang's attack sliced through the floor and the sofa. He was content with his recent progress. With continued training, he could acquire the remaining missing fragments and ultimately master the entire set of sword techniques. The following morning, the aircraft reached its destination. Walking along the street, the protagonist appeared noticeably gaunt due to his late-night training sessions. Additionally, Xiaohe was upset because the guy had depleted nearly all his savings during the flight. Lin Huang discussed certain details of his impending battle with his assistant. He required companions of at least silver rank who could venture into the forest alongside him. Upon arriving at the designated location, they were greeted by a pleasant lady at the reception desk. She surmised that the main character intended to join one of the adventurer groups embarking into the forest. Time was limited, and his options were scarce since the next group wouldn't set out for the forest for another 12 days. The lady also presented the option of hiring an entire specialized team to accompany him, but Lin Huang tearfully declined due to financial constraints, explaining that he couldn't afford such a service. Instead, as part of the ship's compensation for damage, he signed a contract agreeing to accompany the group into the forest. Once inside, the group would no longer be responsible for him. After signing, the lady assured the protagonist that the team captain would personally contact him once the payment was received, alleviating his concerns. After leaving the adventurer's office, the duo discussed the prospects of the main character within the group. Lin Huang acknowledged that whether he could defeat the monster or not, the matter would eventually conclude. Then, he received a new message detailing the group's departure date and gathering location. This news delighted him, as he envisioned the group captain as a formidable and dependable individual. However, Xiaohe cautioned against premature excitement. As evening descended, the main character arrived at the specified South Gate gathering point, feeling perplexed as he couldn't locate the group. Suddenly, a voice behind him addressed him. It was the captain of the team, a girl whose name he hadn't yet learned. Her name was Lang Yusen, and she sternly warned the guy that if he wished to emerge from the forest unscathed, he must unwaveringly adhere to her directives. The guy introduced himself with a look of surprise and disbelief upon realizing that the team's captain was a woman. Lang Yusen clarified that they were responsible for him solely until they entered the forest. However, her explanation was abruptly halted by an interruption from a fellow adventurer. This newcomer, with a grin on his face, informed the main character that their group had a specific mission and that Lin Huang was fortuitously included in their contract due to an error. Lin Huang recognized him as the golden-winged savior who had rescued the aircraft from the flying monsters, Li Yongxing. Li Yongxing expressed hope that Lin Huang would decline the invitation since outsiders weren't typically allowed on this expedition. Refusing to join the group would mean remaining stuck in this place for another 2 weeks. On the other hand, accompanying them could provide the opportunity to learn new sword techniques, albeit with some awkwardness due to Li Yongxing's presence. As each offer and proposal came forth, Lin Huang leaned toward accepting Li Yongxing's offer, who was prepared to offer substantial compensation that could have hired a dedicated team. However, just as Lin Huang was about to agree, Xiaohe intervened. Covering the main character's mouth, Xiaohe raised a glowing mission card and activated it. This mission mandated that Lin Huang follow Ling Yusen into the forest and continue shadowing him until their return to the city. Although Lin Huang felt somewhat exasperated by his assistant's actions, He understood the implications. Completing the mission would yield rewards, but failure would result in severe consequences. With limited options, he reluctantly accepted the new mission, recognizing that he had little choice but to proceed with the group. While contemplating his fate, the guy behind him rejoiced at their apparent agreement on compensation. However, Lin Huang abruptly turned to him and declared his refusal, opting to continue into the forest with them to fulfill his mission. Lang Yusen remained silent, acknowledging that the decision was his alone. Following this, Li Yongxing attempted to deter Lin Huang with ominous words, expressing uncertainty about his return from the forest. Perplexed by their eagerness to exclude him, Lin Huang inquired about their motives. He explained that he had no desire for compensation, since he was already halfway integrated into the group. Lang Yusen, however, halted their conversation, urging everyone to prepare for the perilous journey. Among the 4 companions, only Lin Huang's fate remained undecided. The main character happily accepted the captain's proposal to commence their journey. They quickly assembled and followed the girl. One of the assistants tried to object, but the gold-ranked hunter stopped him, while giving the protagonist a hard stare. Nightfall descended, and as a lizard traversed the sandy terrain above, it was abruptly swept away by a powerful gust of wind. This whirlwind summoned a colossal flying bird upon which the group embarked. Lin Huang, positioned behind the captain, gazed below with satisfaction, knowing that the forest was approximately 3,000 kilometers away. Riding these golden-ranked creatures, they would reach their destination within an hour and a half. Turning one eye toward the 3 adventurers flying alongside them, Lin Huang speculated that all 4 must hail from noble families, given their substantial wealth. The golden-ranked hunter, however, wore a discontented expression. Lin Huang momentarily attributed it to his proximity to Lang Yusen, but his thoughts were interrupted by one of the girls, who inquired about his purpose in venturing into the forest. He responded without hesitation, stating that he sought to attain the iron rank, with this forest and its live seed-bearing monster, the 6-armed demon, as his objective. The girl couldn't fathom why he singled out this particular demon as his target, considering that a minor slip could spell immediate demise given his strength. Lin Huang fervently assured her that there was no cause for concern, as he would persistently strive and, if necessary, seek out a different monster. He also expressed his gratitude to the group captain, elated to be part of this team. However, the tension lingered as the enigmatic guy continued to scrutinize him. Soon, they caught sight of the Vanya forest in the distance and were stunned by the growls emanating from within. His growls were unmistakably those of a golden-ranked monster. They descended and proceeded on foot through the forest, Lin Huang sensing that the source of the sounds was close by. The captain's 2 assistants suggested leaving Lin Huang behind, asserting that they needed to proceed with their mission. However, the captain insisted on escorting him to their final destination before continuing her task. The Wanyu forest harbored monsters that Lin Huang was ill-equipped to confront alone. One of the assistants was halted by their envious friend, who confidently reassured that everything was under control. He asserted that Miss Lang was right, and their schedule wouldn't be affected in the slightest. The girl directed the group to follow her, and Lin Huang glanced at the guys, sarcastically remarking on their benevolence. The growling grew more pronounced as they progressed, confirming that they were on the right path. The source of the noise was 2 battling monsters. The group concealed themselves behind bushes and observed the combat. The girl identified a golden-armored dragon before them. The creature that had undergone its first mutation was referred to as the Crimson Armored Dragon. Discussions regarding this armored dragon were widespread, as it was considered one of the mightiest among gold-ranked monsters. Suddenly, one of the adventurers proposed the idea that since they lacked a tamer among them, they could attempt to tame and seal this formidable monster. Lin Huang swiftly recollected the warning he had received previously about his inability to face the six-armed demon alone, given his lack of even an iron rank. He recognized this as his opportunity. Standing behind him were two assistants of Miss Lan, who informed him that only the captain and their brother were capable of dealing with the Crimson Dragon. Lin Huang turned his attention to the golden-ranked hunter, who was passionately discussing the armored dragon. The adventurer glared at the creature with anger and fear, eager to eliminate it as soon as possible. However, a gold-ranked monster noticed the group and growled menacingly, subjecting the adventurers to tremendous pressure. The protagonist found himself immobilized, unable to fight or even move. Li Yongxing, wearing a confident smile, awaited his chance to engage in combat. He produced a sword from his inventory, declaring that he could defeat the monster within a minute. With those words, he charged towards the crimson armored dragon, which advanced to meet him. The group watched anxiously, uncertain about whether anyone could face such overwhelming pressure alone. Miss Lang, however, reassured Lin Huang, explaining that Li Yongxing, despite facing a gold-ranked monster, was more than capable. The armored dragon lunged at the golden hunter, seemingly intent on devouring him in an instant. Yet, Li Yongxing remained composed and even smiled, as if he had anticipated this moment. Almost within the dragon's grasp, he transformed into a mere silhouette that lingered momentarily in the air. The next instant, Li Yongxing reappeared above the dragon, a look of determination in his eyes. Lightning crackled around his body, a testament to his incredible speed, as he delivered a single. Lin Huang marveled at the swiftness of the attack, surprised that another gold-ranked monster had been defeated in a single blow. A tall strike that ended the armored dragon's life. Lin Huang marveled at the swiftness of the attack, surprised that another gold-ranked monster had been defeated in a single blow. The victorious hunter continued on his way, wearing a proud yet enigmatic smile. However, he paused briefly, seemingly intent on delivering a stinging remark about the protagonist's perceived weakness. With his comment, he left Lin Huang feeling indignant. As the group resumed their journey towards their designated destination, Lin Huang lingered behind, gazing sadly at the defeated dragon, a sense of regret washing over him. He lamented that he lacked the dragon attribute, otherwise, he could have gathered a complete set of dragon monster cards. However, his attention was suddenly captured by a notification. It stated that a dying mutated creature infused with dragon blood had been located. This creature was suitable for merging with the mutated soul of the beast residing within the protagonist's body. In other words, he could integrate the dragon into a new card. Lin Huang found this news astonishing and promptly initiated the fusion process to obtain a new dragon card. This unexpected revelation filled him with joy, and he signaled to the group to continue their journey without him for the time being, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Miss Lang looked at him with concern, but Li Yongxing seized the opportunity to persuade her to proceed without him. The other members of the group, standing behind them, assumed that he was merely going to retrieve the creature's corpse for a modest reward. They had no inkling of his true capabilities. Approaching the defeated dragon, Lin Huang contacted his assistant, Xiao He, for guidance on his next steps. Upon appearing, Xiao He provided instructions. The initial step involved the protagonist touching the dragon with his hand to establish a connection with the black python residing within his body. Lin Huang followed the advice, making contact with the armored dragon. As a result, he sensed the black python's soul being released, while the dragon's colossal body disintegrated into pieces. These body fragments then gravitated towards him and implanted themselves within his head. This process was facilitated by the black python's inherent dragon blood, making it an ideal candidate for merging with the crimson armored dragon. Once the entire operation concluded, a new dragon card materialized before the protagonist. Lin Huang, holding his head in his hand, expressed his delight at obtaining a new card, especially since it was of epic rank. The card bore the name, Immortal Dragon, for the tamed creature. Curious about the initial stage of the dragon, as indicated in the card's characteristics, the protagonist inquired of Xiao He. The assistant proceeded to explain that dragons were categorized into various levels, and these cards had the potential to reach even higher levels. At the divine rank, the man started recalling the words of the Ice Queen, emphasizing the immense value of powerful creatures. Now, he had complete confidence in her words. His goal was to acquire enhanced regeneration, so his assistant initiated a random selection that granted the man absolute protection. Upon witnessing this change, he immediately felt a sense of frustration, and at that very moment, Xiao He couldn't contain his laughter, delighted that the protagonist had once again faced disappointment. However, Lin Huang didn't dwell in sadness for long. He discovered positive aspects in this new skill, which was particularly suited for close-quarters combat. As he traversed the forest, Xiao He informed him that he could only utilize the new dragon after reaching the iron rank, as it would significantly improve his chances against the six-armed demon. Meanwhile, Lin Huang caught up with a group of adventurers and started matching his pace with the captain, expressing his gratitude for her concern. Although the protagonist was delighted, the others behind him grew increasingly irate, resentful of his conversation with Miss Lin. With a smile on his face, he decided to inquire further about the Crimson Armored Dragon, particularly whether it belonged to the dragon family. She clarified that it did not belong to that specific category, but continued to provide information about it. Due to its survival against Li Yongxing's formidable strike, it was speculated that the dragon might possess a dragon blood concentration slightly higher than 8%. As they discussed this matter, Li Yongxing abruptly interjected into their conversation, pushing the protagonist aside. He hinted at the involvement of a demigod in the battle against the exceptional dragon, indicating that this information had been classified by the government. Lin Huang began to realize the rarity and significance of his Immortal Dragon card. Upon reaching the point where their paths diverged, the adventurers cheerfully indicated the direction Lin Huang needed to proceed, which was another 3 kilometers to the habitat of the six-armed demon. They would be heading in a different direction. As the protagonist started walking toward his destination, Miss Lang grabbed his t-shirt, still hoping he would reconsider his journey. Lin Huang responded optimistically to Miss Lang, stating his readiness for battle. However, he added that if things took an unexpected turn, he might change his mind. As he spoke with the girl, Li Yinqing seethed with jealousy and anger behind him. The group captain, wearing a smile, observed the scene before heading off with her team in the opposite direction. The protagonist stood there, still contemplating her smile, as it was the first time he had seen her express such a gesture. He realized that she only appeared cold on the surface, but inside, she was rather amiable. After thorough consideration, he summoned Bai and proceeded on his quest to hunt the six-armed demon. In the forest's distance, lightning struck at the same location, indicating the presence of a six-armed demon. Lin Huang and the vampire observed the demon from the side. He planned to wait for dawn to take action because these creatures were much more potent at night, increasing the risk of not being able to handle such a formidable opponent. He spotted 2 six-armed demons ahead, standing rather close to each other. To increase his chances of survival, he needed to lure them one by one. He instructed his vampire to locate a nearby solitary monster, and they moved swiftly and quietly to avoid alerting the demons. Lin Huang glanced at his rank bar and realized that he needed to slay at least 2 six-armed demons to reach the iron rank. Suddenly, Bai grabbed his shoulder to draw his attention to the actions of the six-armed demons. Lin Huang was surprised as he focused on the enemy in front of him. He had never seen six-armed demons with purple flames before, a sign that these demons belonged to a mutated species. Though battling two of them posed considerable risks, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Lin Huang acted in line with the plan, sending Bai forward to initiate the attack. He aimed to deal with the demons one by one while they were isolated, knowing that these creatures lacked vocal cords to warn others of danger. Their objective was to destroy the demon masks, as the life of the six-armed demons was contained within them. As soon as the six-armed demon in front of them detected their presence, it launched an attack. Bai, however, was not greatly threatened, as his wings could shield him from the demon's assault. After successfully defending, Bai followed the protagonist's orders and initiated an attack on the demon to shatter its mask. Meanwhile, while Bai grappled with one demon, Lin Huang sprinted towards the other. He aimed to approach from behind, which would increase their chances of victory. As he neared the rear of the enemy, a mutated demon spotted him and attacked with all six arms, constricting the area in which the hero could maneuver. Lin Huang was astonished by the six-armed demon's combination of magical and physical attacks. Despite the intense battle, he managed to evade the powerful attack with great difficulty. Bai, however, was momentarily distracted by the protagonist's struggle, but Lin Huang urged him not to worry about him, emphasizing that his primary task was to handle his demon first. Lin Huang fired his pistol at the enemy, but the demon promptly defended itself by using all six hands to shield its mask. The guy's assault didn't last long, as the demon refrained from maintaining a prolonged defense. He promptly launched a fierce counterattack. The main character's quick response was the only thing that saved him from the enemy's assault. However, Lin Huang realized the extreme danger of the situation, and he knew that if such an attack happened again, he might not last as long. Suddenly, one of the malicious enemy's hands pierced Lin Huang. But fortunately, it was a clone of the hero. The real Lin Huang remained concealed behind the six-armed demon. Meanwhile, events shifted to the battlefield where Bai had managed to seize one of the demons. Bai restricted the movements of the fearsome demon, and the main character thrust his blade into the demon's mask. He prioritized defeating this demon first because he had already slain the second one. Suddenly, a second mutated demon appeared behind Lin Huang and Bai. They hadn't expected such a turn of events, where the demon would suddenly materialize in their vicinity. Lin Huang found himself in a dire situation, as the security system notified him that the fatality rate would reach 100% in half a second as the demon's hand bore down on him. In response, he received a new notification, urging him to use the transformation card. Lin Huang immediately activated it, and a purple glow enveloped him, preventing the six-armed demon from attacking. He underwent a terrifying transformation into an evil monster, acquiring wings of fire. His hair turned white, and his eyes and pupils resembled those of a vampire. As he gazed at his hand, he now understood the power of vampires, as he had been transformed by them. He wore an evil grin. The battle between the main character and the six-armed demons escalated, as Lin Huang could now confront the enemy on equal terms. With his fiery blade, he finally removed the demon's mask, and in doing so, he taunted the enemy malevolently. However, he suddenly sensed the presence of another six-armed demon from the side, preparing to attack. He barely had time to defend himself with his fiery wings against a powerful attack unleashed by the demon's mouth. It was likely the manifestation of the demon's power. From the expression on the guy's face, it was evident that he could barely withstand this formidable attack. Suddenly, he observed something dreadful in front of him, a new and eerie type of demon. He was shocked and utterly bewildered by the situation. It was something no one had ever seen before. The demon initiated a fresh barrage of attacks, launching magic blades at the protagonist. Lin Huang promptly activated his passive ability, Absolute Defense, shielding himself with wings against the demon's blades. Even in his transformed state, he could employ his skills. The six-armed demon managed to breach his defense and struck where the main character had been, but Lin Huang had already relocated by activating his second ability. This perilous situation had nearly resulted in his defeat. Lin Huang decided not to delay any longer and launched a direct counterattack. His sword struck with incredible speed, targeting the sole remaining threat. Suddenly, the demon began emitting horrifying and eerie sounds that sent shivers down even the spines of the surrounding nature. Lin Huang was taken aback by these strange sounds emanating from the demon. It appeared that this demon possessed not only physical strength, but also the ability to produce sounds that affected the environment. It became evident that these sounds were not a mere coincidence. They served as a signal for another six-armed demon. In response to this signal, another six-armed demon immediately rushed to aid its sibling in battle. The demon that Lin Huang had anticipated to be ahead of him now turned out to be behind him. By displayed extraordinary evasion and stealth skills, quickly seizing the demon in his agile, playful embrace and paralyzing its movements. Despite several desperate attempts by the confused demon to break free from Bai's restraints, the creature's powerful limbs struggled but eventually succeeded in breaking free. With determination, Bai swiftly turned to face the vampire, launching an attack with one of its 6 hands, delivering a fierce blow to Bai's right shoulder, causing significant damage. Despite his injuries, Bai did not allow himself to relax. His resolve only grew stronger, and he immediately retaliated against the demon's attack, directing his sword toward the demon. The clash of Bai's sword with the demon's visage delivered the final blow to the creature, shattering its mask, the symbol of its sinister essence. The demon's body began to crumble, falling lifelessly to the ground, as if the threads that held it together had been severed. With the victory secured, Lin Huang inquired about Bai's condition, concerned about whether the vampire had sustained severe injuries. As they conversed, the mutated six-armed demon suddenly made an attempt to slip away from their watchful eyes, attempting to flee. However, the keen observation of the group allowed them to notice the escape attempt. Recognizing that the demon's escape could jeopardize everything, Lin Huang and his companions immediately gave chase. Destruction of this demon had become an essential condition for Lin Huang to advance on his path to the iron rank. Bai tried to employ his wings to halt the fleeing demon, but his efforts were futile. The demon reacted swiftly and dispelled Bai's wings with a single movement. However, before the demon could make a successful escape, it spotted a young man swiftly closing in on it. That young man was Lin Huang. Lin Huang carried his entire arsenal of strength and determination, and with a powerful swing of his sword, he cleaved the eerie six-armed demon into 2 parts, putting an end to its flight and the threat it posed. The final strike of his sword symbolized victory over the darkness and danger that the demon had represented. The mask that had recently concealed its face was split in 2 by the blade of the sword. Devoid of strength and support, the demon could no longer remain in the air and slowly descended to the ground, finally meeting its demise. At the epicenter of Lin Huang's victory and triumph, he felt his transformation beginning to fade away, reverting him to his ordinary human form and interrupting the potent transformation. As he gazed at the graphical interface before him, he observed the wheel of life beginning to rotate, signifying the restoration of his strength and energy. From the demon's body emerged a magic ball, emitting light. This ball contained the seed of life, symbolizing a new beginning. Automatically, it transformed into a new card for Lin Huang, ready to provide him with new strength and abilities. Grasping the glowing card in his hand, Lin Huang felt the power coursing into him, as if it were opening up new horizons and opportunities. Upgrading his card was not just an internal victory, it was also an incentive for further development. He felt happiness and confidence, knowing that as he advanced on the path to the gold rank, his skills would become stronger and more formidable. With complete self-assurance, Lin Huang decided to celebrate his victory by taking a walk in the woods, savoring the freedom and tranquility. However, before setting off on his walk, he called for Xiuhei, his faithful companion, who arrived with a content expression, expressing its longing for rest and relaxation. Yet, Lin Huang's purpose for summoning Xiuhei was more serious. He wanted his companion to witness the results of the battle and meet a monster that had undergone improvement. Lin Huang referred to it as the immortal dragon, a remarkable creature. Despite its imposing appearance, the dragon appeared rather youthful, and its size distorted the impression it gave. The dragon turned out to be nearly as large as Lin Huang himself. Joyful and delighted, Lin Huang decided to name his new companion Eagle due to its black color. However, Lin Huang didn't stop there. He aimed to elevate Eagle's rarity from epic to legendary to make his monster even more powerful. Instructing Xiuhei to activate the promotion card, Lin Huang received a knock on the head from his satellite, which indicated its reluctance to carry out an order that might harm the monster. Xiuhei became angry and scolded Lin Huang for not fully listening to him. He explained to the guy that a single card wasn't sufficient to increase the monster's rank. Even if the protagonist possessed enough promotion cards, Xiuhei advised against using them on Eagle as it was still in a vegetative state. The monster cards that the guy could currently learn were limited to epic rarity and below. Monster cards of higher rarity than epic were temporarily unavailable and would only open up after reaching an excellent rank. Lin Huang quickly accepted that he wouldn't be able to upgrade his dragon. Nonetheless, he didn't abandon his plan to take a walk in the forest, as it was now an easily achievable endeavor. Lin Huang and his companions began systematically eliminating the monsters inhabiting the forest, and after each kill, they obtained more monster cards. Upon defeating a formidable blue wolf, Lin Huang received 30 cards of this monster, allowing him to combine them into a single card. Standing atop the vanquished blue wolves, Lin Huang rejoiced at having acquired a new card that could summon a blue wolf, which was highly regarded as a mount. Observing the monster's characteristics, Lin Huang desired not only its summoning abilities, but also a skill. He obtained a new skill called Blood Hunt, which sharpened the user's sense of smell, enabling them to detect all scents within a 10-kilometer radius. Lin Huang was pleased with these new additions to his abilities, especially the tracking skill he had acquired. However, he didn't dwell on it for long and promptly resumed hunting with his companions. 7 days passed since Lin Huang and his dragon sat by the fire, roasting meat. Xiuhei joined them and inquired about why Lin Huang had tampered with his wheel of life again. Lin Huang wasted no time and began explaining his plan to transform prana into life force. He mentioned that if the prana conversion rate exceeded 70%, it would be considered the ceiling. He described how every time Bai or the dragon killed monsters, they absorbed their prana, which was automatically converted into life force and ultimately entered his wheel of life. Depending on how quickly they could handle monsters, he could easily reach the 3rd level of the iron rank. Lin Huang had meticulously planned his actions, as he still needed to rejoin Li Yongqing's group. To prevent the others from suspecting anything, Xiuhei was surprised that Lin Huang had thought of such a plan. The protagonist continued to share his thoughts, believing that adding his enhancements to everything might be unnecessary and tiring. Upon hearing Lin Huang's additional words, Xiuhei immediately thought he had overpraised him. While Lin Huang was about to enjoy a delicious chicken leg, Xiuhei began to inventory the items the guy had. According to Xiuhei, Lin Huang had a total of 29 active cards at his disposal. However, the assistant suddenly informed Lin Huang that one of his mission cards had been updated, with a new task due to unforeseen circumstances. Lin Huang had to venture deep into the forest to find Leng Yuzhen, who was currently missing. Refusing the mission would result in the loss of 2 random monster cards. Lin Huang was shocked upon hearing about Miss Lang's disappearance, and he initially declined the mission, considering it too dangerous to go alone into the forest. Lin Huang even covered his ears when Xiaohe warned him about the consequences of refusing the mission. Surrendering would result in failure being attributed to him, leading to punishment. With an evil smile, Xiaohe mentioned the possibility of losing an epic card. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, Lin Huang grabbed Xiaohe's head with a furious expression. Panicking, Xiaohe began suggesting what Lin Huang should do in this situation and displayed on the graphic map the last known contact point with Miss Lang, after which she had gone silent. Lin Huang gazed at the sky, understanding that the predator and the prey were following their own paths in the forest, teeming with formidable monsters he couldn't defeat alone. However, with his blue wolf companion, he could easily elude unwanted encounters, thanks to the wolf's super speed. Moving swiftly through the forest on the wolf's back, Lin Huang estimated that they could reach their destination in 2 to 3 hours. After a few hours of travel, they eventually arrived at their intended location, where Lin Huang dismounted from the wolf and began examining the area. Beneath his feet, Lin Huang observed that this place appeared scorched, devoid of grass, and marked by deep, unsettling cracks. He suspected that the stone positioned amidst the forest was far from ordinary. However, there were no traces of Ding Xin and her team here. The wind swirled around him, increasing his focus as he prepared to employ his survival skill. Activating the blood hunt mode, Lin Huang's eyes transformed into a vampire's, his nose heightening its sensitivity to sense. He began to crawl along the ground, searching for any traces of the adventurers. The fragrance he detected was familiar. It was Miss Lang's perfume. This scent led him to a towering waterfall. Lin Huang contemplated various theories about this waterfall, one of which was the existence of a concealed cave behind it. An idea struck him, and he smiled confidently, knowing it was time to utilize his new monster card. The creature on the card was a ghostly black silhouette enveloped in a green aura. Lin Huang dispatched the spectral entity to investigate the possibility of a hidden cave behind or beneath the waterfall. As time passed without the ghost's return, Lin Huang and the vampire remained on edge. Lin Huang's anxiety mounted as he considered the worst. However, relief washed over him as the ghost began to emerge from beneath the water. The ghost conveyed its findings to Lin Huang, who immediately grasped that Ding Xin's team possessed specialized diving equipment. Lacking such gear, Lin Huang deduced that the underwater passage must be quite lengthy. He contemplated his next move and soon had an idea. Activating a transformation card, Lin Huang gained the ability to breathe underwater and swim freely. They submerged to the bottom, with the ghost guiding them through a lengthy underwater tunnel that extended deep into the earth. Lin Huang felt no pressure, no need for breath, and his heart did not beat in this invulnerable form. Upon arriving at their destination, Lin Huang observed the underwater passage that had led them here. Exiting the water onto dry land, he dismissed the ghost but chose to remain in this form for a while longer to explore the surroundings. Lin Huang surveyed the lengthy tunnel that extended into the depths of the underwater world, pondering Miss Lang's possible whereabouts. Suddenly, he spotted one of the adventurers lying unconscious and bleeding. Drawing nearer, Lin Huang immediately recognized the man as Li Yongqing's lieutenant, who had been part of Miss Lang's group. Lin Huang began to examine the adventurer's body. Noting that he had been fatally pierced from behind, It was evident that the man had perished while attempting to escape. A strange, burn-like wound adorned his body. Lin Huang didn't linger, quickly piecing together that he hadn't received information about the mission's failure, indicating that Ding Xin was still alive. However, the danger was palpable, necessitating utmost caution, as danger could strike at any moment. Continuing further, Lin Huang reached the opposite end of the tunnel. Upon emerging, he was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal monster resembling a purple jellyfish. The creature exuded a fearsome aura, and Lin Huang swiftly deduced that it was an excellent-grade monster. Clutching his head in disbelief, he wondered how he consistently stumbled upon excellent monsters. His attention shifted to a distant stone stained with blood, leading him to believe that Ding Xin and the others had been present here, but had fled after sustaining injuries. To navigate the vast cave effectively, Lin Huang activated his new skill, Blood Hunt. The cave was a labyrinth, and he needed to pinpoint their exact location to avoid aimless wandering. Suddenly, the superb monster launched an attack with its tentacles. Lin Huang sensed the imminent threat through his skill, but managed to evade as the limb passed close by him and continued toward the tunnel. Clinging to the cave wall, he aimed to avoid detection, knowing that without his ghostly transformation, he would have left nothing but a wet spot. In ghostly form, Lin Huang swiftly retreated from the perilous encounter, realizing the urgency of escaping the area and regrouping. While running through the tunnel, he sensed the presence of someone severely injured. Blood Hunt guided him to their approximate location, confirming their proximity. Finally, Lin Huang encountered the group of adventurers, who were cautiously making their way through the tunnel, providing him with an opportunity to eavesdrop on their conversation. The girl expressed her concern for a wounded comrade, suggesting that she could help him. Li Yongqing, however, grimly informed her that it was already too late, as the excellent monster's tentacles were venomous, and time was running out for their injured companion. Lin Huang observed the group from a distance, aware that his presence might complicate matters if they spotted him. He opted to keep a close eye on them. In a state of shock, Li Uxin gently laid her brother on the ground, her eyes filled with horror as she examined his bleeding wound. Lacking an antidote, she felt helpless about how to save him. Li Yongxing, near death, knew that his only option was a blood transfusion. He requested his sister to bleed herself slightly and infuse some of her blood into his body, a method to dilute the poison, allowing them to reach safety. Without hesitation, Li Uxin cut her finger and began to transfuse her brother's blood. As they performed this procedure, red magical threads emerged between them, symbolizing a mystical connection. Lin Huang observed closely, harboring doubts about the effectiveness of this method in countering the poison of the excellent-grade monster. He wondered if Li Yongxing intended to sacrifice Miss Lang for his own survival. After a few minutes, Li Nujin's complexion paled, and her strength waned. Li Yongxing, however, wore an evil smile, claiming to have regained most of his strength. Suddenly, he wielded a knife and stood up abruptly, stabbing his sister. The captain was caught off guard by her brother's actions. Li Yongqing callously admitted that he had used his sister as a means to his own end. He released her, and she fell to the ground, clutching her wound, expressing her disappointment in her brother's treacherous behavior. She couldn't comprehend why he had betrayed her. Lin Yongxing, unburdened by his sister's plight, smirked and confessed that he had initially liked her, but had ultimately exploited her for his personal gain. Unable to tolerate the girl's suffering, Lin Huang deactivated his ghostly skill and summoned Bai to assist her. The malevolent sibling was momentarily taken aback by the sudden turn of events, but narrowly evaded the vampire's attack. As the gold hunter battled with the vampire, Lin Huang approached and lifted Miss Lang to safety. Li Yongqing's focus remained fixed on Lin Huang, seething with anger at the interference of the gold-rank master. Despite the villain's menacing words and brandishing a knife, Lin Huang paid him no heed. With an enraged expression, Lin Huang summoned an immortal dragon that launched an attack from behind Li Yongqing. The gold-ranked individual was taken aback by the iron-ranked individual's ability to summon two monsters simultaneously. He swiftly reacted, dodging the dragon's fiery assault. Lin Huang wielded a formidable cannon in his hands, wearing a confident smile. He recognized that Li Yongqing, severely wounded, had lost nearly half of his strength, making their powers roughly equal. The villain commenced a dual onslaught, contending with both monsters. Bai descended from above, and the dragon approached from below. Li Yongqing had to evade their attacks while also contending with Lin Huang's rifle shots. Lin Huang informed him that by killing him, he would rid the world of its filth. The protagonist took another accurate shot. A bullet struck the villain's shoulder, eliciting a pained response. Subsequently, Bai utilized his wings to immobilize the adversary, holding him captive. Meanwhile, the dragon readied itself to unleash a fiery blast upon the villain. In a fit of anger, Li Yongqing broke free from his restraints, intent on confronting the protagonist. As they continued to glare at each other with fiery eyes, both combatants exchanged hostile words. Lin Huang, asserting that he was merely a fraud, impaled the scoundrel with one of his wings while in vampire mode. The villain, unable to defend himself, collapsed onto the ground, severely injured, and with a gaping hole in his back, courtesy of Lin Huang. Sporting a wicked grin, Lin Huang stood over the dying scoundrel, choosing not to continue the conversation. He opted to swiftly end the confrontation. For successfully vanquishing a gold-ranked individual, he received rare skill cards, Thunder Sword and Cloud Step. This revelation enlightened Lin Huang that he could acquire skills by defeating warriors of higher ranks, a significant and fortunate discovery. Lost in the excitement of acquiring new skills, Lin Huang momentarily overlooked the girl, who lay exhausted nearby. Ms. Lang began to regain consciousness and emitted a sound. Lin Huang turned his attention to her, realizing he had almost forgotten a crucial aspect of the situation. He approached her and gently lifted her, holding a particular card in his hand. Lin Huang explained to Ling Yuxin that she couldn't simply die. He employed a healing card on her, and her wounds promptly began to mend. As the injury healed, she opened her eyes. Lung Yuxin, with a frightened expression, inquired about her condition. Lin Huang reassured her with a smile, explaining that everything was already resolved. He informed the girl that he had rescued her from Li Yongqing. He defeated that rascal, so the girl need not worry any longer. While the girl inquired about his two creatures, one of the appendages of an outstanding monster suddenly emerged from the wall when it broke through the ceiling. It promptly started assaulting the individuals. One limb followed another. The man assumed a fighting stance. Miss Ling informed him that the impressive monster seemed attracted by the creature summoned by the hero, or rather, his dragon blood. Lin Huang instructed her to escort the girl out while he distracted the monster. He signaled to the girl not to fret, assuring her that he was not an easy target. He asked her to wait upstairs. The vampire began removing Ling Yuxin from the battlefield, her worried expression evident. Meanwhile, the superb monster launched an assault on the protagonist. However, Lin Huang skillfully dodged the attack, realizing that facing this adversary was far from easy, unlike confronting Li Yongqing head-on, which would certainly result in death. Without hesitation, he activated his ghostly skill and began to transform. Yet, it did little to assist him in battling the impressive monster, who had already locked on to his sit. He needed some time to allow Bai and Leng Yuxin to escape. Disguised as a ghost, he decided to conceal himself underground. Unfortunately, this stratagem proved futile. The protagonist was taken aback by the creature's intelligence. He spotted a small opening at the top, through which light seeped. In his shadow form, he began to taunt the impressive monster, coaxing it to seize him. This infuriated the monster, prompting it to open all its eyes on its head and unleash a flurry of limb strikes. The creature wreaked havoc all around in its pursuit of the main character. In a fit of anger, it let out a mighty roar, generating a powerful sound wave that demolished the entire cave. Lin Huang realized it was time to employ the transformation card. Instantly, he transformed into a ghostly purple eagle and swiftly ascended toward the source of light, seeking escape from the enraged superior monster. As he ascended, the impressive monster pursued him, causing a massive explosion. As its tentacles extended outward, their strength waned, hindered by the magic stone. To prevent its escape, black lightning suddenly struck the creature's appendages, hindering its further release. In the guise of a purple eagle, the protagonist observed the unfolding events and marveled at the confirmation of his theory. He reverted to human form and continued to scrutinize the outstanding monster. His theory revolved around the notion that an exceptional monster remained sealed beneath this stone, unable to break free. Lin Huang stood on the abyss's precipice, peering into the darkness beyond. With a sense of satisfaction, he gazed at the monster's bloodshot eyes, remarking that his risk had been justified. A few minutes later, he reached the waterfall, the designated meeting spot with the others. Scanning the area, he pondered the whereabouts of his companions. Convinced that they were nearby, Lung Yuxin possessed water immersion devices, suggesting that Bai had likely guided her to the primary exit. Unexpectedly, a pebble struck the man's head, causing him to clutch his throbbing temple. He couldn't fathom why the vampire remained silent now, as during their battle, she had been capable of speech. Even when transformed into the hero's monster, she had conversed. Lin Huang embarked on a search for the girl and decided to investigate what lay behind a rock. There, he stumbled upon a girl in the midst of changing clothes, soaked from her aquatic journey. Yuxin's cheeks flushed crimson upon noticing the man peering at her. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the surroundings, leaving Lin Huang slightly crestfallen from the unexpected blow. The girl berated him for audaciously spying on her, asserting that had he not saved her, she might have killed him. He knelt in remorse, acknowledging his wrongdoing, and sought forgiveness for inadvertently invading her privacy. To his surprise, the girl sat beside him, her pretty countenance conveying gratitude for his rescue. Blushing and flustered, she expressed her intent to repay him. However, the man, wearing a joyful expression, declined her offer, insisting that she simply accompany him back to the city. He explained that he needed to swiftly complete his mission, as he had grown weary of the ongoing challenges. The girl promptly summoned her bird to hasten their return home. Affectionately caressing her eagle's beak, she took the opportunity to inquire about her brother, Li Yongxing. Upon Bai's return, Lin Huang claimed to have vanquished him, attributing his demise to poison, withholding the complete truth about the transformation card. After stating that it was the optimal outcome, Miss Ling informed Lin Huang that 2 of his associates had also perished. They flew on an eagle. Upon her return, she would convey to Li Yanxing's relatives that he had been devoured by an outstanding monster, alleviating the main character's concerns. During the flight, Lin Huang worried about the girl's safety, considering Li Yongqing's attempt on her life. He couldn't be entirely certain of her well-being. Nevertheless, the girl sought to assuage his apprehensions by explaining that she and her brother hailed from an aristocratic lineage and lacked any concrete evidence of his demise. The protagonist understood her anxiety about potential complications and becoming embroiled in them. He noticed that the girl possessed a caring disposition, but didn't delve further into it. Lin Huang inquired about why the group of adventurers had pursued the outstanding monster. Miss Lan began recounting the tale, revealing that the floating orchid had been an immortal from the abyss a century ago. A member of the Lin family had sealed it within the forest, so that one of their descendants could slay the monster and ascend to an outstanding rank. She expressed a hint of discouragement, stating that her sole mission was to eliminate it and grow stronger. What she didn't know was that it had mutated twice since then. While its strength remained constant, its abilities had become 10 times more potent than they were a century ago. Following the narrative, the girl turned to the man with a smile and expressed gratitude, acknowledging that she would have perished if not for him. Ling Yusen remained puzzled, still unaware of the protagonist's true motives for seeking her out in that cave. However, he couldn't divulge the truth, so he simply confessed that he liked her. Miss Lang regarded him with an intrigued expression. Soaring over the picturesque forested mountains, she sensed that he harbored secrets, but chose not to press further out of appreciation for his kindness. Upon finally reaching Carefree City, the group gazed down upon the nocturnal cityscape. Lin Huang appeared fatigued and relieved that they had returned at last. Suddenly, a girl turned to him, wearing a solemn expression, and earnestly requested Li Yanxing's possession. The protagonist attempted to feign innocence, pretending that he hadn't taken anything. However, the girl remained unconvinced. She specified the item he had acquired after her brother's demise, the Empire Ring. Knowing the ring couldn't be opened, Lin Huang had no choice but to give it to the girl. She explained that she had no need for the ring due to the rewards it contained, and she would send everything to him once she retrieved what lay inside. Ling Yusen regarded the man with a romantic gaze, expressing her hope for a future encounter. Lin Huang, maintaining a businesslike demeanor, assured her that they would indeed meet again. At that moment, as the group parted ways, the hero received a new notification congratulating him on completing a mission. The mission events were transmitted back home to the main character. Upon arriving home, he was pleased to finally be back. After taking a shower, Lin Huang opened a can of cola and asked Xiao He to organize all the cards he possessed before she returned from school. A graphical screen displayed his inventory, showing the 19 cards he now had, including 5 with new monsters. This time, the hero had a successful harvest, but Lin Huang wasn't entirely content. He noticed that he had no transformation cards left, which greatly dismayed him. Xiao He proceeded to inform the hero that his most significant achievement was the new skill he acquired from defeating Li Yongqing. Lin Huang began contemplating his new skills and found them to be quite impressive. However, he was particularly intrigued by the storage card and the restriction removal card he had. Xiao He explained that activating these 2 storage cards would grant him 2 additional life wheels, effectively increasing his life energy reserves. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised by this information and urged Xiao He to activate them immediately. Upon hearing the details, Lin Huang was thrilled, realizing that he wouldn't need to deplete the life energy of monsters when killing them. Instead, he could expand his storage capacity before advancing to the next level. Xiao He also mentioned the restriction removal map, which, when used, enhanced his ability to utilize any item. After considering his assistant's explanation, Lin Huang decided to use it, but not on himself. Rather, he planned to use it on Xiao He. This surprised the assistant, as he had expected the hero to be wary of potential deception. However, Lin Huang didn't question Xiao He's motives and assumed it could be used on him. Confident in himself, Xiao He promptly activated equipment cards on himself. Upon activation, a new array of card fragments appeared on the graphical screen, where he could purchase a card. However, this news didn't please Lin Huang, as most of these fragments were beyond his means. Xiao He joyfully explained that this list of fragments only included iron and bronze ranks. He couldn't access pages with higher card ranks. This revelation angered the protagonist, as the fragments were all of the same level, yet he had to exchange 2 fragments of the same rank to obtain one. Lin Huang considered it an outright theft, but Xiao He, with a sly smile, knew that this would be the result. He continued by explaining that to acquire the desired fragment, one had to pay a reasonable price for it. Suddenly, Lin Huang promptly regained his composure, recognizing there was no need for anger. After all, he lacked the funds to make any purchases from the store. It made more sense to wait until he advanced to a new rank. However, he was interrupted by his assistant, who wished to discuss his promotion. The assistant reminded him that even though his iron rank life wheel was already full, it would take several months for it to stabilize. Without proper stabilization, transitioning to the next rank could result in the life force draining rapidly, causing extreme instability. Even a minor leak of this power could lead to disastrous consequences, so caution was paramount. Lin Huang was taken aback, as he hadn't realized the severity of the situation. He inquired if there was any way to shorten the required time. Xiao He explained that practicing life skills could expedite the process. Furthermore, the higher the level of the skill, the faster life energy would accumulate, reducing the stabilization period. Contemplating this, the protagonist felt it was the right time to select a life skill. However, Xiao He wore a somewhat sad expression, as he emphasized that choosing a life skill was no easy task. It needed to align with the hero's attribute, and he couldn't provide immediate advice on the right one. Following their conversation, Lin Huang decided to reach out to Yue Jiang for guidance on which skill to choose. Jiang informed him that he had been having trouble sleeping properly for months after the monster territory clearing operation. Lin Huang, with a bright smile, apologized to his friend but realized he couldn't consult anyone else, as Zhang had the most experience in this matter. Yue Jiang urged the protagonist to stop flattering him and expressed his honor in helping Huang, especially considering he had managed to defeat the 6-armed demon and attain the iron rank, a challenging feat. Zhang advised that when choosing a life skill, one should consider their life force's attribute. A life skill matching Huang's life force attribute would provide an advantage. However, some individuals, including himself, might not possess any attribute at all. Ultimately, the choice of a life skill depended on personal preferences, and higher skill classes were generally better. Given that the protagonist wielded a sword, Zhang recommended that he opt for the martial life skill, which had 9 levels. Most people struggled to progress beyond levels 4 or 5, and only a few reached level 6. The 6th level was a pivotal stage. If Lin Huang could attain it, his strength and speed would rival the highest life skills. Zhang knew that with Xiao He's assistance, reaching the 6th level would be a breeze. He settled on choosing the military life skill. Lin Huang inquired about the cost and whether he could acquire it immediately. Curiously, he asked if he had received the package mentioned in their conversation. However, Lin Huang had no knowledge of the package they were discussing. Yue Jiang promptly explained that last time, everyone who had assisted in resisting the monster horde had received rewards. Lin Huang had been granted a martial life skill, and the delivery should have arrived long ago. This news was a shock to the protagonist, as he had heard about it for the first time. Advancing a few hours, Li Xian, joy evident in her eyes, tossed a briefcase aside and rushed towards her brother, embracing him tightly. She held Lin Huang close with a smile, having not heard from him in so long that she had started to fear the worst. The guy reassured his sister, telling her not to dwell on such negative thoughts. With a hint of sadness, the girl confessed that he was her only relative, and if anything happened to him, she didn't know what she would do. The older brother comforted his sister, assuring her that as long as she was with him, nothing would happen. However, he too believed that she was his only relative in the world. With a cheerful demeanor, he informed her that her vacation would begin the next day, and he had already booked plane tickets for their journey. Ling Xian was overjoyed at the news, declaring him the best brother in the world. She rushed to her room to pack her suitcase and gather her most beautiful dresses. As the girl happily ascended the stairs to her room, the protagonist suddenly turned to her and inquired about any packages that had arrived for him. With a joyful expression, she informed him that 2 parcels had indeed arrived and requested him to wait while she brought them to his room. Lin Huang examined the boxes and was surprised to find 2 of them, not understanding where the second one had come from. He began to unpack the smaller box, which contained a note. Wang and Xiao He examined the note, finding unfamiliar numbers written on it, likely needed to open the ring also present in the box. They couldn't discern the sender of this box. However, the protagonist detected a familiar perfume scent and immediately realized that it was a package from Lung Yusen. As Lin Huang and Xiao He inspected the ring, they noticed that it had a capacity of 100,000 square meters. Although it had a vast capacity, there were only a few thousand full life crystals and some kind of weapon inside. However, they were soon shocked by what they found within the ring. The inventory contained a weapon, specifically Li Yongqing's battle sword. As for the other 2 artifacts, the main character couldn't use them yet, but in the city, such items were considered highly valuable. Lin Huang also noticed the presence of a lone vault and was eager to see how much Li Yanxin had accumulated. However, Xiao He didn't share the same enthusiasm, thinking it was just some money. The system began upgrading to a VIP account to reveal the full credit value. Once the update was complete, the total credit amount was displayed, shocking the guys. Li Yanxing had a staggering 38 billion credits in his account, leaving them both astounded. This was still part of their military award, and Lung Yuxin had handed over the entire sum without hesitation. The protagonist couldn't fathom the extent of the aristocrat's influence, which was even more formidable than he had imagined. Lin Huang now had enough credits and 4 promotion cards in reserve, signifying he could ascend by 1 rank. Xiao He confirmed the guy's assumptions, but a double promotion equaled a single life transformation, transforming them into different species and requiring a substantial amount of life energy during the evolution. Xiao He cautioned against upgrading within strongholds or their vicinity, as unusual vitality waves could attract the attention of superintendents or surveillance bureaus. It was also perilous to do so in the wild, as outstanding monsters might be present. Curious, Lin Huang inquired about the objects in his hands. Point 1 was a bronze token, indicating his promotion to the rank of bronze, making him a true hunter rather than a reserved one. In his other hand was the study crystal that Yue Jiang had mentioned. Xiao He advised the hero to attempt activating it with life energy. Suddenly, a radiance emitted from the magic crystal, illuminating the entire room. From this radiance, an unfamiliar elderly man appeared before Lin Huang in a graphic projection. They silently observed each other. Then, the old man began moving within the projection, demonstrating various combat techniques to the guy. Lin Huang was surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Upon closer inspection, he realized the old man was demonstrating hand-to-hand combat techniques. They seemed lethal and resembled military training more than anything else. Xiao He explained that it was a training life skill crystal intended to train the hero. With his hands behind him, the mentor paused and turned to face Lin Huang, explaining a melee combat technique called military tactics. It was meant to be used in conjunction with the martial life skill until the wearer reached the gold rank. Demonstrating the technique's movements, the mentor continued, emphasizing that learning this technique wasn't difficult. The key was reaching a higher level, Lin Huang wasted no time and began practicing the new technique taught by the master. To master this skill, he needed to divide his life energy into several streams. According to the master, Lin Huang's life energy would ultimately be divided into 12 streams. Following this, he would be able to fully master military tactics. However, the guy, while repeating the technique's actions, didn't fully comprehend why he should divide his life force. He had previously thought that doing so would weaken him. Nevertheless, the protagonist adhered to the teaching technique's rules, dividing his energy from all sides and then gathering it together to deliver a powerful blow, according to the old man. This formation of various force shapes could maximize the efficiency of military tactics. Concentrating his collected life energy in his hands, Lin Huang soon realized the advantages of military life skill. With it, he could reshape his life force into any form he desired. Lin Huang concentrated to the fullest, dividing his strength into 12 streams and then focusing it at the center of his body, where his hands were folded. He understood that if he succeeded, he would gain the ability to mold his power into any shape. After achieving perfect concentration, he received a congratulatory notification, indicating that he had reached the first level of military tactics. Immediately, Xiao He suggested that Lin Huang could now turn military tactics into a card, and by continuing his training, he could collect fragments to advance to the next level. Lin Huang wasted no time and inquired about the rules for improvement while holding a military tactics card. Xiao He promptly explained that to reach the second level, he needed to collect 200 fragments. The requirements would double for each subsequent level, and to advance from the 8th to the 9th level, he would need 810,000 life skill fragments. Lin Huang was somewhat surprised by the large number of fragments needed to reach the 9th level. And Xiao He concurred but emphasized that stability could be achieved at the 6th level. Xiao He continued to provide information about martial skills, stating that once the skill reached the 6th level, the increase would be 72%, which was already the highest rank. Lin Huang was eager to collect fragments and believed he could reach higher levels faster than others. Xiao He, trailing behind the guy, was somewhat surprised that Lin Huang considered himself a genius, understanding the sarcasm in his words. He then mentioned that there were individuals in the world with truly exceptional abilities. Several hours later, Lin Huang could barely stand on all fours and was drenched in sweat. He had managed to reach the first level in one evening, although Xiao He mentioned that some accomplished it in just half an hour. Suddenly, a girl approached him. It was Li Xin, who greeted her brother with a good morning. Her attire indicated that she was preparing breakfast. Without prolonging the intrigue, she led Lin Huang to the kitchen with a joyful expression and began to speak. They were on a break, and the guy had promised a trip, so she felt a bit awkward. Li Xin decided to express her gratitude to the protagonist by preparing a meal. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Huang immediately noticed an unappetizing soup emitting a foul odor, and Li Xin herself looked rather distressed. Nonetheless, he sat down at the table with the meal she had prepared. Lin Huang reluctantly took a spoonful of the soup and brought it to his mouth, displaying a pained expression as he examined its contents. He really did not want to eat it. Despite his reluctance, he managed to swallow the food and even said that he was happy to be enjoying such a wonderful meal. Li Xin was pleased to hear this and placed a full pot of the soup on the table, allowing him to add the tasty supplement he requested. Several hours late, Lin Huang had managed to finish all of his sister's cooking. Li Xin, washing the dishes, playfully scolded the protagonist for eating so slowly. She informed him that they needed to pack their suitcases as she intended to catch the next flight using an eagle to reach their destination. However, Lin Huang was in no hurry to leave. He sat at the table, feeling unwell due to his sister's cooking, which had even caused him to be poisoned. With great effort, he managed to rise from his seat, informing his sister that they didn't need to take an eagle. A few minutes later, he overcame his discomfort and left the house. Lee Sin, who had been waiting outside, was concerned about how they would reach Seogun without an eagle. However, Lin Huang had a solution in mind. He activated one of his cards to summon a creature faster than an eagle, a ghost falcon. Without wasting time, they both boarded it. Sitting in front of Lin Huang, Lee Sin smiled at him, acknowledging him as a tamer. During their flight over the city, she was impressed by her brother's abilities and felt slightly hurt that he hadn't told her about them earlier. After an eventful airborne journey, they finally arrived in Seogun, where they could take a regular aircraft. As they strolled through the city, Lee Sin was delighted with the place and understood why it was a popular vacation destination. Lin Huang had already booked a hotel, and they decided to go shopping before heading there. However, during their walk, Lee Sin suddenly stopped and retrieved a lengthy list from her sweater, which she referred to as the Scarlet List, containing essential items. Later in the evening, they engaged in various forms of entertainment that the girl greatly enjoyed. However, at one point, while dressed in different attire, she abruptly halted and gazed in another direction. Lin Huang also stopped upon hearing news related to the Lang family. This family is the most dominant among the 6 noble clans, so they are unparalleled. The news reporter continued to elaborate that the daughter of the prestigious family had achieved excellence rank at the young age of 19, earning praise as a once-in-a-century genius. However, the girl suddenly seized the protagonist's hand, pulling him away to enjoy themselves, diverting his attention from Miss Lin's news. After several hours of amusement around the city, they finally reached the hotel. There, they were greeted by a woman who kindly guided them down the corridor to their room. However, only the main character paid attention to her guidance. He carried his slumbering sister to the room, as she had become exhausted and dozed off midway. Upon reaching the room, Lin Huang decided to contact his assistant, Xiao He, despite the latter's displeasure at being called. After ensuring his sister was settled in her room, he resumed his life skill practice. To achieve his goal, he needed patience and dedication, which would aid him in mastering military tactics. Xiao He, wearing a displeased expression, informed him that he would earn 1 fragment for completing a full rotation cycle. However, this didn't deter the main character. With his current speed, he could complete 1 cycle in just half an hour. Yet, Lin Huang believed that increasing the number of training sessions might shorten the cycle completion time. Late at night, when all the hotel guests were asleep, Lee Sin, who couldn't sleep, wandered the corridor. She approached her brother's room, knocking on the door. However, there was no response since Lin Huang was entirely engrossed in his skill training. Unaware of his focused state, the girl assumed he had fallen asleep and decided to return to her own room. However, after contemplating it, she opted for a stroll as she no longer felt like sleeping. Wandering through the hotel garden, Lin Xin felt a tad disheartened that her brother had retired to bed so early. Suddenly, she sensed an eerie tension, prompting her to survey her surroundings in various directions. She couldn't shake the feeling that someone was tailing her. Standing near a trash bin, she intended to dispose of some paper before heading back to the hotel, as she was starting to feel uneasy. As she prepared to discard the paper into the bin, she was taken aback when the trash bin unexpectedly sprang to life. It widened its mouth and lunged at Lin Xin, swallowing her whole. The girl struggled inside, as the trash bin staggered in different directions, attempting to force her deeper inside. Following the girl's disappearance, the police swiftly arrived at the hotel. One of the officers, while patrolling the corridor, inquired with the hotel owner about the surveillance cameras. The owner, his voice laden with disappointment, mentioned that the hotel had always been popular among guests due to its commitment to ensuring their safety. He was reluctant to draw too much attention to the situation. The hotel owner anxiously examined the surveillance camera footage and realized that it only captured the girl leaving her room. This case bore striking similarities to a rising trend of kidnappings. The investigator dispatched all available agents to scour the hotel in pursuit of leads. He sought to speak with the main character and requested that the hotel owner guide him there. Meanwhile, while Lin Shen's disappearance was under investigation upstairs, she found herself in the depths of an unfamiliar basement. Struggling to rise, she spotted a young girl with braided hair and a rather eerie caterpillar companion. Lin Shen, her eyes filled with dread, questioned who this girl was and where they were. The unfamiliar girl introduced herself as Lily, stating that the worm was her close companion. With a sweet smile, she explained that the worm aided them in finding new family members. Henceforth, Lin Shen would be her sister, and they would all be their daddy's daughters. Lin Shen was overwhelmed with fear upon hearing Lily's words, trembling uncontrollably and unable to move. Suddenly, her throat was seized by Lily, who warned her that any attempt to escape would result in becoming the worm's meal. Just like all those who had preceded her, Lily continued to strangle her, asserting that Lin Shen's compliance was desired because the girl fancied her as an obedient sister. Barely able to draw breath, Lin Shen yearned for one thing only: to be rescued by her brother as soon as possible. While the girl suffered torment below, the main character wasted no time and initiated the search for his sister, employing the bloody hunt skill. Guards noticed a man approaching and promptly aimed their weapons at him, for he had entered a restricted area. However, Bai suddenly materialized behind the guards and swiftly incapacitated them with a single attack. With a sinister demeanor, Lin Huang instructed the vampire not to show mercy and to eliminate anyone obstructing their path. They continued to confront adversaries on the lower floors, with a significant number of guards already awaiting the protagonist on the upper levels. The guards stood ready, their excitement palpable, as they couldn't fathom how a lone individual could defeat them all. Upon reaching the 50th floor, the elevator doors parted, and a swarm of guards immediately opened fire upon him. However, he eluded their attacks by not being where they anticipated. He surged into their midst, booting the door from behind, an eerie aura enveloping him as he brandished a sword, his intent to vanquish them all. Within moments, he was the sole survivor in the room, the others having met their demise by his hands. Yet, suddenly, Lin Huang heard a child's voice emanating from behind. He turned to find unfamiliar individuals. A man and his daughter named Lily. It was Lily who had taunted the protagonist's sister. They pretended to appear frightened, hoping to avert suspicion from Lin Huang. In the midst of it all, the man introduced himself as Wei Xin, realizing that this person's identity didn't quite align with my assumptions about Lin Xin's captors. I politely urged him not to frighten my little daughter. For me, it was crucial to survey all the buildings, ensuring my sister's absence and verifying the interlocutor's intentions, lest he boldly attempt deception. Reading Lin Huang's intentions, Wei Xin took a stance at the door, hoping to prevent the person from concealing any weapons or vital information. However, Lin Huang didn't dwell on potential consequences for long. He boldly pressed a sharp blade against the intruder's throat, emphasizing the foolishness of interfering during the search for my sister. With a grave tone, he urged the person to step aside and not hinder our quest for any leads or signs of the missing girls. Lily burst into tears out of fear, and I began to console her, ensuring she wasn't overly distressed. Despite all the threats, Lin Huang remained unfazed, meticulously inspecting every corner of the vast rooms within the building. As the intruder moved elsewhere, Wei Xin's actions started to incite something unfamiliar from his pocket. Judging from his expressions, the man harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lin Huang. He extracted a card from his clothing, seemingly intent on summoning a mere iron-ranked hunter to confront us. He swiftly hurled the card towards Lin Huang in an attempt to summon a creature to end our lives. However, the card differed significantly from genuine draft cards. In a matter of seconds, it transformed into a colossal worm, poised to eliminate its perceived adversary. The sight of such an insignificant monster amused me, and I couldn't help but smile at the spectacle. Considering this creature beneath notice, I prepared for battle without utilizing my own monster wards. With a single stroke of the blade, I managed to cleave the stationary worm into two parts. A powerful shockwave from Lin Huang's weapon struck the frail shoulder of the elderly man, who had failed to dodge in time due to the incredible speed of the attack. Unable to withstand such force, he fell to the ground. He immediately dropped to his knees before the lead hero, enveloped in a sinister aura, determined to eliminate any human who dared employ deceitful tactics. The protagonist heard numerous pleas for salvation from those around, alongside Shayna, and upon realizing the human's falsehoods about Xinglin, he resolved to eradicate anyone who had harmed his younger sister in the slightest. Suddenly, the little girl, the sole daughter of the despicable malefactor, had a gun placed against her head. Lin Chen, despite his heavily wounded and battered body, took immense satisfaction in his role as her surrogate father. He had given her the chance to become a part of his family. For the main character, who stood some distance away from the captive, the current state of his crying sisters became a matter of interest. They could only nod or emit strange sounds through their gagged mouths, attempting to convey their thoughts to their elder brother. Then, the man grew somewhat cold, witnessing the chaos unfold. Xinglin reassured himself that it would all come to an end, allowing him to return home eventually. Lily, growing weary of the family drama before her, voiced her concerns about her injured father, even resorting to threatening her younger sister's life due to her inability to move. In a single moment, Lin Huang appeared behind the girls, leaving them bewildered as to his intentions and why they should heed the feeble words of a child. Following this, the main character struck Lily's neck with the blade's pommel, rendering her completely immobilized. She lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground right in front of her father. Wei Shen observed this and concluded that the girl was utterly ineffectual and incapable of harming anyone. Sometime later, the protagonist severed the bonds on Lin's wrists, freeing her from the restraints, albeit leaving some wounds in the process. They embraced tightly after their prolonged separation, and the younger sister immediately burst into tears, snuggling up to her brother and unable to contain her emotions. This tale harbored animosity towards the man who thwarted all the plans in which Xinglin played the primary role. With great anticipation, the protagonist could no longer tolerate the old man's foolish conduct. He brandished a blade at Lily, recalling all the promises he had made to eliminate anyone who dared harm his younger sister. He readied a special weapon technique, preparing to deliver a powerful blow capable of defeating formidable adversaries. Suddenly, police officers investigating the disappearances burst into the room, questioning why these hunters were attempting to obstruct Wei Shen and his little daughters. In response, the man remained silent, anticipating an explanation for the interference in his plot. The police officer vowed to ensure the safety of the protagonist's family and prevent such incidents from recurring. Lin Huang discussed the missing girls' cases with the detective, involving the Wei Shena family. He was unwilling to leave anyone alone and wanted the opportunity to imprison the criminal for their actions. The detective understood the situation and expressed gratitude for the hero's assistance in searching for the guilty party. However, he couldn't bring himself to separate Lily from the family, as she was an innocent victim of random circumstances. Wei Shen's behavior shifted slightly upon hearing about the punishment under private law. He asked for clarification to obtain an accurate answer, beginning to act peculiarly as if no one could point fingers at him. He made it challenging for the two strong police officers to restrain him. With a sinister smile, the man uttered menacing threats, promising to return and kidnap the girl again for his nefarious purposes, rendering her incapable of leading a normal life. In response to the criminal's statements, the main character remained silent, intent on hearing everything. The police officer deemed it necessary to place the culprit in custody, separating him from his daughters and ensuring Lily's well-being. The child may never fully recover from witnessing the strange expressions on their faces. Lin Huang quietly departed with the sole human remaining in their family, knowing that they had lost touch with reality in this world. As the police officer attempted to caution one about Wei Shen's potential danger and his extensive connections, the hero contemplated the possibility of the man being released from prison unscathed. He pondered how far those connections could go. In an instant, the target, Huang, heard everything and simply smiled. He trusted the police officers, believing in their ability to uphold human laws. He left with his assistant, intending to initiate a case for intentionally causing harm to a man and thereby resolving most of the issues. The beaten inspector gestured towards the vanquished creature, emphasizing that it wasn't so easy to defeat, even for an individual of a similar rank to the protagonist. Only a skilled hunter could achieve such destruction by summoning a monster. As they exited the multi-storied building where the old man had conducted his nefarious activities, Wei Shen found himself surrounded by numerous police officers, leaving him with no room to maneuver. However, even with all these officers surrounding him, Wei Shen had no difficulty fending off the hand of one of them. He considered them unworthy of even touching him. Wei Shen harbored immense dissatisfaction with the unpleasant touches of ordinary people, and his defeat at the hands of the protagonist had fueled an unrelenting determination to find him once more, along with his younger sister, who occupied his thoughts. While attempting to break free from the encirclement, which had left his body fatigued, Wei Shen's vampire suddenly materialized behind him. Its descent from the sky created a resounding impact that shattered the Earth's surface beneath. The onlookers had no idea who this figure was, and their fear rendered them motionless. They could only watch as Bai conducted a thorough examination of the offender. During this time, the vampire prepared for the upcoming battle by weaving small magical threads around its hand, resembling lightning. Wei Shen, surrounded by these threads, began to plead for mercy, overwhelmed by the horror unfolding. However, since the summoned monster lacked the capacity for pity without its owner's command, Wei Shen's words fell on deaf ears, and he was instantly engulfed. The entire head of an individual was ensnared by his threads, allowing the police officers to merely observe without intervening in the battles. They listened as the person suffered an inevitable demise at the hands of an unknown creature. Simultaneously, Lin Huang himself was situated on the roof nearby, controlling the vampire through a special technique, enabling him to harness the pet's power without being in close proximity. Having concluded his task and fulfilled his pledge to eliminate each person, he withdrew the special pet's draft card back to himself. At that moment, an eagle appeared right behind him, upon which his younger sister perched, awaiting her brother. The girls were eager to return home and finally enjoy some well-deserved rest, free from the various ordeals they had endured during their affairs, which were now fully resolved. With a smile, the main character informed his younger sister that it was the right time to depart. Lin Huang had been exceptionally cautious about Lin Shen's safety, constantly monitored by an unknown camera, capturing his actions and the attack he had executed. Strangely, not far from the protagonist's location, a mysterious individual observed him through a specialized device. This person managed to record the scene of the attack and the vanquished Wei Shen with the assistance of a summoning monster. The stranger carefully listened to Lin Huang's words multiple times and halted the transmission of his facial image to cease monitoring the remaining spectacle. As the main character gradually departed, the hooded figure continued communicating with their comrades, discussing the individual who had eliminated Wei Shen without exerting any force. The hooded person gradually transmitted a photo of the main character, along with voice recordings, for further instructions from their associates. They needed to reach a consensus on what they had witnessed. The unfamiliar man, whose face remained concealed, had a particular objective in mind. By the night, the situation around the vicinity aimed to eliminate Lin Huang at any cost and subsequently report evidence of the incident. Not much time passed, and the main character strolled through the city, contemplating his sister's well-being. She had been in a distressing situation due to his inattentiveness to trifles. However, she had swiftly returned to her normal self and begun enjoying her time with her older brother, indulging in various delectable treats. Lin Shen, like a young child, eagerly explored the city, desiring to sample everything from food to typical children's toys. When they entered a clothing store, the girl wished to purchase something to appear a bit older. According to the main character, his younger sister had an exceptionally cute face, and he hoped to enhance her feminine appearance. While Lin Shen was engrossed in this task, Lin Huang sensed a malevolent presence of strangers nearby who harbored ill intentions toward him and Xing Lin. This foreboding prompted him to summon a vampire for safety, primarily with the ability to protect the girl from any life-threatening endeavors. Bai's abrupt transition into combat mode upon his initial appearance amidst the crowd mildly alarmed the girl, leading her to inquire about it with her older brother. As they perused new items and conversed about various stories, the store's proprietress approached and inquired whether the duo intended to make a purchase or were merely browsing. The protagonist identified the clothing he required and decided to acquire a cloak for the vampire, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Lin Shen had not selected anything and was quite displeased about it. After purchasing what they needed, they proceeded. They continued to wander the streets of the nocturnal city, with the vampire recruited for their protection walking ahead to safeguard their lives. It was quite uncomfortable for the younger sister to navigate this perilous moment, not just for her own safety, but also for that of Huang Lin. Nevertheless, Lin Huang simply urged her to enjoy herself while he kept a watchful eye on everything. A highly suspicious figure entered the protagonist's field of vision, clearly harboring nefarious intentions. Lin Huang had to feign ignorance as the hooded individual advanced further to the side, never looking back but remaining in a state of anticipation for something ominous. They passed each other without any interference from potential wrongdoers. After some time, the stranger simply vanished into the crowd of people, just as he had appeared. It was a mystery how he managed to disappear and conceal himself in an inconspicuous location. The ill-intentioned person drew a cold-blooded weapon, determined to carry out the orders of his absent commander-in-chief. In front of this man, who had infiltrated the crowd and gone unnoticed, the image of a magical wolf suddenly materialized, visible only to him. Passers-by paid it no mind, as the creature displayed hostility toward the ordinary assassin, who intended to eliminate the protagonist. Upon witnessing the summoning monster, the man inexplicably split into three spirits, each possessing distinct thoughts and differences amongst themselves. As time passed, the hooded stranger all but vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a trace of spiritual energy. The protagonist finally ceased feeling an unknown desire to cause harm to his sister's life. While he contemplated the error in his misplaced caution concerning other hunters, an unidentified individual stood nearby, observing him since his arrival in that alley. This person was the same individual with a spirit wolf companion, and he was taken aback by the protagonist's actions. With a keen ability to detect an assassin's aura, even an iron rank individual like him could sense the ill intentions of those with slightly higher ranks. Then, a man with a pet, a wolf, appeared behind him, instilling sheer terror in the assassin, attempting to display a hint of his hostility. The wolf handler firmly grasped the man's hand, someone who sought vengeance against the main character for his friend's death. The wolf handler firmly grasped the man's hand, someone who sought vengeance against the main character for his friend's death. He initiated a confrontation within the ring, which the assassin didn't appreciate. The handler conveyed all the necessary information about the Lin family. The ring then posed a direct question about the interlocutor's identity and intentions in exchange for disclosing his real name. The assassin, serving as boss, decided to reveal the true identity of the person standing before him, implying that the boss was intimately acquainted with him. An ominous and silent moment abruptly disrupted the criminal's newfound awareness. The oppressive atmosphere and foreboding gave rise to the realization that the time had come for the main assassin, the one who had ordered Lin Huang's elimination. In an instant, his tense thoughts were shattered by a piercing wolfish howl that reverberated through the air. In this ominous atmosphere, a wolf-like ghost emerged from the darkness and lunged at the criminal. The wolf's bite cut through the air, abruptly ending the flow of the assassin's thoughts, as if cautioning him against speaking too much. Suddenly, the owner of the wolf materialized and proposed a meeting with the boss without any treacherous tricks or traps. He insisted on a face-to-face encounter where he could reveal his true essence without the veneer of games and masks. The possessor of the wolf, shining in the darkness, appeared enigmatic and resolute, as though searching for something deeper than mere spoken words. The acute pain from the monster's jaws clamped around the assassin's neck was so intense that tears welled up in his eyes. This painful moment tested his resolve as he attempted to maintain his dignity, battling the agony while struggling to articulate through the pain. This painful moment tested his resolve as he attempted to maintain his dignity, battling the agony while struggling to articulate through the pain. Beneath the night sky, the owner of the wolf chose a symbolic meeting place, the clock tower. They stood as silent witnesses to the passage of time, underscoring its inexorable flow. This location and moment embodied secrets and an urgency that hung in the air like a pervasive moth. The answer came swiftly, confirming acceptance of the meeting proposal. The wolf's owner was happy about the outcome. The wolf, now free from its mission, returned to its owner, seemingly awaiting new instructions. As the man contemplated his throat, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if his own voice had been imprisoned. He realized that he had lost control over his ability to speak. The surprise attack and the specific strike had led him to believe that he might be left without his voice. With Pat E. Wright serving as his captor, the owner concluded that there was no room for her in this narrative. Fate was entwined with too many secrets, and to prevent their revelation, the wolf resolved to finally eliminate the threat. The owner of the wolf understood that the monster had commenced its gruesome task from a discreet distance. He walked away, leaving the creature alone with its prey. The sounds of a gruesome struggle and the gnawing noises blended with the darkness of the night, creating an atmosphere of horror. Time continued to tick away while the meeting place near the clock tower, a gathering point for hunters, remained frozen in absolute silence. Only the rustling of the night wind hinted at the impending arrival of a new day. A person named Feng Zhou, renowned as Lin Huang's savior, awaited an unfamiliar interlocutor. They had only spoken on the phone, and now the night air was filled with the anticipation of their encounter. Time passed, and the stranger, clad in mysterious attire, finally arrived. He identified Feng Zhou Rana as the expected contact and expressed his bewilderment regarding the reasons for her protection. The man he conversed with engaged in an evolving discussion, with reflections on family and the role of protecting Lin Huang. Feng Zhou Ran was fully resolved to personally demonstrate her allegiance. The stranger, Zeta Willow, began to suspect Lin Huang's connections with this family, but Feng Zhou Ran interrupted with a fundamental question, expressing interest in the motives behind sending such a formidable mercenary to someone of low rank. In this inquiry, bewilderment and surprise were evident. The stranger remained unyielding, refusing to engage in philosophical debates. His sole interest lay in obtaining answers to his questions. Feng Zhu evaded responding and simply dismissed Ran with a silent wave of his hand, as if underscoring that he had received instructions to complete the task at hand during the remaining time. This served as a reminder of the urgent mission before him. Despite the difficulties, one of the wolves approached with growing bloodlust and hunger, and the others followed suit, ready to fight to the bitter end for their owner. The attack commenced, with teeth and claws aimed at a singular goal, the destruction of their enemy. The stranger was taken aback, his plans disrupted by this unexpected battle. He had underestimated Feng, viewing him as inconsequential until encountering this unforeseen force. Soaring into the sky with magic and technology, the stranger realized that his time was running out, and uncertainty about the future loomed. He prepared for decisive actions, recognizing that he had stumbled into a conflict between families and the association of hunters. It was a war for power and influence hidden behind the facade of everyday life. As the wolf approached with teeth set on its target, there was no escape. However, the attack was abruptly halted by a powerful blow, shattering their plans. A sense of hopelessness washed over him. The rest of the wolves continued their relentless offensive, their movements guided by instinct, leaving no room for contemplation. Feng Zhu taunted the stranger, teasing him and referring to him as an old man. These words wounded the stranger's pride deeply. He felt desperate, facing a new adversary, sharply aware of their formidable power unfolding before him. A terrifying scene unfolded as merciless and bloodthirsty wolves closed in, their eyes aglow with a thirst that propelled their advance. The situation grew increasingly tense, and the stranger recognized that inaction could lead to devastating consequences. A mixture of anger and helplessness churned within him. Finally, the wolves reached their objectives, but before their eyes, the stranger's body vanished, dissolving into the night's darkness as if it had never existed. Feng Zhu once again descended to the ground, issuing orders that the obedient wolves followed. Raising his head to the sky, he observed the stranger swiftly disappearing, employing some form of telekinesis within the crowd. His actions might hold more significance than he initially thought. Feng Zhu realized that the stranger's power exceeded all expectations. As the evening light gradually dimmed, Feng Zhu, breaking the monotony of time, began to rub the imperial ring on his finger. The exquisite stone on his finger absorbed energy as he moved, his desire to connect with a particular individual and convey something of profound significance unwavering. Now, as if emerging from another reality, a blurred holographic image projection of a girl appeared before him. Her form smoothly materialized in space, her eyes emanating concern, and her hands extended as if made of wood, reaching out through the air. As she began to speak, her words revolved around his uncle and the main character's safety. Even with a smile on her uncle's face, Miss Lawn, standing in holographic form, noticed a change in his demeanor. Anxiety briefly swept through her smile, frozen for a moment. Her intuition hinted that his voice and mood carried something profound and crucial, slipping through the surface. Beneath the surface, he concealed his inner thoughts and external nonchalance. He couldn't resist the urge to share his feelings with the girl, but it proved to be a challenging task. His emotions had become a weighty burden, particularly after Lin Huang's intervention. He was acutely aware that Lin Huang had elevated the stakes, pitting him against a formidable adversary that even the most skilled hunters would struggle to contend with. The young woman from the holograms had stumbled upon information that altered the world's perception, leaving him bewildered. she had uncovered that the attempt on the main character's life was not arbitrary. This revelation was linked to the murder of an individual from an ancient lineage, and his uncle's words confirmed the authenticity of this information. This revelation prompted Lan to make a sincere and significant request of Feng to protect this young man by any means necessary, extending beyond duties and authority, a duty greater than himself. As they conversed further, her words resonated like a summons, followed by an invisible force that bolstered her resolve to achieve her goals. Meeting her request with a confident smile, Feng Zhou felt prepared to shoulder the responsibility. His capabilities allowed him to neutralize nearly any threat that dared approach one of his relatives. Thus, he agreed with a smile on his face to fulfill her request, determined to safeguard the young man. However, as their conversation neared its conclusion, doubts began to creep into his mind. He realized his own vulnerability, devoid of guarantees for survival in this perilous game. An internal dialogue with himself flared up anew, redirecting his attention to the fact that the defender also required protection. Meanwhile, near a massive building in the second division, there was no sound or movement. Everyone remained in their private rooms, each seemingly an isolated island. In this sea of obscurity, silence enveloped everything as if the world held its breath, anticipating new developments. Even in this void-like atmosphere within buildings where one typically heard voices and footsteps, a mystery unfolded. An ordinary pillow held the skull of the deceased. He was here, yet he didn't belong in this place. A strange light bathed him, casting a mystical radiance around his aura. Suddenly, a woman materialized in this atmosphere, her hand gently touching the human skull, an echo resonating like a touch of history. Her soul brimmed with resentment, knowing that this human had died trying to save imprisoned girls. Her hands clenched, her voice quivered as she voiced her thoughts aloud. Her gaze passed over the skull, and her expressive face revealed her dissatisfaction. She regretted that the departed had not heeded her advice or taken into account her spiritual support. Her own frail physical state made her involvement in his fate especially meaningful in the world she inhabited. She was his mother, her heart torn by the loss. Neither time nor the vast expanse of space could overshadow her pain, bitterness, and longing. These emotions transcended dimensions, and she couldn't simply accept the death of her beloved son. Her desire to communicate with him was so potent that she pressed the skull against her head. The name Sean echoed like a prayer in her voice as she repeated it over and over, as if attempting to bring him back, even if just for a moment. But something incredible began to transpire. Suddenly, the human skull began to speak, reciting the same phrases that she had uttered. His voice resembled an echo returning to her from the abyss on the other side. Through the skull, Sean conveyed his unwavering resolve. He believed that she could accomplish what he couldn't, seeking justice and revenge. In that instant, the connection with Mother Sean shared his determination. Understanding this, the protagonist, the one who had taken Sean's life, knew the necessity of revenge. Even if it meant facing the formidable Lan family armed with ideal fighters, Sean believed in the need for retribution. Even after finally selecting her next goals and her future life, the mother of the deceased decided to return the skull to its rightful place and devised a plan to fulfill Sean's wishes. The woman desired her son's wish for the protagonist's demise to be fulfilled as soon as possible. She clapped her hands loudly, signaling to the servants to bring a certain individual to her. Without specifying the purpose of their summons, Lily entered the room accompanied by a maid who had been watching over her since her father's absence. The girl rushed over to the nearby skull, which represented her father, expressing immense relief that she had escaped the trouble she had been entangled in. Observing the distressed child missing her parent, the woman inquired if she desired to avenge her father. Lily, without hesitation and with a joyous expression, eagerly agreed to seek vengeance. However, despite her happiness at her father's swift return, the girl harbored a burning desire to eliminate the main character and his entire family without mercy. The primary condition set by her non-biological grandmother, to whom Lily would be entrusted for her revenge, was to endure a trial for 1 year and then gain the strength necessary to accomplish her goals. After hearing and accepting all the terms outlined by her father's adoptive mother, Lily departed from the room, accompanied by her guardian. In that moment, a transformation overcame the girl's expression as she became completely assured of her survival during the trial period. The events of the following day unfolded at the Shogun Museum, renowned throughout the Association of Hunters for its collection of rare artifacts. Upon hearing rumors and completing his business, Lin Huang decided to visit the museum with his sister, as Xing Lin had a profound interest in its numerous exhibits. Many times, the girl chose to explore the collections from the Shogun ruins alongside her older brother, relishing the opportunity to share the stories she had encountered during her studies. The main character's willingness to accompany her made Lin Xin consider him the best brother in the world, one who consistently went to great lengths to make her happy and keep her from sorrow. The museum guide, ensuring that the visitors didn't lose their way within the building, led them to the inner hall of the museum, which housed numerous exhibits. Lin Xin paid little attention to the guide's explanations, her gaze fixed on a beautiful bowl nearby. She hoped her brother would share in her delight. However, Lin Huang was struck by shock as he beheld something before him, rendering him unable to stay close to his younger sister. Xing Lin observed her older brother's sudden departure in silence, puzzled by his behavior. Lin Huang moved closer to an exhibit positioned in the center of the museum, drawing the attention of the other visitors gathered around it. The exhibit in question left Lin Huang in disbelief, and he offered no answers to the questions from curious onlookers. The museum guide explained that this object was a treasure that had puzzled archaeologists for some time. They had been unable to ascertain its purpose, and its name remained unknown. It seemed they hadn't figured out how to use it correctly. Lin Huang couldn't comprehend why such a long-pursued archaeological find had yielded no clear understanding. He pointed to a computer, expressing his confusion about whether this was genuinely an archaeological discovery. The guide confirmed that, according to archaeologists, this item had been used by people in ancient times, yet its activation and intended function remained a mystery. What Lin Huang witnessed raised concerns about other travelers who might carry such enigmatic items. He realized that taking any action from now on could be perilous. Other travelers had also visited the ruins of Chagun. When they returned, Lin Huang called his girlfriend to inquire about the ruins. She shared what she had learned from archaeological excavations, including unique decorations not found elsewhere. Lin Huang felt a bit uneasy about distracting his busy friend, but she launched into the story. She spoke of Xiaohe, known as the evil spirit of ancient times, who had ascended to the demigod rank before disappearing without a trace due to unknown circumstances. Understanding the vast differences in levels and ranks, Lin Huang realized that Xiaohe had likely died long ago and had been the same traveler with the laptop. The girl sent all the information she had gathered and apologized for what seemed like a small contribution. Lin Huang appreciated her help, which had allowed him to gain a more detailed understanding of this world. He also complimented her beauty, causing her to blush. They concluded their conversation, parting ways. Lin Huang felt cheerful afterward, receiving a pleasant compliment from his friend. However, thinking about Xiaohe, who had achieved the demigod rank in a short time with a blessing, sparked his desire to visit the Chagun ruins one day to explore the rumored territory in greater detail. The following morning, Lin Xin sat at the entrance, indulging in various sweets. She inquired about her brother's purpose for visiting Xiaxia City. Lin Huang, already prepared with equipment, explained his interest in the museum's issues and his desire to thoroughly explore the Chaogun ruins. To keep his sister entertained during their travels, he brought her along, although she couldn't speak and simply admired her sweets. After some travel across the country, Lin Huang arrived in Xiaxia City just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Unfamiliar with the area, he used a special map to locate the hotel where he had reserved a room for a few days of ruin exploration. The hotel, a sizable one, still welcomed guests despite the season. The owner greeted him and mentioned that the number of visitors had dwindled due to the summer holidays. Most people preferred to head to Chaogun for fun. Inquiring about interesting stories related to the Chaogun ruins, Lin Huang learned that there weren't many tales to tell. As they conversed, a young couple arrived, and the girl greeted Lin Huang, observing them with courtesy in his eyes. He later entered the empty room. The hotel owner then proceeded to narrate the story of Xia Hao, a powerful man who had built an empire in ancient times. The ruins of Shigun Moon had served as his palace. Lin Huang, listening to the tale, heard how the entire empire had mysteriously vanished overnight, just as it had appeared, due to unexplained circumstances. At the conclusion of their conversation, it remained entirely perplexing. The young man made a swift decision to head towards a location where a substantial magical barrier prevented hazardous creatures from proceeding. This place was heavily guarded, and Lin Huang approached it under the guise of a tourist, avoiding countless inquiries. Simultaneously, this offered a suitable chance to separate from the rest of the group. In conversation with Xiao He, they exchanged information about the history of the Forbidden City in ancient times, delving into various topics concerning the multitude of individuals eager to explore the renowned Chaogun ruins, which had yielded many fascinating discoveries. In conversation with Xiao He, they exchanged information about the history of the Forbidden City in ancient times, delving into various topics concerning the multitude of individuals eager to explore the renowned Chaogun ruins, which had yielded many fascinating discoveries. Pursuing this curiosity, the protagonist inquired about the nature of the phenomenon. As they drew closer to the ruins' territory, they stumbled upon an enigmatic, large-sized imprint in the soil, its origin a mystery to them. He remarked that the material forming the ground beneath their feet originated from a seaside cliff, a substance that even a skilled hunter would be unable to imprint in such a manner. While Lin Huang continued his investigation, the assistant detected an unusual energy wave beneath the left imprint. Upon its collection, new and intriguing abilities could be acquired. Every individual could access this energy source, once they had estimated its approximate depth. The most prudent choice was to return to their room and formulate a plan for the unfolding events. After some time, the protagonist finally arrived back at the hotel. It was now pitch dark outside, and the prospect of returning didn't seem significantly different. Xiao He conducted some research, all of which indicated the presence of an unknown double-mutated silver-ranked monster lurking underground. Contemplating what he couldn't currently accomplish due to the absence of transformation cards that would enable him to become ethereal and venture underground, the main character found himself in a dilemma. It was then that his assistant intervened, proposing an exchange of 60 fragments for a card of similar rank. Lin Huang, despite considering it an unwise decision, had no alternative but to agree, acquiring 5 cards just in case, though he exhaled deeply, troubled by the purchase. Setting aside his responsibilities, the protagonist began eavesdropping on his neighbors. As he delved into this task, a few minutes passed, and suddenly, the entire hotel plunged into darkness. The guy sensed that something was amiss, particularly near the door right behind him, where a menacing aura emanated, harboring an intent to harm. To ensure his safety, The protagonist cautiously approached the door, firearm at the ready, and inquired if someone was outside. In the darkness, the hotel's owner stood knocking on the door, intending to discuss pressing matters. He apologized for the power outage and the ensuing inconvenience, wearing a peculiar smile that failed to instill confidence. Lin Huang's suspicions grew, compelling him to fabricate an excuse and request the person to leave promptly to allow for a peaceful night's rest. In response, the owner reminded him of the tales related to the ruins, expressing his recollection and politely urging the door to be opened. However, the main character remained wary of the unfolding situation. Amidst the tense exchange, a woman abruptly burst through the window, shattering the glass and diverting Lin Huang's attention. The sight of the girl startled him somewhat, prompting him to press closer to the front door, determined to comprehend the intentions of the unknown woman. Her appearance was disconcerting, and she emitted eerie sounds, resembling someone who had lost her true self, transformed into a zombie-like entity. She lunged at the man before her, craving to sample his flesh, mimicking a relentless assailant. However, thanks to the protagonist's quick reflexes, he managed to evade her powerful attack at the last moment, leaving a noticeable mark on the front door. The assistant was aware of the potential to save the woman by expelling the parasite's influence from her body. It attempted to convey this idea to the protagonist. However, before it could complete its message, the guy, paying no heed to the words, swiftly eliminated the attacker with a single shot to the head, leaving her no chance to react. Watt inquired about what the assistant had been trying to communicate, but it soon realized that it was too late to explain anything to the guy, who acted instinctively. Meanwhile, while they had been discussing inconsequential matters, the hotel's owner had managed to breach the existing hole in the door, intent on opening it from the inside and taking action. The main character attentively listened to the assistant's instructions on how to free a person from the parasite's control. They needed to locate the source of the infection and eliminate it. As the owner gained full entry, he began to speak of his intentions to find the right host within the main character, aiming to seize control of the living man's body. These words prompted Lin Huang to arm himself for self-defense, prepared to pull the trigger of a powerful pistol capable of dispatching a silver-rank monster or hunter with a single shot. Upon a single shot from the high-velocity bullet, the dark aura surrounding the hotel owner instantly dissipated, and he met his demise due to the ensuing gunfire, drowning out all other sounds. The remaining individuals in the room remained under the influence of an unknown parasite. They continued to advance toward their prey, preparing to consume it. Gradually, they backed the guys into a dark, distant corner of the room. As the situation deteriorated, and it became clear that staying put was futile, the protagonist and his assistant leaped out of the window of the crumbling high-rise hotel. During their descent, they passed numerous people who were no longer in control of themselves, compelled to follow the orders of their master, who possessed such a degree of control over them. This incited great anger in Lin Huang. He began preparing a special maneuver while employing a monster summoning card. Soon, they took flight into the sky with the assistance of a ward eagle. Given their newfound aerial perspective, Xiao He, after assessing the situation, surmised that the monster lurking beneath the ruins was a parasite capable of manipulating people. Hearing this, the protagonist contemplated the possibility that the monster could also detect Xiao He's energy. Armed with this insight, they mutually devised a plan to capture the parasite. The protagonist discerned the monster's scheme. It had sent people to seize his body and retrieve something of great importance, namely Lin Huang's incredibly potent life force. In that moment, the city streets were overrun by individuals infected by the formidable parasite, which had the ability to transmit its infection in an incomprehensible manner, possibly utilizing those already under its control. The assistant proposed a couple of solutions to the predicament, one of which was to escape. However, Lin Huang decided against retreat, recognizing that this parasite was relentless in its pursuit, and it would not spare anyone in its path. The best course of action was to summon the Association of Hunters to take charge of the situation, a decision they promptly made. The plea for assistance was made by the guy with the intention of saving more human lives. In the eventuality of having to eliminate the parasite, they wanted to increase the chances of survival for both the city's residents and the hunters. These individuals, once freed from the twice mutated monster's control, could potentially regain their consciousness. The protagonist took this matter much more seriously, although his primary concern remained the safety of his sister. He knew that she would be secure with Bai for a while, allowing him to confront the parasite that had detected the abnormal energy source. His singular objective was to navigate through the throngs of infected individuals and reach the shattered ruins of Shagong. Simply fleeing and doing nothing was not the best course of action. Following the previous distress call, representatives from the Hunters Association arrived and gradually began to neutralize the infected city residents who had fallen under the influence of the parasite. Lin Huang himself soared above them, discussing the next steps with his assistant as they devised a plan. Their top priority was to prevent Xiaohei from being lost to the parasite at all costs. For the protagonist, only a handful of optimal choices remained: either eliminate the parasite or fall victim to the mutated monster, allowing it to annihilate all of the city's inhabitants. Lin Huang's eyes brimmed with determination and confidence in the actions ahead, actions that could potentially save his younger sister and the lives of countless others. Sometime later, after planning, they arrived at the devastated ruins of Shagong, which had been largely overrun by infected tourists from the city. As they approached the barrier, Lin Huang and Xiaohei engaged in a discussion about the energy entity. Life energy can be felt by that. Then he was mentioned for his skill in concealing his presence to avoid detection. When the guide began to praise his comrade, using him as an example of the desire to die, he immediately responded with insults, claiming that his intellect was insufficient to offer compliments. Nevertheless, a friendly atmosphere persisted around them. Suddenly, the main character heard a strange and extended sound from behind, suggesting someone was approaching to hide from an unknown danger. Lin Huang had to swiftly and firmly grasp Zhao's head, and they took cover behind the rocks when they spotted numerous infected individuals. These infected individuals paid no attention to the assistant's invisibility, and Zhao's were quite displeased when a man grabbed his head without warning. Under the influence of the parasite, they repeatedly uttered the words about feeling Lin Huang's energy and the Lord's desired aura. The infected were under orders to locate the main character and fulfill the Lord's wishes, leaving them with no option but to continue their search. Unprepared for such a turn of events, where even his energy could be detected, the guy conceived a single idea. He pulled out a special skill card provided to Huang after an exchange, enabling them to move underground, where the infected roamed, without attracting too much attention. While moving, they discussed the monster's ability to evolve through energy consumption, with the energy entity serving as the monster's owner. Consequently, the main character had to exercise extreme caution. Upon reaching the Earth's core, they found vines enveloping the magical core, slowly absorbing everything around it to gain more gentle energy. One carefully examined the energy body in the parasite, while listening to his friend's story about a bronze-rank monster that had taken possession of over 10,000 people. If the monster achieved an excellent rank, it would pose a catastrophic threat to the world. Believing this to be true, Lin Huang clenched his fist, determined to eliminate his opponent through any means necessary and prevent further infection. Immediately after clenching his hand, Ember materialized in the air, ready for battle against the massive parasite. Gradually, the vine's restraints glowed with scarlet fire and emitted a bright light, indicating the fire's effectiveness in causing harm to the plant or destroying it. His pet, in flight, unleashed a fiery breath on the vines surrounding the area, transmitting orders to the infected on the cave's surface. Gradually, the vine's restraints glowed with scarlet fire and emitted a bright light, indicating the fire's effectiveness in causing harm to the plant or destroying it. Seeing some progress, the main character and his assistant were elated. Fire monsters were inherently strong and natural adversaries of most plant monsters. However, as the vine's interior burned, the parasite initiated a rapid regeneration of its inner shell, ready to retaliate against the attack. In a similar manner, the summoning dragon attempted to establish itself a bit farther, aiming to completely incapacitate or neutralize its adversary. Consequently, it briefly unsettled the fiery creature belonging to the main character and propelled it a certain distance away. Lin Huang desired to aid the dragon, as he could promptly locate an assistant and eliminate them, but he lacked the special power to combat such a creature, which could effortlessly engulf any person. Ember, in its immobile state, had already become wholly enveloped in vines. While it could endure for some time, as the monster spores didn't affect it, an ordinary person would perish any moment. The little dragon, adhering to its prior directive from the owner, executed another potent and fiery assault on the opponent. Despite the foe's superior body regeneration, the parasite promptly ignited because, in any case, it was a plant-type monster and endeavored to mend its body. As the battle raged on, the protagonists, along with Xiaohe, resolved to conclude the skirmish as swiftly as possible. The enemy remained close to the energy body, potentially leading to dire or even tragic outcomes. Suddenly, the individuals began plummeting to the earth as the transformation time elapsed. Simultaneously, the energy body initiated an assault upon them, detecting Xiaohe's remarkably enticing life energy for a monster. The blows, facilitated by all available spores, came so swiftly that the guy questioned his academic prowess as he dodged. He feared that in no time he might transform into an infected individual or simply succumb to the strikes. While pondering this, the parasite unleashed its attack, shattering the entire land beneath Lin Huang. The once lively ground now lay barren, with only a dark spot remaining from previous attacks. This darkness continued to expand across the entire territory controlled by the monster. The protagonists managed to survive by employing the remaining transformation card, concealing themselves beneath the adversary. However, even in this scenario, the protagonist became a larger target for the growing parasite, which sought to eliminate it the moment it came into view. The main character, while the monster was preoccupied searching for a person, sensed that something was amiss. He raised his head above, witnessing the parasite once again dispersing numerous infectious spores into the open air, targeting unsuspecting individuals to bend to its desires. With a significant crack formed at the tunnel entrance, small spores effortlessly spread throughout the area, aided by the prevailing wind and impervious barriers that safeguarded the property. In just a few seconds, the spores reached the city where hunters were in combat with infected residents. The battlefield swiftly became enveloped in a veil of parasite discharges, rendering the air unfit to breathe, as it could also subdue anyone to the monster's will. However, one hunter still didn't manage to defend himself and lost the capacity to think normally due to the lack of air. Ultimately, all the individuals met the same fate of being infected. On their heads, their soul images were formed. All human souls, along with their consciousness, ascended high into the sky together. They returned to the ruined area, passing through the barrier that failed to prevent the global infection caused by a unique plant monster virus. Beneath the tiled remnants of ancient ruins, where bloody battles and forgotten history had once unfolded, the parasite concealed itself. It feasted on the souls that the unfortunate brought to these dismal places. Its malice and greed grew with each sacrifice, and the power it gained made it mightier. Restlessness and anxiety engulfed Lin Huang, the protagonist of this saga. With every passing moment, the parasite grew stronger, and the resolve in his heart seemed less and less adequate for facing such an incredibly potent adversary. He sought strength and sought counsel from an intelligent assistant, hoping for a well-devised strategy to defeat this dreadful menace. During the battle between the fire dragon and the parasite, Xiaohe suddenly recalled a small fragment of the map he had discovered earlier. This tiny piece of information promised a solution capable of defeating any foe, even one as terrifying as this parasite. However, both Lin Huang and his loyal assistant realized that leaving the parasite unchecked was not an option. Its accelerated growth and eerie power, fueled by the energy of its victims, terrified them. Time worked against them, bringing them closer to the point where the parasite would become increasingly perilous. As Lin Huang looked at Zhao's powers on the displays, Lin Huang couldn't help but feel some envy. He contemplated the blessing of having an assistant, which may not have been as great as he desired. This both irritated him and encouraged him to demonstrate his own ability to face the challenge that loomed over them. Abandoning the paths of disgust and energy, Ember did not cease its relentless battle against the desperate parasite. It strained every cell, every fiber, fighting to the best of its ability. The parasite's superiority amazed Lin Huang. He understood the necessity of victory, but couldn't conceal some envy for the power this being possessed. As he pondered the parasite, a daring thought crossed his mind. What if he attempted to deprive it of its ability to regenerate? This was a bold idea, but Lin Huang believed that such a risky move might lead him to victory over this dragon. Supporting this idea, Xiaohe quickly added that it would require 3 minutes of direct contact with the energy sphere, a limitation that could prove fatal. So Lin Huang began to contemplate how to simplify the task. Slowly but surely, an idea began to take shape in his mind, like a light in the darkness, offering a solution that could ease this arduous path. As they moved to a distant area to discuss the new plan, they understood that the monster would not have the capacity to move the energy sector. This became a pivotal aspect of their revised strategy. While discussing the plan's details, Lin Huang remained beneath the energy sphere, and the thought occurred to him, what if he tried to touch it from beneath the ground? With determination in his heart, Lin Huang decided to execute his plan. A tremendous responsibility for the operation's success rested on him. The countdown began quietly but significantly. The 3-minute contact with the energy sphere seemed like a challenging task. However, suddenly, everything took an unexpected turn. The parasite, enriched with energy, ascended to a new level of power, surpassing all expectations. Subsequently, strange events started to unfold around the energy sphere, as dark, uncontrollable waves began to form, breaking the norm. The ground beneath them remained unchanged. The power of the parasite continued to grow with each passing second. The assistant, once confident in Lin Huang's plan, began to harbor doubts, and loyalty to the chosen path became questionable. Energy flows and waves of destruction intertwined, creating a magical whirlpool of its kind. The fight intensified, with each move becoming more critical. The monster employed its abilities, enveloping the terrain in light and destroying everything within its vicinity. A vortex of destruction surrounded it, creating an eerie spectacle. Lin Huang stood there, his vision blinded by the bright light. Energy spheres, stones, dust, and dirt filled the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Throughout this time, Ember did not waver. It persisted with its assertive attacks on the parasite. Its perseverance and determination were truly remarkable. However, the parasite was equally prepared, and its roots clamped down even tighter, leaving Ember with no chance to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Huang battled the fiery dragon as it readied itself for an unknown attack. Flames surged on its back, creating the impression that it was awaiting its moment. Then, Lin Huang received critical information that his pet could be in mortal danger and needed to be recalled. The parasite struck, and around the contact points, its bodily structures began to grow, opening up and sprouting additional parts like blooming leaves. In a slow and consistent rhythm, the vines continued to grow, forming complex patterns and shapes reminiscent of natural leaves. Mysterious phenomena began to occur around the energy spheres, leaving Lin Huang puzzled. This added an extra element of uncertainty to their struggle, and fear began to grip him as the decisive moment approached. He felt the need to take action, but the relentless aggression of the parasite knew no bounds. It continued to search for vulnerable points to reach the core. The parasite drew dangerously close to Lin Huang, and fear gnawed at him. His plan was still unfinished, and the sudden twists of events had become a significant threat. Then, a moment of relief came as the parasite completed its energy absorption. However, Lin Huang understood that the battle was far from over. He reconsidered his energy absorption plan, taking a step back. Thoughts raced through his mind, and each step required careful consideration, for not only his fate but also the fate of the world was at stake. Lin Huang halted, sharply waving his hand to activate a magic card. Magic signs sparkled, and suddenly his faithful ally materialized in front of him, ready to join the fight and offer assistance. However, when Xiaohe looked at Bai's appearance, a dissatisfied frown crossed his face. He strongly disagreed with this idea, as using a powerful being like Bai could lead to unpredictable consequences. The parasite immediately sensed the new presence in the battle, and its roots moved to attack, seeking to destroy this new threat. The parasite's instinct compelled it to respond to emerging danger. Lin Huang, realizing that his valuable summoning card was in jeopardy, reacted swiftly. He threw 2 amplification promotion cards, creating a powerful protective barrier around Bai. This barrier successfully repelled the parasite's attack, leaving it surprised. Lin Huang watched this turn of events with admiration, as it confirmed his guesses about the weaknesses of the parasite's mutation. This allowed them to effectively counter the threat. However, in his praise, there was a shade of dissatisfaction and mixed feelings. But suddenly, Xiao Ham's inherited ridicule pushed Lin Huang to the brink of patience. In a fit of rage, he delivered a strong blow to the head of his assistant, whose reaction was so unexpected that Xiaohe nearly lost his balance, overwhelmed by various emotions. He was puzzled and couldn't figure out how to respond to this sudden aggression from his longtime ally. After all, such conflicts between them had never occurred before. The whirlwind of parasite attacks was escalating with each passing minute, growing more powerful and destructive. Lin Huang understood that he was facing an incredibly dangerous adversary. As a result of this intense skirmish, the protective shell of Bai began to crack. The air was filled with the sounds of crunching and creaking, as if nature itself was groaning under the onslaught of such mighty forces. Yet Lin Huang did not give in to the terrible threat. He extended his hand, and the vampire, as if breaking the bonds of the barrier, suddenly emerged from its protection, standing before Huang, brimming with strength and readiness. Something strange started to happen after the double promotion. Lin Huang and his assistant looked on in amazement, as if events were eluding their understanding. The protective wall that had served them for so long was destroyed, revealing a new monster card, the 4-winged Bloody Baron, a servant of God. This became a new weapon in their hands for the fight. However, the parasite had no intention of yielding. Its attacks continued relentlessly, one after another, and now it directed a menacing attack from the rear, seeking to bypass their protection. Quickly reacting to the invisible attack, Lin Huang dodged instantly, disappearing in a reflexive move. His reflexes and attentiveness were at their peak, allowing him to evade the danger. The vampire, using the roots of the parasite, began to rise up as if dancing through the air, its movements sure and precise, as if it could feel every movement of the air. It aspired to the top, where the fiercest battle raged. The main character did his best to support the vampire, helping to halt the enemy's regeneration. While the parasite was distracted by Bai, Ember was released and began to burn through the monster's long body with its flame. Shuhei sensed something was amiss and tried to stop his comrade. He was not mistaken, as the parasite consumed more souls of people in order to increase its rank to a stronger one. The disputes it had released earlier had completely swallowed the city and were gradually flying towards Saigon. Things were not going smoothly, and disputes were spreading in the streets. Lin Action was sleeping peacefully in her bed, ready to fight with a thoughtful plan of action already planned in advance, with assignments distributed to everyone on the team for protection. He ran further to take his place, so he had to push off the ground hard to accelerate his run. As the main character fled, he leaped into the sky to seize a piece of coal because, if he didn't succeed, many innocent people would die, including his sister. Nearby, Bai flew by at high speed, aiming at a certain spot on the enemy's body and hitting it. The monster caught fire with a scarlet flame, and the vampire itself managed to land in a safe place. Due to Bai's flame, the roots of the parasite began to mutate gradually. In order to prevent this from becoming a reality, one jumped off the dragon, preparing to strike with the blade. With one swing of his sword, the man managed to slice through the flesh of the maddened parasite. However, he suddenly experienced a hellish pain, and his consciousness became immediately confused. The monster, when attacked by the main character, responded in kind and pierced his body through and through with its roots. The rest of the comrades were shocked to see their leader seriously injured. Gradually opening his eyes after losing consciousness, one saw the image of his assistant in front of him. As his consciousness fully returned, the image became clearer, and Xiaohei's excitement mirrored Wan's own relief. Covered in sweat, he had initially thought he had died immediately after being wounded by the enemy. While Ember licked its owner, he recounted the last moments before losing consciousness, during which the main character had used a healing card. Lin Huang quickly rose from the ground, believing that the enemy had not yet been defeated, and the battle was still ongoing. Fortunately, the final lethal attack had been powerful enough to eliminate the parasite once and for all. Wang was pleased to acquire a new epic card and decided to name it the Demonic Vine. He held a card in his hands containing all the characteristics and abilities of this new card. He held a card in his hands containing all the characteristics and abilities of this new card. At the end of the battle, the main character allowed the others to tend to their tasks and listened to Hayes' dissatisfaction with the peculiar names one gave to his cards. The assistant was content because they could now release all those infected by this parasite. The protagonist considered taking advantage of the moment and, summoning the tyrant, decided to carry out a double promotion. While the tyrant knelt before the owner, he spoke about the demonic vine, which was a new species with only basic skills in its arsenal. At the same time, there were problems with the protagonist's overflowing vault, prompting him to combine several cards. When the upgrade was complete, the protective shell cracked again, and a new tyrant emerged, many times stronger than its previous self. The creature had undergone a colossal transformation, and it was named the Armored Giant. Wan's expression said it all, reflecting his satisfaction with the decision made regarding the enhancement of the wards. Having completed all his affairs in the city, the main character rode on an eagle, soaring high into the sky to attend to his business. During the flight, he aimed to quickly depart from this place before anyone noticed. He had used the advanced card many times, which piqued Huang's interest in the "Servant of God" inscription on the card. The assistant explained the rare blood in the vampire's body, allowing the use of a holy skill, which had boosted the stats and abilities of the Bloody Baron's card when upgraded. When everything became quiet, the main character heard Hayes explain the function of resurrecting cards using the absorbed energy. The assistant provided a detailed explanation of how it worked, taking into account all the risks involved. In case there was no suitable replacement for the card, it would automatically disappear. During their flight over the city, the group conversed for an extended period about how thrilling yet risky it was. Later, after dismounting from the eagle, they were eager to rest. For some reason, one began to approach the window, gesturing for Hayes to remain quiet. He moved closer to the open window and peered carefully into the room. Inside, Lynn Axion lay soundly asleep in her bed. The protagonist smiled upon seeing the peaceful expression on her face, then closed the room's curtain. Without waiting for one to turn around completely, Hayes wondered about the important matter he wished to discuss. He immediately asked for help in locating the energy sector and anticipated some form of reward for their hard work. Hearing one's sincere request, Hayes eventually agreed, deciding to provide him with a meaningful gift as a token of gratitude for his assistance. 10 cards served as this gift, each containing an enigmatic blend of opportunities and risks. These cards had the potential to influence one's future, with a choice fully depending on intuition and personal preference. Before him lay an array of cards, and as he examined the mysterious assortment, he realized that each card could alter his fate. Excitement coursed through his body as he regarded the cards, each representing a unique story and inviting him to make a choice. As he prepared to select one, his heart quickened, and the moment of choosing these cards left him somewhat shocked. He paused briefly, feeling as though he had absorbed some energy. During this moment, the main character pondered why the choice was limited to 10 cards, despite the possibility of more. This question prompted him to contemplate the nature of these cards and the hidden meanings behind his choice. Suddenly, he realized that the number of cards mattered less than their essence, as they opened up new horizons and opportunities. Emotions swirled within him as he decided not to waste more time on endless reflections. He simply needed to trust his intuition. The cards lay before him, each feeling incredibly real and alive. He saw more than mere pictures in them. He perceived the potential they held. Lin Huang resolved to begin his journey into the world of possibilities and choices with his first card selection. As he perused the cards, one in the middle captured his attention, radiating a sense of uniqueness. He believed it held something special that he needed to uncover. His final choices marked the culmination of this exhilarating process. Each card was chosen based on his intuition and desire to explore new horizons. When all 10 cards had been selected, Lin Huang had his own deck in front of him, sensing that these cards had become an integral part of his destiny. Each one represented a key to a certain aspect of his future. After revealing the cards, Lin Huang discovered one for lesser destruction and 2 healing cards among them. These cards served as reminders of his experiences and the powers he could harness. He felt a sense of familiarity, having used a lesser destruction card from personal experience, and he understood the destructive strength it could unleash. However, among the cards, there was also an insight card he hadn't encountered before. This card revealed new horizons and possibilities he had never imagined. It provided a deeper understanding of the effects of insight cards and explained how they could impact his cultivation. This newfound knowledge expanded his understanding of card capabilities. With this new knowledge and the array of cards, Lin Huang realized that he had unlocked a new world of possibilities. He understood that each card could be valuable in his future adventures and battles. Despite their playful arguments and jokes, there were moments of tension between Lin Huang and Heirai. This tension arose because one tried to share his joy, but Harai played the role of a skeptic, unable to genuinely rejoice for his friend. A new day dawned, and Lin Huang sat in his room, immersing himself in the news. This moment symbolized the beginning of a new stage as heroes faced new challenges and events. Suddenly, Harai appeared in Lin Huang's room to invite him to lunch, highlighting their close connection and care for each other. Their conversation shifted to Bai's disappearance and concerns. Lin Huang tried to reassure her, expressing his belief that he could handle the monster. However, Hairai's doubts persisted, emphasizing the seriousness and danger they faced in the place where Bai had gone. Harai refused to give in and continued to insist on her opinion despite Lin Huang's attempts to persuade her to overcome her fears. In an effort to convey his thoughts, he affectionately stroked her head, trying to comfort her and show his care. After lunch, Lin Huang suggested exploring the ruins of Shogun. This reflected his desire to spend time with his sister and share new experiences. Despite their arguments, Harai decided to stay at home, emphasizing her beliefs and plans for the future. The internal conflict escalated when Lin Huang realized that Hairai's decision was tied to her future plans for holidays and graduation. Lin Huang expressed his serious intentions for study and training, demonstrating his determination and resolve. Seeing his sister so resolute and strong, Lin Huang couldn't hold back and hugged her, proud of her commitment to growth and creation. After their heartfelt moment, Lin Huang headed to another room to prepare for the upcoming night's journey. As he left, Harai turned on the news, where the famous huntress Wang Binley spoke. Her words about strength emerging in critical moments deeply impacted Harai. These words became the key to inspiring her, instilling a sense of determination and ambition. Harai was now ready to stand by Lin Huang's side and participate in their future battles with newfound resolve. The following day marked their return home, highlighting that new challenges always followed one after the other. Shin hurried to her room, leaving Wan to tend to his affairs. This moment symbolized their separate paths and adventures, understanding that all that remained was trust in luck and strength. Wan decided to make the most productive use of his free time by utilizing the mission map. As he examined the map, he realized that every detail could hold value, paying attention to even the smallest details in his search for the key to success. Initially, everything went smoothly, but as he progressed through the missions, unexpected difficulties and doubts began to erode his confidence. He found himself on his knees, overwhelmed by despair when he comprehended that the mission might be impossible. He had to face the harsh reality that it could be more challenging than he had expected, requiring the achievement of a 6th-level military tactic within just a month. In an attempt to cope with the situation, he turned to his sister for help, emphasizing their close communication and readiness to support each other. One offered money in exchange for Xing's cooking, demonstrating his willingness to make sacrifices to fulfill the mission. He started to question if he was truly prepared to succeed and save the destruction card. Returning to his room, he resolved to engage in more in-depth military tactic training to increase his chances, aware that time was passing and the task was becoming more complex. However, he decided not to give up and to fight to the end. Unexpectedly, He paid a visit to Wan, his presence raising alarm. Wan expected an important message, but He not only provided the answer to his expectations, but also posed a question that made Wan contemplate his readiness to overcome all obstacles. Wan agreed to give his best effort only if the undertaking genuinely helped execute the trusted job. When the conditions were accepted, something unexpected and astonishing occurred. Wan felt a powerful blow that left him stunned and woke up with a purple glow in his eyes. This sudden blow knocked him off balance, and he started losing control of his body, his legs swaying as if paralyzed. He slowly rolled forward in an attempt to restore balance, gradually feeling as if he were absorbed by the looming darkness. It was as if his mind was immersed in another dimension, and he seemed to merge with this darkness, becoming part of its abstract entities. When Juan emerged on the other side of the portal, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. The landscape was strange and mysterious, as if he had entered another dimension where shapes and colors were unlike anything familiar. The sky displayed rich purple hues, while the trees had a metallic sheen, and the plants radiated light as if they were their own sources of energy. This all created the sensation of a wondrous and alien world. Suddenly, an old man materialized before Juan, an old man who had previously appeared only as a holographic projection, but now stood here in this mysterious world from the past. This elderly man was the one who instructed Juan in military tactics, but now he appeared more tangible and real, as if he were an integral part of this unfamiliar reality. The old man inquired about Juan's readiness for new challenges without any warning. Suddenly he struck, and in the midst of the unexpected assault, Juan managed to evade the blow through a sudden insight. His reaction was swift, guided by an instinct for self-preservation. However, the old man didn't halt there. He responded instantly with a clever tactical move, delivering a precise and accurate strike that caused Juan intense pain. He fell to the ground, struggling to contain a painful groan. In the blink of an eye, as pain coursed through him, Juan discerned that the old man was gearing up for another attack. He reacted swiftly, executing an evasive maneuver just as the ground beneath him cracked in response to his movements. Recognizing that merely defending himself wouldn't suffice, Juan decided to retaliate. His counterattack landed successfully, not only gratifying him with a sense of accomplishment, but also imparting new insights. He began to realize that this battle wasn't solely a physical confrontation, but also a path to enriching his experience. The battle raged on, with every blow and collision drawing one closer to fresh discoveries. He gleaned insights from each situation, learned from his errors, and refined his actions. Despite his countenance being marred by wounds as the battle pressed on, he refused to yield. His determination only intensified, and he persevered through pain and fatigue. Ultimately, when he returned to reality, his body was weary and drenched in sweat, yet his spirit remained unbroken. His determination burned unwaveringly, despite Zhao's doubts regarding Juan's ability to fulfill the mission. It wasn't just a task, it was a calling he was prepared to embrace and conquer. Although his hands slowly descended to the ground, his resolve remained resolute. Although his hands slowly descended to the ground, his resolve remained resolute. Within himself, he felt the strength that enabled him to persist in the face of adversity. During a conversation with Zhao, concerns about the lost magical cards were voiced, and despite the potential consequences, Juan decided to utilize the Epiphany card. He grasped that in this world teeming with mysteries and perils, every step demanded wisdom and determination. When he met with Zhao, they engaged in a discussion about the conditions, and Juan agreed. Magical waves began to manifest around them, signifying a moment of transformation as he readied himself to answer the call. His eyes met the challenge head-on, but accelerated cultivation was not without internal conflict and turmoil. He sensed destruction and restoration as his body endured pain and bled from wounds. Nevertheless, he refused to yield, his determination unwavering. He concentrated on the climax, steadfast in the face of adversity, and his will remained unbroken, as resolute as a stone standing firm before a raging storm. However, he was cognizant of the fact that control over the magical card was slipping from his grasp. He found himself in a painful struggle with himself, but he refused to halt. With every passing second, the aura surrounding him grew brighter, and he battled through the excruciating pain. His inner fire burned more intensely, a response to all the challenges he encountered. He beckons to his inner strength, sensing unfamiliar yet wise images filling his thoughts. It's as if the wisdom of the ages fills his very being, with each new mental picture of the world imparting knowledge and experience. In this instance, he comprehends that the battle is waged not only on the surface, but also within him. An internal conflict brews, pitting pain against determination, but it becomes his companion rather than his adversary. The internal conflict intensifies, yet he refuses to yield. His determination swells, colossal and unyielding. Teetering on the brink of exhaustion, at the precipice of his strength, he discovers remnants of energy within himself. He grits his teeth and persists, turning the battle with the enemy into a struggle within himself. It's a challenge of his own limitations and fears. He grasps that he can govern his reactions even when pain and suffering reach unbearable levels. His determination becomes as unyielding as a stone, impervious to the current of suffering and adversity, dictating his thoughts and actions. Despite enduring countless hardships during prolonged minutes of battle, each blow ceases to be merely an action. It transforms into a lesson. He absorbs lessons from every collision, refining his skills and strategies. He perseveres, understanding that each moment brings new experience. Although his face bears the scars of wounds and fatigue, one's eyes shine with determination. With every collision and every attack, his expertise grows. He learns to anticipate the enemy's movements, discern their intentions, and respond accordingly. Even as his face becomes a canvas of wounds and blood, his eyes radiate resilience. He comprehends that every battle forges him into something stronger, with pain serving as the wellspring of his fortitude. As the battle nears its conclusion, one's visage is mangled and contorted, but this doesn't hinder him from sensing the triumph within. Every strike, every surmounting, constitutes a step forward. Upon finally returning to reality, his emaciated body, drenched in sweat and blood, his resolve remains unyielding, resembling an unshakable stone. He feels the victory despite the suffering. Each parried blow, each moment of confrontation, becomes his personal victory. Now, back in reality, he may be spent, but his inner fire remains an inexhaustible blaze. He stands invincible in his soul. Zhao's words, laden with doubts about success, become a call to him, one that doesn't oppress but emboldens and strengthens his resolve. His determination burgeons with each passing second, his breath sinking with the rhythm of battle. He's prepared to embrace this challenge and demonstrate his capacity for more. Every strike, every attack, metamorphoses into experience and lessons. He harnesses his fears and doubts as fuel to propel himself forward. His determination becomes his ally, casting light into the darkest corners of his soul. When the topic shifts to the magical map, he decides to seize the opportunity despite the potential risks. He comprehends that only by accepting challenges can he ascend to greater heights. The dialogue with Zhao transforms into a perilous journey, a path he dares to tread even if it means confronting danger head-on. He invokes his inner strength and embraces whatever may follow. He's prepared to accept everything that fate may bring. Magical waves begin to envelop them, resembling interwoven strands of destiny's magical threads. It's as if mystical fingers are intervening in their fate. The process of accelerated cultivation spawns internal conflict, yet one remains resolute. He understands that to progress, one must endure suffering. The pain becomes more tangible, akin to blood pulsating in harmony with his determination, yet he refuses to surrender. He won't allow pain to conquer him. Concentrating on his inner state, he presses forward towards his objectives. His inner world becomes his pillar of support. Despite facing myriad challenges, he persists, battling not only external hurdles, but also his own inner demons. The elderly mentors unanimously instruct the young student to commence his battle to attain greater strength. As their conversation nears its conclusion, they are suddenly ambushed from behind, catching even the protagonist off guard. The tactical teacher's surprise assault plunges Lin Huang into a situation for which he's unprepared. The pace of events unfolds at such breakneck speed that Lin Huang is left powerless to confront this sudden threat. He lacks the time to react, defend himself, or even grasp the unfolding chaos. After several intense hours, reality crashes back into Lin Huang's consciousness. Wounded and drained, he lowers his hands to the ground, enveloped by fatigue and exhaustion, which cling to him like a heavy shroud. Observing the exhausted Lin Huang, Xiaohei, his assistant, ponders the mentor's query. He contemplates how such an unexpected attack might impact even the resolute and robust hero. Memories of the profound mental trauma that can separate one's spirit from their body flit through the assistant's mind, further deepening his apprehension. The main character's reaction is immediate. He becomes an empty vessel, devoid of life and consciousness. His body remains in place, but his soul appears to have ventured far away. Simultaneously, Lin Huang continues to confront the relentless assaults of his adversaries, his spirit aflame with unwavering determination. He deflects a barrage of blows with incredible resolve, moving forward despite the encroaching weariness. Fatigue begins to take its toll, and Lin Huang manages to dispatch one of his attackers before succumbing to exhaustion. Doubt creeps into his mind, casting a shadow over his abilities. He persists in the intense battle, teetering on the precipice between reality and another realm. His eyes met the challenge head-on, but accelerated cultivation was not without internal conflict and turmoil. Her heart swells with fear for her elder sibling, prompting her to investigate the source of the commotion. Their home is shrouded in an atmosphere of time passing slowly, as if each second has become precious in anticipation and hope. A particular stone, previously guiding Lin Huang's path, suddenly emits a brilliant light and shatters, scattering shards across the room from an excess of energy. This abrupt occurrence brings Lin Huang back to the real world, although his complexion is as pallid as one who has just returned from the realm of the departed. This abrupt occurrence brings Lin Huang back to the real world, although his complexion is as pallid as one who has just returned from the realm of the departed. Despite the doctor's reassurance, she remains anxious. As Lin Huang struggles to rise from his bed, a headache reminiscent of days of amnesia throbs within his skull. The days of unconsciousness have left their imprint on his body. Over time, as Lin Huang recuperates, the room is bathed in light, symbolizing his attainment of the 8th level of military tactics. Pride and amazement swell within him, bringing radiance to his inner world. As time elapses, he regains his strength and eagerly devours the meal his sister has prepared. The desire for victory and improved performance burns fiercely within him, a sentiment unmistakable to those around him. The evaluation revealed that the successful execution of the mission had brought him noticeable enhancements in abilities and experience. In response to Zhao's words of praise, Lin Huang suddenly chuckled playfully, setting aside his food, teasing Xiaohei to demonstrate his confidence. Observing how quickly Lin Huang had grasped the assigned task, Xiaohei made the decision to promote him to the brown rank. Mixed emotions overwhelmed the hero as he realized his role in this process. A choice lay on the horizon, one that seemed to carry great significance. During their conversation, it became apparent that there were 11 possible monsters to choose from. Zhao's offer implied challenging decisions ahead. Confronted with numerous options, Lin Huang immersed himself in a meticulous analysis, scrutinizing each one down to the smallest detail. As he progressed, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Xiaohei for the support he had received. An idea briefly crossed his mind about sharing the news, but he swiftly reconsidered, recognizing the difficulty of explaining how he had achieved such a rapid promotion. His contemplations were interrupted by a ringing phone, and he answered the call, bringing forth a hologram of Miss Ling, who had already attained the transcendence rank. Sensing his distress and concern, she inquired about his well-being and what had transpired. Her approach was more action-oriented, displaying caring concern rather than bombarding him with questions. Her presence served as a wellspring of inspiration for the main character. Her support invigorated him to embark on the search for a suitable creature that would assist him in reaching the bronze level. Miss Ling delved into a thorough examination of the potential options, meticulously analyzing their characteristics and possibilities. Her sudden inquiry about how he had achieved such rapid advancement from iron to bronze rank diverted his thoughts. This question disrupted his flow of ideas. Miss Ling decided to reevaluate the characteristics of all the creatures that Lin Huang had considered, particularly those related to protection and speed. She expressed concern about potential efficiency loss due to his choices. Emphasizing the importance of dexterity, about which Lin Huang had spoken, in mastering the secret skill Demonic Hand, she prompted him to reflect on his skills. As she sipped her coffee, she expressed her interest in identifying the suitable creature. However, the question of how to acquire this creature and obtain the secret skill remained unanswered. During Lin Huang's narration about the ugly puppet creature and its ability to replace his body with an artificial one, she continued to sip her coffee, as if the liquid fueled her ideas. The main character listened attentively to the description of this monster and its potential for development, his eyes gleaming with interest and determination as he committed the information to memory. Miss Ling remained focused on her coffee throughout this exchange. She decided to forward to him comprehensive details about this essence, hoping that he could further investigate the offer. The hero expressed gratitude to the girl for her assistance, which caused a slight blush of embarrassment to cover her face. As time passed, Lin Huang and his loyal assistant engaged in a thorough discussion about the creature and its potential impact on their future. Together, they delved into the specifics and potential paths of development. During their ongoing discussions, they contemplated how the choice of creatures could influence their destiny and objectives. Their thoughts mingled in an atmosphere that was both tense and captivating. And so, the protagonist and his steadfast assistant continued to explore the path in this enchanting world where dangers and opportunities interwove in incredible symphonies. However, according to Xiaohei's knowledge, the forbidden territory where this monster resided could only be ventured into by exceptional hunters, many of whom had gone in and not returned. As a result, Xiaohei began to insult the main character, and he had to clear his ears of the guest's words. The next expedition to the Misty Canyon was met with colder weather, and the tension in the air signaled a potential disturbance. Suddenly, someone began calling out, breaking the silence and disrupting the veil of everyday life. This served as a signal for something new and significant. When Lin Huang received the call, a friend suddenly appeared and suggested going together to the very place where the hero was headed. There was determination and mystery in his voice, as if he knew something that the rest did not. For the main character in Xiaohei, it became a mystery how their friend could time the call so accurately. They had been friends for a long time, but even this seemed like an insufficient explanation. Perhaps their fates were intertwined by delicate threads. The next morning, as the sun's rays gently penetrated the curtains, foreshadowing the start of a new day, Lin Huang woke up. He informed his sister of his intention to head to the Misty Canyon right away. After being unconscious for a couple of days, she listened attentively to his words, sensing that something important lay ahead. Lin Huang explained the reason for his journey and mentioned that, while Ling Xing was engrossed in her studies, he planned to spend time with his friends. His voice conveyed conviction, as if he were trying to convince himself of his reasoning. He was already at the doorstep of the house when he reminded his sister to behave and left her some pocket money. His instructions were met with a slightly displeased look from his sister, who regarded them as if there was more to his words than met the eye. After he departed, she promptly checked the balance remaining in the main character's account. Her fingers smoothly glided across the smartphone screen, and her gaze was focused on the balance. She was pleasantly surprised by the sum she discovered. It wasn't just a gesture. It held a deeper significance that prompted her contemplation. The entire house resonated with exclamations of surprise because her brother had left her a whole million. The sounds of admiration and astonishment blended together, creating a new melody. Several hours had passed this morning, and the protagonist had already reached the citadel of the Misty City. There was a unique atmosphere of movement, with his heartbeat seemingly synchronized with the city's rhythm. Juan and his friend continued their journey through the city, which served as a starting point for their expedition to the Misty Canyon. The city streets pulsed with life, and every step felt like the beginning of a new adventure. In this place, various hunting teams gathered, and the individuals in these groups appeared courageous and determined, ready for new challenges. Among them, there was a sense of special energy. Some teams consisted of 2 people. Given that the main character had agreed to travel with his friend, he gratefully accepted the assistance offered. This gesture spoke volumes about their long-standing friendship and the trust that was difficult to articulate in words. His comrade whispered in his ear about how his father had spent a significant amount of money to learn how to easily attain the rank of excellence. These words added an element of mystery, as if revealing only a small portion of a hidden secret. The main character smiled, sharing the same goal, and chose to journey together with his comrade to avoid revealing their true strength. His smile conveyed a blend of determination and secrets, as if he were concealing something more. A practical decision was made to split up in order to secure lodging and find a group heading towards their desired destination. One set out to search for temporary accommodation, walking down streets where diverse people from various countries had gathered. For him, caution against suspicious individuals was paramount. The glances of passers-by slid over him, and he had a sense that this city concealed numerous mysteries. Suddenly, his comrade began calling him, and it appeared that something had happened since he would not have made this call otherwise. This interruption brought his thoughts back to the present moment. Through their communication, his friend had managed to locate a departing group, and he requested that one join them. His friend's voice conveyed a sense of urgency and excitement, as if he were aware that every minute counted. The situation seemed suspicious because nightfall was imminent, and the adventurers were preparing to depart for the canyon. Resolutely choosing to place his trust in his friend, he headed towards the east gate of the city. The path to the gate was bustling with activity, filled with anticipation and excitement, with every step bringing him closer to a new stage. Upon arrival at the gate, his comrade stood there with a peculiar expression, and behind him were 3 discontented individuals. This moment felt tense and significant, like the beginning of something larger looming on the horizon. Nearby comrades discussed the purpose of this haste, and their conversation gave the impression of a secretive plan, as if they were deliberating the intricate details of a complex operation. The individuals accompanying them, who held silver ranks, wore strange smiles. These smiles appeared mysterious and somewhat unsettling, as if they possessed knowledge beyond others. The expressions on their faces made the protagonist realize that they were subtly hinting at potential issues, blending anxiety with intrigue, unsettling his mood. It felt like a sign to uncover hidden secrets. After concluding their conversation, the escort proudly displayed their pets, preparing to embark on the journey. This moment resembled the calm before a storm, as if preceding a significant event. Due to his comrade's peculiar behavior, the protagonist suspected that they were concealing something and decided to assess the situation for safety. He sensed that something might go awry and aimed to prevent unpleasant surprises. As time passed, The adventurers traversed the sandy dunes, and the sand underfoot creaked, as if it too had a message to convey. This dune terrain marked a transition into the unknown. The companions engaged in small talk, pondering the significance of choosing a supreme animal like the blue wolf. It was as if the wolf served as a reflection of the hero's character. Approaching nightfall, they arrived at their destination and made their way to the canyon entrance. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly charged, as if the air was saturated with the energy of impending trials. Upon reaching the location, the protagonist dismounted from his pet, scanning the surroundings as if searching for signs that this place was truly special. As he neared the entrance, he detected an unusual scent, as if he were inhaling the aroma of adventure. The escorts called their pets back, and their animals obediently moved aside, seemingly aware that they needed to wait. Then, the leader demanded payment of 30 life crystals, creating a tense moment, as if an important decision loomed before the hero. An impressive young individual representing the group thanked them for their cooperation, his voice exuding confidence as if he were a leader prepared to guide their comrades. Meanwhile, one struggled to grasp the essence of the situation. Suddenly, his comrade began trembling uncontrollably, as if his body reacted involuntarily to something hidden. The protagonist turned to see what was happening, his gaze intense and ready to intervene in any situation. His friend leaned on him, clutching his throat with a look of horror in his eyes, urgently warning him to be cautious. This moment felt like a sudden surge of unease, as if something dreadful could occur at any instant. While glancing at the adventurers, a comrade disclosed the true identity of one among them, capable of manipulating other people. This revelation served as a crucial clue, akin to a key for unraveling a cryptic threat. Removing his mask, the escort subtly licked his equipment. This gesture appeared eerie and unsettling, as if it symbolized something impure. The individual was a master of controlling words, and his face exuded fearlessness. His gaze seemed oddly penetrating, as though he could peer deep into others' souls. Demanding a payment of 30 life crystals, the word master displayed his customary unwavering demeanor. His voice was confident and frigid, devoid of any self-doubt. The protagonist contemplated the intricacies of such personalities, particularly their ability to control and even harm with mere words. His contemplation ran deep, as if he had engaged in a mental struggle with an unseen force known to few. Standing there, he was poised for a fresh challenge, akin to a profound test where every uttered word and every action carried significant weight. Recognizing that the individuals were not willing to negotiate with someone of his lower rank, he began to smile, inquiring if this was an act of robbery. The thieves made no effort to conceal their intentions, boldly discussing their plans without disguise. They remained self-assured and even presented two possible scenarios, one of which led to the protagonist's demise. Unwilling to accept the conditions set forth by the thieves, he sensed an alternative and opted for a third option, his own. His decision left the robbers astounded, as they derisively chuckled at his seemingly reckless words. They couldn't fathom how anyone could decline such an opportunity. In response to their mockery, the protagonist unexpectedly exhibited a fierce inner determination, refusing to allow his life to be taken so easily. He sternly ordered the thieves to vacate his path or face the consequences. These words were not merely a threat for the protagonist, they were an act of self-defense. He was resolute in defending his rights and his life. The robbers assessed the situation and perceived his words as a reckless gamble, raising their brows in mockery, unable to believe anyone could be so audacious. However, the word master seethed with anger. The protagonist's impudence and defiance incited a whirlwind of emotions in him, prompting a desire to make the protagonist feel a fraction of the fear and pain he experienced. He resolved to employ his linguistic skills to harm the protagonist, intending to invoke feelings of resentment, fear, and a thirst for revenge within Wan's mind. The word master began uttering incomprehensible words, much like a sealing chant, initiating his power to induce paralysis. Nevertheless, one remained unaware of the word master's intentions, sensing something peculiar beginning to unfold. However, he can't discern its nature. Everyone around freezes, leading to an awkward silence. The individuals standing nearby are baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. Their eyes lock in anticipation of what might transpire next. In this moment, the word master instructs his subordinates to eliminate the protagonist. His arrogance and desire for control surface prominently. Sensing the imminent danger, Wan swiftly calls for assistance from his companion. They act as a unified team driven by a shared objective. His companion promptly responds to the call, providing aid. The thieves sustain injuries, and blood starts to flow from their bodies. Pain and suffering envelop the robbers, and unbearable agony forces them to confront the consequences of their actions. Their arrogance yields to fear. The word master, stunned by his opponent's ability to summon such a formidable monster for assistance, realizes he has underestimated his adversary. Bewilderment and panic are evident in the word master's eyes. He comprehends that the individual accustomed to control has lost command over the situation. The protagonist informs the word master about the moment when the spell failed to affect him, emphasizing the strength and determination that enabled him to confront the adversary. The word master doesn't even have time to conclude hearing the protagonist's account before comprehending that the situation is spiraling out of control. He flees in panic, crying out for his mother's help. The scene, initially charged with tension, gradually relaxes. The protagonist's friend falls to his knees, distancing himself from the ordeal he witnessed and experienced. The tremors in his comrade's gaze indicate profound shock, causing him to lose control of his legs. In an effort to calm their nerves and return to the interior of the canyon, the group decides to press onward. They realize that events are just beginning to unfold. As they traverse the depths of the canyon, their conversation shifts to various topics, including the nature of summoners and what the future may hold. The protagonist suggests halting and spending the night within one of the caves. His comrade quickly drifts into slumber, his weary countenance suggesting a challenging day. During this time, the protagonist observes his friend and acknowledges that the word master will no longer pose a threat to them. He recognizes that their adversary is incapable of approaching them with hostile intentions. The vampire, sensing potential danger, reverts to his true card form. He takes extra precautions to safeguard himself through the night, remaining prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The following morning, sharp cries emanate from the gorge. The protagonist awakens and discovers that his friend is alarmed by the presence of a menacing creature near the entrance to the cave where they had spent the night. Following their rest, the friends continue their journey, engaging in more profound conversations that encompass various aspects of summoners' lives and destinies. At a certain point, one of them decides to halt their progress, sensing something peculiar ahead. His instincts suggest potential interest or danger. According to their map, this location is a puppet lair. However, as they approach, it becomes evident that all the puppets have been destroyed and left in a state of devastation. The sight bewilders and perplexes them. The absence of living puppets leaves them puzzled. They opt to head towards another point to check for any traces of puppet activity or life. While en route to the stones that, as per the map, mark the location of the second layer, their sense of incomprehension and astonishment intensifies. Scattered puppet remains are scattered throughout the lair. Once powerful and significant creatures now lie in ruins. The protagonist decides to inquire about which monster his comrade had intended to hunt. The response to this query unveils an unexpected dimension of the situation. With this information, the protagonist begins to grasp that there's more to these events than meets the eye. The realization dawns that the word master isn't just a random adversary. It turns out to be the final clash in a series of events leading up to this confrontation. Gradually, a resolve takes shape within the protagonist to expose the word master and put an end to his schemes. It becomes clear that the path to victory lies in uncovering the true intentions of the enemy. However, suddenly, an unknown individual appears from behind and touches his shoulder. This stranger interferes with the course of events, altering the battle's outcome. The touch from this unknown figure results in the word master losing his ability to move. He is paralyzed, stripped of control over his actions. Woman emerges with a symbol on her jacket that exerts influence over events. Her commands leave no room for doubt, and her presence overshadows the word master. He is terrified by her. The symbol on her jacket identifies her as a member of the Purple Ravens, a power against which he cannot contend. Consequently, events take an unexpected turn, transforming the word master, accustomed to controlling others, into a puppet in the hands of someone else. Under its influence, he realizes his powerlessness and understands that he no longer has control over the situation. The mystery behind these events starts to unravel, and the protagonist comprehends that his adversary was part of a deeper and more intricate plot. When the stranger departed, the word master implored to be spared, while simultaneously raising his voice. The word master's booming voice resonated through the space like a vortex of sound, piercing the air and drawing the protagonist's attention. This melodic vortex swept through the air, enchanting him and compelling him to focus on its source. These melodious tones seemed to envelop them, creating an invisible labyrinth of sound. However, their curiosity remained unaffected by these sounds, and they began asking each other if they heard the same. Influenced by these words, they began to grasp the deep meanings and values they held. Despite their comrades' indifference, they recognized that these sounds conveyed an important message, unveiling new horizons of thought. The towering puppet structure before them symbolized not only strength, but also mystery. The word master's utterances carried a hint of something greater, motivating them to delve deeper. Their minds raced with details of battle strategies and tactics, drawing inspiration from the surrounding environment. They initiated discussions about their plan for attack and defense. Suddenly, their comrade took a deep breath, preparing for something significant. With a flourish, he emerged from his hiding place, opting to confront the enemy. His sharp mind and dexterous hand allowed him to get behind the enemy. Even in captivity, the monster refused to yield, struggling vigorously and manifesting its malice and strength. Faced with danger, he fortified his resolve with determination and perseverance, steadily approaching the enemy. Tension charged the air as he overcame the powerful sword's resistance, cutting through the atmosphere. The enemy erupted in a brilliant flash, accompanied by a formidable crash, and the monster's head flew to the side. Following this astonishing turn of events, the monster's body revealed a strangeness and mystery that held their gaze. In the next moment, the monster reappeared before them, its unexpected regeneration leaving them surprised and astounded. Despite the monster's remarkable recovery, they refused to give up, ready to accept the challenge and continue the fight. Realizing that their collective strength outweighed any danger, they called upon the protagonist for assistance, confident that their united efforts could overcome any obstacle. Gathering around their target, they delivered a coordinated and powerful strike that allowed them to subdue and control the monster. The protagonist joined the battle, bringing his unique abilities to the fore. Their friend decided to participate without delving into the details of the plan. His attack focused on the monster's head, creating a cacophony of collision and struggle, infusing the air with the sounds of the battlefield and composing a striking symphony of intense combat. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. They encountered significant resistance, and their strength began to wane. Suddenly, a vampire displayed determination and launched an attack on the monster with his sharp wings. His strength and speed came to their aid, bolstering their faith in success. Despite the seemingly desperate situation, the main character believed that victory was still possible. His determination was as unyielding as the bonds of their friendship. After the battle's intensity had faded with time, Lin Huang began to share his emotions with his friend. He spoke about the feelings that had consumed them upon reaching the bronze rank. His old friend listened with gratitude and respect, feeling like a part of this experience and genuinely happy for the main character's achievements. However, the protagonist was reluctant to claim all the credit for himself. He understood that this journey had much more in store, and he suggested returning to the city. Despite this suggestion, his friend remained persistent and unwavering in his willingness to help and support. He was determined not to let go of the main character. They soon faced an unpleasant truth. The path to further improvement was long and laborious due to their low rank. It was a difficult decision, but they chose to go their separate ways, parting with mutual respect and promises of assistance if needed. Their friendship remained steadfast, and they knew they could always count on each other. After bidding farewell to his comrade, the protagonist refocused on his goals. He realized that each step brought him closer to achieving the bronze rank. Deep within the dark, misty canyon, a mysterious structure was hidden. Members of the Purple Raven had gathered around it, sharing knowledge about its origins. A woman, devoted to this place and possessing secret knowledge, was responsible for the irreversible transformation. Her touch turned the water into a beautiful and enigmatic spectacle, bearing witness to her magical strength. A sudden and disconcerting command was issued to a man in a dark suit to throw the word masters into the infernal water. However, requests and prayers proved futile. Driven by determination that surpassed his fear, he plunged into the abyss of the infernal water. This bold step turned out to be his last, as he disappeared into the dark waters, succumbing to the time monsters that served as the subordinates of the Word Master. The Word Master's sinister shadows scattered, and the battlefield was cleared. However, the main character remained emaciated after the prolonged battle, even with the support of the powerful vampire. He was aware that the monsters posed a significant threat. Lin Huang glanced at the bronze life ring, a new decoration on his journey of rank advancement. It not only reflected his accomplishments, but also marked his fate. Feeling the weight of the bronze ring in his hand, he understood that it was more than just an award. It symbolized his growth and development. Lin Huang's eyes filled with deep understanding. He observed that each of his companions also had potential for growth and improvement. In that moment, his gaze was penetrating as he made eye contact with their friends, realizing that together, they formed a communicative bond. Suddenly, something piqued the main character's interest in the far end of the gorges. There, as if in response to his attention, was a strange glow radiating an unusual, almost magical light. He sensed that this light held a clue to a new challenge. On the other side of the gorge, he spotted a man immersed in agony, battling the hellish water and refusing to leave the place. His gaze lingered on this man, witnessing his transformation. The mutation was incredible and impossible to look away from. Underwater, this human struggled to regain his form, facing the relentless power of the water. His eyes displayed determination and an unusual resolve, yet he couldn't escape the terrifying changes. Enormous pincers replaced his hands, and his body underwent a metamorphosis that defied comprehension. One of the members of the Crow Club smiled upon seeing the results of this transformation. It was a triumph over human nature, a victory within her own labyrinth. At this moment, The protagonist realized that not only monsters were powerless against the force of the hellish water, but the word master and his mighty voice also proved vulnerable to its power. Then, a woman extended her hand, preparing to perform some kind of skill unfamiliar to them. Slowly, she raised her hands into the air, and strange, ribbon-like auras emanated from her fingers and toes. The auras swirled around her body and quickly headed toward a nearby monster, as if invisible threads were drawing it to her. It gradually became evident that she possessed an unparalleled power that made her more formidable than the main character had initially thought. Realizing the imminent danger and his own vulnerability, the main character felt a strong urge to leave this place. He was aware that with each passing moment, the aura of the girl and her assistant grew stronger, and his heart raced, indicating the urgency of his departure. The unexpected touch of a hand on his shoulder startled Lin Huang, and he turned abruptly to look at the assistant girl's face. The hand was cold, adding to the tension of the already difficult situation. A split second felt like an eternity as his shoulder was touched, and he experienced a sense of immobility, as if an invisible force had rendered him powerless. A sudden tightness in his throat made him cough and struggle for each breath. His gaze met the assistant girl's eyes, and at that moment, Lin Huang realized that his life was genuinely in danger. Understanding that his usual cards and combat skills could not aid him in this situation, Lin Huang decided to try using his words to convey his intentions. He spoke rapidly and vigorously, attempting to explain his position and plead for mercy. The young woman turned to her assistant, Sukianu, and they engaged in a brief conversation. Lin Huang sensed that the tension had slightly lessened as he was released from their grip. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huang felt the air fill his lungs. The young woman turned to her assistant, Sukianu, and they engaged in a brief conversation. Lin Huang sensed that the tension had slightly lessened as he was released from their grip. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huang felt the air fill his lungs. For a moment, the young woman diverted her attention from Lin Huang and introduced herself as Hong Wan, an official member of the Purple Crow, an enigmatic organization with an incredible reputation. Faced with the incredible choice between joining the group or facing doom, Lin Huang felt his reality beginning to crumble. He knew that the solutions were intricate and carried weighty consequences. From that moment, a considerable amount of time passed, and the action shifted to another location, a place where corridors intersected like the weaving of history and destiny. The echoes of iron striking iron reverberated in the distance, as if someone was forging or engaging in a battle with metal. Lin Huang had been brought here against his will, along with others, like downtrodden animals. The authority over this place belonged to an individual who considered it a training camp, but there was something more sinister within that definition. The words of this person were harsh and ruthless, as if he intended to extract the maximum from everyone here without regard for their suffering. With these words, he turned and began to depart, showing no intention of listening to the young man who stood before him, restlessly attempting to convey his questions. A mysterious voice interrupted their conversation, admonishing them not to raise their voices and directing their attention to the dark figure standing in the corner of the room. In the shadows, there was another guide who gazed at them calmly, as if he were observing a performance. His name was Xiaomo, and he introduced himself as Lin Huang's roommate, with whom they had both ended up here the previous night. They began discussing how, after arriving here, the connection on their rings disappeared, and how they now had to manage without the fund's communications. Xiaomo expressed his dismay, realizing the gravity of their situation. Attempting to escape would only lead to death, because the outside world was filled with traps. The main character found it intriguing how many people had already tried to escape, and how many participants in this nightmarish test had failed to make it out. However, Xiaomo explained that anyone who attempted to run away had instantly met their demise by falling into the scattered traps. Lin Huang's calm demeanor in this terrifying situation was bewildering, as if his emotions had suddenly overwhelmed him. And he fell asleep right where he was despite the horrors that. The new morning brought all the participants to the training camp, where they were met by the organizers represented by a large cross in the distance. Each person there had come of their own free will, entering into this dark world of trials. Lin Huang and his neighbors began discussing ranks and titles within this organization. As they conversed, other participants passing by looked at them with curiosity. Xiaomo urged Lin Huang to hasten their discussion so as not to miss breakfast, and then mentioned that they could purchase items with accumulated points. However, a sudden commotion and a tremor in Xiaomo's voice drew their attention to something behind Lin Huang. They turned to see two people suspended from the ceiling, their eyes filled with fear, symbolizing their failure in the tests. Lin Huang saw an opportunity and decided to access the network to learn more about the rules. Meanwhile, his neighbor continued talking about the shopping opportunities. Suddenly, they heard a loud voice, which turned out to be none other than a security guard in the area. The guard was displeased with Xiaomo for having an insufficient quantity of points, and without warning, he kicked Xiaomo as if he were at the bottom of the list and demanded additional efforts. Lin Huang couldn't stand by and decided to approach the conflict. He grabbed the guard's hand, pointing out that violence was not the only solution. As he did so, Lin Huang began to notice that his grip on the guard's hand was incredibly strong, as if it were rebelling against the chaos. The tension in the room was becoming palpable, and everything around them began to resemble a pit of struggle and fear. With each passing moment, Lin Huang felt like he was in the midst of his mounting tension, like an imperceptible force, began to envelop him and elevate him to a new level of reality. Suddenly, as if something had shifted in his mind, Lin Huang began to feel strange. He observed the crowd and noticed a person named Gong Sunning who immediately ordered him to release the other person. For the protagonist, this event related to the appearance of the second-ranked individual in terms of earned points was quite intriguing, sparking his interest and some confusion. Engaging in a conversation with Gong Sunning, Wan and Gong exchanged glances, attempting to read each other. Gong inquired about possible rule violations on Wan's part in the prison-like environment. However, for Wan himself, this situation seemed illogical. The rule where the strong preyed on the weak didn't align with his understanding, as he was a man. His words caught the attention of the others ranked at the top, prompting other participants to take notice of their discussion. Before the situation could escalate further, the appearance of a manager interrupted them, instructing the group to move forward along the route. Gong Sunning and his group decided to break away, hoping to form deeper mutual understanding and cooperation. In an attempt to calm his cellmate, Wan shared speculations about the future and how similar situations could occur without his presence. Wan's gaze explored the environment, and his peculiar look and expression hinted at some unique insight. In the end, as a result of past events, the protagonists arrived at the 6th level of the educational towers, standing at the entrance, ready for new tests. At the moment of entering, Wan concentrated more than usual, displaying a special seriousness and attention. Using special devices in the room, teleportation was implemented, and several monsters suddenly appeared. This unexpected situation demanded a quick response. Realizing that eliminating all the creatures could be advantageous, Huang summoned his ally to him, expecting to gain vital strength and points by defeating the monsters. After analyzing the situation, both he and the vampire focused their minds on their first strike against the attacking monsters. This strategic decision allowed them to respond to the attack promptly. One rebounded off the surface of the training field, preparing for the next action, which involved him leaping onto a flying dragon. His choice was dictated by the need to battle suitable opponents, and in this case, dragons were the best option for such a fight. The advantage of this choice was that one could instantly accumulate vital energy, making him stronger and better equipped to eliminate the dangerous opponents he faced. Each new day of training in the enormous tower lasted for 8 hours, and the protagonist was determined to strive for perfection, despite the fatigue and shortness of breath that began to manifest. On the third day, a new stage of development began. One now stood among the defeated monsters, holding his blade confidently. After completing the arduous training, the main character emerged from the training towers, stretching out. He felt that all 3 wheels of life had almost completed their 6th cycle. His interest was piqued by the results, as both the protagonist and the vampire had managed to cope with a significant number of monsters and earn a substantial amount of points, boosting their ratings considerably. The main character secured a place among the top 300 participants, which was a remarkable success, especially considering his late start and scoring. Suddenly, a new contender appeared, clearly desiring to challenge the hero, Juan. Instantly, Juan understood his intentions and realized that the stakes were high. He discerned that Lisa Heo aimed to deprive him of all his hard-earned points, identifying the weak spot in this situation. This prompted Juan to respond cautiously to the challenge. Juan simply began to walk away, avoiding pointless confrontations. However, Lisa Heo was not willing to back down. He threw down the challenge for a fight to the death, and the countdown began. Tensions rose, and an anticipated intense clash unfolded. Around them, onlookers started discussing how one had ended up in such a challenging situation. His success had piqued their interest and confusion. Lisa didn't feel any pity. On the contrary, he longed to end one's life with his blade. His intentions were clearly aggressive. Undeterred, the protagonist held his fiery gaze, attempting to undermine the nerves of his opponent and create confusion. However, none of those present expected the bully to react so swiftly, displaying incredible speed. Suddenly, Lisa's sword was enveloped in dark energy, as if he had unleashed a supersonic strike. The effect was stunning and impressive. Unfortunately for Lisa, his plan did not work. Juan repelled the attack, exposing its futility and foolishness. After their clash, Lisa Heo experienced a strange sensation in his body, an unexpected turn of events that surprised everyone. Juan didn't hesitate to call Lisa a loser, a fact that became evident to all. Lee's words were confirmed when he began to kneel behind Juan, clearly defeated. He fell to the ground, eliciting surprise from the onlookers. Juan's strength had proven to be much greater than expected. However, the fight did not end there. On the battlefield, Gong Suni appeared with his team, ordered to put an end to Lisa Heo and definitively conclude the battle. For Juan, it remained a mystery why Lee had been so insistent on wanting him dead. The question was directly posed, and the expected answer was given. They stood by while Gong expressed his discontent with the violation of the battle rules. The main character decided to share his thoughts on this matter. In the end, Gong left due to urgent matters, but his disapproval was clear. He wrapped a chain around Lee's throat, symbolizing his desire for rule compliance and punishment for violators. The main character was struck by how Gong had easily dealt with a fellow human using his own hands. This sight left him in shock and fear. As he glanced back, he observed an expression on Gong's face that was both shocking and characteristic. Gong's facial expression spoke of strength and determination. Gong's hands were clad in chains, demonstrating his seriousness in upholding discipline and order, as he had promised. In the next pivotal moment, the main character found himself facing personal elimination. After the unfolding events, everything returned to its usual state, but fear still smoldered within his cellmate, knowing that conflict with those of higher rank could erupt at any moment. Tension hung thick in the air, and even the slightest spark could ignite a blaze. The main character was drained by these endless discussions. He lay down on his temporary bed, attempting to relax and unwind, if only for a brief respite. He lay down on his temporary bed, attempting to relax and unwind, if only for a brief respite. As he contemplated the situation, a new goal began to form in his mind. The appearance of a new acquaintance introduced an interesting element into his life, an opportunity to join the Purple Crows. Even if it only presented a chance to become part of this group of hunters, it held a certain allure. Then, Xiaomo explained the significance of the marks on her body. These marks were unique to the descendants of Sin, leading to government suspicion and disapproval. Xiaomo already bore the seal of rejection due to the suppressed past of children born from the union of humans and monsters. This knowledge deepened the main character's understanding of her situation, revealing the intensifying hatred, tension, and fear surrounding her. The main character felt a sense of discomfort for not addressing his own issues earlier. He realized that keeping silent about his problems had only contributed to the overall tension. He contemplated whether he should continue to keep everything to himself. The main character attempted to console his cellmate, believing that those who labeled themselves as sinners were, to varying degrees, victims of circumstances. Each one held their unique history that could influence their choices. As the rating count approached, the new comrade's rank had fallen significantly, thanks to the main character's assistance. He understood that without their help, his friend would have had a difficult time dealing with everyone's challenges. The life crystals bestowed upon him became not only valuable resources, but also symbols of friendship and cooperation. The main character began pondering the future with his friend. After the rating count, their paths might diverge. The new challenge was his way of saving Xiaomo from additional remorse. Willing to accept his defeat, the protagonist was prepared to offer Xiaomo additional points, understanding that such a sacrifice could assist his friend and partially bridge the gap in their rankings. Although he harbored doubts and fears about breaking the rules, he also recognized that such actions might carry consequences and attract the attention of the strongest participants. At that moment, Emma was free from fear and hesitation. This confidence formed the foundation of his unwavering determination. His cellmate clenched his teeth, filled with a desire to survive and continue moving forward. He understood that not even fear would deter him from striving for greater heights. In contrast to fear, Xiaomo issued a challenge for a duel. His decision was a bold step, signifying his readiness to confront an unknown outcome. The main character accepted the challenge, knowing that he could face defeat. This act demonstrated courage and respect for his opponent. The following morning, a crowd gathered around what appeared to be a labyrinthine arena scene where the ratings would soon conclude. Suddenly, it underwent a change, as if influenced by an invisible force. The person whom Xiaomo had surpassed was astonished to find that he had gained 5,000 points in a single day. This surprising turn of events prompted others to wonder how this had occurred. The violation of the rules was evident, and his anger was clearly reflected in his gaze. The disruption left the overseer off balance, and his demeanor shifted towards greater fury and aggression. He was frustrated not only by losing his ranking, but also because he had previously spent a considerable sum to acquire points. A bystander intervened and promptly struck the disgruntled individual to the ground with a single powerful blow. The violation of the rules was evident, and his anger was clearly reflected in his gaze. The disruption left the overseer off balance, and his demeanor shifted towards greater fury and aggression. The individual who had previously held Xiaomo's position expressed his dissatisfaction. He was frustrated not only by losing his ranking, but also because he had previously spent a considerable sum to acquire points. A bystander intervened and promptly struck the disgruntled individual to the ground with a single powerful blow. Meanwhile, the main character discussed his plans with a new friend to head to the school tower, away from the arena's events. They constructed their plans and discussed tactics. However, Gong Suning, furious and demanding explanations, suddenly appeared. He inquired about their plans and strategies regarding Xiaomo's acknowledged defeat, which he deemed a breach of the rules. The main character decided to ignore Suning, pretending not to hear his questions. Suning insisted, asking him to speak louder, seemingly emphasizing their innocence and reluctance to engage in disputes. Approaching closer, Gong Suning initiated a conversation about the rule violations. The protagonist advised Gong not to cross paths with him if he wished to achieve his goals and gain entry into the Purple Crows. Despite the fear of consequences, the others were inspired by the fearless newcomer who had taken a chance. Gong's anger led him to issue a challenge for a fight as a means of expressing his dissatisfaction and releasing built-up tension. The main character readily accepted the challenge, viewing it as an opportunity to share his experiences and teach a lesson to the second-ranking individual. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of the overseer, who had no intention of allowing the spectacle to continue and disrupt the established rules. Without even giving Gong a chance to begin, Suning immediately turned his attention to the main character, accusing him of breaking the rules. The overseer called to mind the infringements. The words uttered on the first day, that one's choice did not guarantee any special relationship, made it seem like Lin had lost the real direction. The words uttered on the first day, that one's choice did not guarantee any special relationship, made it seem like Lin had lost the real direction. It became evident that one had a connection with the director, and he feared nothing. The manager listened to all the details and instructed everyone to return to their tasks, leaving the conflict in the past. Gong Suning didn't care about who was backing one. His focus was on eliminating the obstacle, and he was prepared to use all available means for this. Suppressing such thoughts of eliminating his enemy, he stepped away for a while. However, suddenly, he heard a commanding voice ordering him to stop. This unexpected turn of events piqued his interest. When Gong turned around, he saw the confident protagonist challenging the second-ranking participant. The entire arena fell into a tense silence, and the main character exuded absolute confidence. His challenge was a clear signal for the commencement of a deadly duel. The moment the challenge was announced, flashes of bright light surrounded the main character, creating an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement for everyone present. It became evident that when the fight began, Swan would give it his all, and his fate seemed to be sealed. Gong was determined to teach his new adversary a brutal lesson and was ready to display torment. He wanted to relish the pain and suffering of his enemy. Despite the prevailing circumstances, the main character didn't back down. He summoned his vampire, preparing for the inevitable clash. At the start of the battle, the vampire initiated the attack. His swift movements made his strikes unpredictable and perilous. Suning, not one to stay passive, directed his chains at the enemy, aiming to control the battlefield by setting vampire traps. However, all his attempts were thwarted. The vampire employed a protective barrier to repel the chain attacks. Looking ahead, Gong realized he was facing a gold-grade opponent, which changed the dynamics of the battle and left him bewildered. Looking ahead, Gong realized he was facing a gold-grade opponent, which changed the dynamics of the battle and left him bewildered. While he was still stunned, the vampire had already launched his attack. Due to the impossible speed, not even a small incision could be seen on Gong's neck. He felt something peculiar. After Gong received a minor scratch, something strange happened to him. His head vanished, as if evaporating. The spectators were left in awe and even underestimated the protagonist, realizing that he was much more powerful than they had anticipated. All those present were shocked to see a bronze-ranked individual controlling a gold-ranked monster. It was an incredible spectacle, beyond their ordinary comprehension. In response to this astonishing turn of events, the manager ordered everyone to disperse and continue with their tasks, in an attempt to prevent any further turmoil. As events started to become clearer, the main character began to understand why Hongwon personally recommended him as a candidate for participation in the organization. He learned that she had recognized his potential, something that others were only beginning to grasp. Observing the scene, an onlooker noticed that even after Gong's demise, the guy didn't abandon him. This act of compassion and respect for the fallen enemy left a strong impression on the onlooker, and made them view the hero in a completely new light. While inspecting Gong's belongings, Huang stumbled upon a talent card and asked Xiaomeo how such an item could be obtained, perhaps from a human. Xiaomeo clarified that these cards could be acquired in the most unpredictable circumstances, and the moment of receiving them was not always clear. Furthermore, among Gong's belongings, Huang found 2 equipment cards, which he considered valuable prizes worth using in future battles. The series of fights unfolding before his eyes delighted the main character. One displayed incredible speed and skill, effortlessly defeating opponents. This not only impressed the main character, but also everyone else present. They realized that the problem was not just the enemy, but also Gong's formidable strength. The protagonist even made a lighthearted comment about the situation. After some time had passed, the protagonist eventually decided to visit the designated place for exchanging glasses for various items. He encountered a solitary man who was responsible for item exchanges. However, one was dissatisfied with the proposed exchange prices, deeming them too high. He engaged in negotiations to secure more favorable terms. Despite several rounds of negotiations, they couldn't reach an agreement, leaving the main character puzzled about the motivation behind these high prices. Eventually, the merchant decided to clarify the difference between the proposed equipment and what was available at lower prices. This explanation shed light on the underlying reasons for the steep prices. Understanding the situation, the main character reluctantly made the significant expense, purchasing 2 items with a substantial amount of points. Returning to his room, the main character was surprised to find 2 unfamiliar people already waiting for him, alongside Xiaomo. The main character presumed that these unfamiliar individuals might have come to seek retribution for Gong Suning. The strangers continued to silently stand around the door, with Xiaomo in their midst. Their quiet presence initially aroused suspicion in the protagonists, who remained vigilant. The strangers continued to silently stand around the door, with Xiaomo in their midst. Their quiet presence initially aroused suspicion in the protagonists, who remained vigilant. To their surprise, the strangers suddenly exhibited friendliness, becoming more open and attempting to support the weary hero. The cellmate introduced the main character to the 2 strangers. One of them turned out to be one Foam, who held the top rank in the rankings, while the other was in 3rd place. Despite their initial reservations, the protagonists greeted them, realizing that they could potentially become valuable allies in the future. The 3rd place ranking individual encouraged the main character to embrace their friendliness and assured them that they could become good comrades in time. The main character accepted this offer and reciprocated the friendly attitude toward their new acquaintances. Understanding the potential benefits of forming these connections, the main character was receptive. 3rd place in the rankings also generously decided to impart a special blade skill to the main character. Although the skill didn't entirely suit their needs, the main character appreciated the gesture, interpreting it as an attempt to establish a closer connection with Hong Zhuang. Although the skill didn't entirely suit their needs, the main character appreciated the gesture, interpreting it as an attempt to establish a closer connection with Hong Zhuang. At that moment, Xiaomo was engrossed in the food provided by their new friends, fixated on this valuable resource. The conversation eventually shifted to the storage ring received from one of the strangers. Inside the ring, there were nearly 3,000 crystals, valued at 30 billion credits. However, the main character's attention was drawn to the Sword of Wildfire creation, a skill he had long desired. Recognizing its rarity and future potential, he felt inspired. Still, thoughts of their current situation prompted him to reflect. Despite his aspirations, one understood that his primary task was to escape from this prison. Internal contemplations conflicted with the desire to improve his skills. The question of how the security camps disposed of deceased participants suddenly arose. The main character began to contemplate the methods employed to remove bodies. Xiaomo provided details about a process known to few. The dead were simply thrown into a cliff inhabited by terrible monsters. He also mentioned that people from noble families who perished had their bodies preserved for family rites. However, the main character realized that this information didn't apply to him, as his connection with Hong Zhuang would make it challenging to conceal his death. Suppressing unnecessary thoughts, he headed to the training room tower in hopes of finding a new card to improve his chances of survival. Upon entering the training tower, he encountered a peculiar phenomenon. Huge monsters, differing in behavior and size from the previous ones, stood before him. He summoned his vampire to engage in combat against these monsters, viewing it as a crucial test to gauge their strengths and abilities. The vampire unleashed its formidable power, engulfing the battlefield in flames with a spectacular and powerful display. The battlefield was illuminated by the flames as the vampire attacked the silver-ranked monsters. The main character hoped for a valuable drop from these formidable foes, and as the battle raged on, the vampire's wings flashed as it took flight, overseeing the fiery battlefield below. The creatures continued to advance without any sign of slowing down. They remained unresponsive to attacks, seemingly devoid of fear or sensibility. Seizing the opportunity presented by their obliviousness, the vampire managed to slip behind them for a surprise attack. Entering the fray through a designated entrance, the vampire joined the battle, and right behind it came the main character, gripping his sword firmly. His heart raced, but fear found no place within him, only an unwavering resolve to conquer these adversaries. A monstrous being emerged from the horde, its form a grotesque amalgamation of human and animal traits with eerie, animalistic features atop its uncertain figure. Swiftly, he responded, detecting a foul stench emanating from the creature's mouth, and launched an attack aimed at its grotesque head. He braced himself for a possible counterstrike. Despite his decisive strike, the outcome was not as victorious as he had anticipated. To intensify his assault, the main character had to deliver an additional blow with his blade. Directed at the creature, the clash of swords shattered the silence, and this second blow managed to push the monster back, slightly breaching its defenses. The silver-ranked creature quickly regained its footing, gracefully sliding back onto the ground. Its smooth, coordinated movements signaled its readiness to retaliate. The beast prepared for a devastating strike, its red eyes filled with a bloodlust that promised destruction. However, the main character, swifter and more agile, outmaneuvered the creature, shielding the vulnerable parts of his body with his sword. Suddenly, another creature emerged from the shadows, attacking from behind with the intent to wreak havoc. This new adversary added complexity to an already intense battle. Following this fierce clash, Wang realized that the silver-ranked monsters were significantly more challenging than the standard opponents he had faced at the training camp. The creature that had attacked from behind was eventually defeated, its head severed by a powerful blow. The protagonist felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins as he finally caught his breath. The fallen monster lay motionless on the ground, its massive body succumbing to the strength of the blow. Multiple battles lay before them, with the vampire, Juan, and the protagonist now surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their monstrous foes. The earth was now covered with defeated foes, reminiscent of a fierce battle in which they had all participated. The main character felt a sense of satisfaction at the number of conquered enemies, and smiled as he recalled how the double metal card had helped him acquire 600 monster card fragments of silver rank. Responding to the main character's request, he examined the 20 cards he had received. Each of them was an important piece of the puzzle in his strategy. His attention was drawn to an unusual card that offered the opportunity to combine skills. It allowed him to merge two identical cards to enhance their effects. Another card caught his eye, one that could seal a monster and transform it into a card while retaining its power and level. This revelation opened up new perspectives and opportunities for the protagonist. The main character was astonished to learn that even monsters of epic rarity could be sealed using such cards. This bestowed upon him an additional advantage in battle. Initially, he wanted to use this new card, but Hay reminded him that it was for one-time use only. This led the protagonist to contemplate its more strategic application. With a new strategy in mind, the protagonist turned his attention to another card that Hay had pointed out. This card allowed him to create and direct his own movie, which could serve as a useful diversion. The idea of making a movie tied into their escape plan from the training camp. The main character realized that this could be their ticket to freedom. Juan and his allies moved toward the exit, discussing the details of movie creation and their future plans. After some time, fatigue began to take its toll on the main character. His face showed the signs of weariness, but he tried not to reveal any weakness. Suddenly, new challenges appeared on the horizon, assignments that interrupted his moment of rest. The unexpected events caused him to wince, as these assignments came at an inopportune moment. The main character fell to his knees, and Hay laughed at his predicament, relishing the situation. Over time, events shifted to the observation post within the training camp, where the department manager took notice of intriguing developments. Cameras captured the main character facing off against a gold-ranked level 1 monster. This fact piqued the manager's interest. The manager was amazed by the frequency of the main character's visits to the educational towers and his ability to maintain a high rank. Laughter and jokes surrounded his achievements. The manager instructed employees to keep a close eye on the person recommended by Hong Zhuang and carefully monitored the battlefield through the cameras. When the main character took action, his sword sliced through enemies as he advanced. The camera showed him ascending to a level with monsters of the first gold rank. This information intrigued the manager, and the staff shared statistics on the main character's visits to the training towers. The manager was pleased with his active development and usefulness to the center. Employees began to closely observe his actions, trying to capture the nuances of his combat strategies. At this moment, Juan moved forward with his sword at the ready for new challenges. The protagonist requested Hay to create a new card by combining the skill, improved breath, and change masks with the ability to weave skills. He began shaping a new card that promised advanced disguise with unique skills. As the monsters continued their advance, the main character found himself facing a massive opponent. With quick thinking and using his head as support, he deflected the monster's attack. Tension reached its peak as he readied his sword to strike the monster's head, preparing for the final blow. With a swift wave of the sword, the battle came to an end. After the terrifying battle, the battlefield was strewn with defeated foes. The protagonist surveyed the scene, reminding them of the cost of victory and the immense effort they had invested in their success. The training session concluded, and the protagonist headed to the exchange center to use their earned points for acquiring new weaponry. Their French friend accompanied them and began inquiring about the value of points beyond this realm. Alongside their companion, the protagonist walked towards the exchange center, recognizing that outside of this domain, their points held no worth. Someone mentioned the vitality of crystals, instilling hope and advising them on how to become stronger for survival. They finally asked their newfound friend a question that had long been on their mind. Did he know of any other paths in this world apart from joining the Purple Crow? The heroes sensed that their fate was starting to take an unexpected turn. The response to their question arrived not in words, but in a subtle nod. Understanding dawned, as if their thoughts had been read. The main character felt that something much more significant than merely becoming a member of the Purple Crow was being prepared. A turning point in their relationship was sensed, and the companion hinted at an impending farewell. In response to this foreboding, an insurmountable barrier suddenly arose between them. Both realized that their paths were now diverging, each to pursue their own destiny. The hero found this decision difficult to accept but understood that it was necessary. With a smile, they acknowledged their friend's departure, symbolizing hope and faith in future reunions. The hero felt that their paths would intersect again, guided by an unknown force. As they bid farewell to their friend, a smile on their face indicated their belief that they would indeed meet again. The emotional parting was disrupted by a sudden alarm signal, triggered by a false incident on the map. In the observation department, a piercing and unexpected cry rang out. The hero's heart raced, and tension filled the air. Their gaze fixated on the monitors, where an alarming situation was unfolding. Monster, located on the same floor, appeared to be wildly out of control. The room was enveloped in the explosion of emotions depicted on the surveillance cameras, clearly portraying the protagonist gearing up to confront an immensely powerful foe. The atmosphere grew tense, and the hero was resolute in facing this dangerous adversary. At a critical juncture, the manager made the decision not to leave the hero to face the threat alone. He understood that the protagonist's death might not go unnoticed, and one wouldn't likely disregard it. The manager's heart burned with the desire to offer help, especially at this critical moment. The creature launched one into the air with a well-placed blow of its horn. Hero instantly recognized that his vulnerability had been exposed, and his heart began to race. Simultaneously, a wolf approached from behind, poised to attack. The hero assessed the situation, with his thoughts working faster than ever. He needed to make a decision within seconds. Inside the protagonist, everything proceeded according to plan, and a confident smile adorned his face. Everything around him appeared perfectly coordinated, as if he was in harmony with the battle's rhythm. He realized that the danger was closer than he had anticipated, with a massive creature, much stronger than himself, preparing to crush him. The chances of survival were practically non-existent. The hero teetered on the brink of life and death. The observation room doors swung open sharply, and the manager rushed out. However, the monster had managed to crush one of them, and what he saw was a terrible and shocking sight. The stunned manager stood before the lifeless body of the hero, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction and sadness. The hero, who had been alive just moments ago, now lay lifeless before him. The manager activated the emergency protection system. And suddenly, special robots equipped with lasers took the stage. This unexpected response added tension to the atmosphere. The monsters that had seemed invincible just a moment ago were defeated by the robots instantly. The power of the robots proved to be astonishing, leaving no chance for the monsters. The manager stood over the lifeless hero's body, his anger and discontent evident. The warrior, who had possessed outstanding abilities, now lay beside him, his hand outstretched, as if silently bidding farewell. The hero had departed from the world of the living, but his presence still lingered in the air. The manager attempted to contact Chuang to report what had happened. However, at that moment, a strange shadow began to form in the room, and it suddenly became clear that it was the main character. Through the use of a deception card, his aura had become invisible for a month. The hero smiled and gestured for them to deploy. As time passed, screams echoed from the educational towers. This served as a signal to the manager that a new trouble had arisen. He was beaten and thrown against the wall, rendered powerless by the sudden aggression of Mrs. Zhuang stood before him, her anger and frustration reflecting in her eyes. She was evidently displeased by the dreadful events that had transpired under her watch. After expressing her disapproval, she pondered whether someone had truly perished. Her internal conflict and uncertainty remained concealed from everyone. The manager, trembling, began to explain how they had inspected one's body before her arrival, but their voice was so fraught with anxiety that it sounded nearly unintelligible. Xuan ordered the elimination of all traces of the incident, including any false leads and equipment. No evidence could be found. Deeply affected, the protagonist decided to depart from this place. They smoothly shifted their form into a shadow and vanished from sight at the first bend of the building. Their gaze fell upon Xiaomo, standing beside a stranger. The hero realized that Xiaomo was grieving the loss of the only kind person in their life, who ranked third. They had tried to console Xiaomo many times since then. The main character found themselves at the foot of the mountains, embarking on a long and arduous journey. As they continued on their path through unfamiliar terrain, the surroundings appeared both strange and enchanting. When they finally stopped hundreds of meters away from the training camp, they felt as though an invisible barrier had broken, and they sensed newfound freedom and readiness for new challenges. Pursuing their objectives, they summoned their loyal companion to journey swiftly and securely. Following one suggestion, they were somewhere near the western point of the 7th Division. The road to the nearest city promised to be long and difficult. Together with their companion, they diligently studied the map of the nearby cities, where they intended to find allies. In the end, they decided to head to Dashi's city to obtain counterfeit certificates for their identities. One of their benevolent acquaintances had offered to assist them, although the expression on their face revealed apprehension about how they would manage to enter the city unnoticed. Slowly, smiles appeared on the protagonist's face as they remembered their advanced disguise and the ability to have a fake appearance. However, contrary to their intentions, when they attempted to assume a female guise, their face contorted, and they realized that this appearance did not suit them. Impatience reached its limit, and they decided to snap the protagonist out of it by giving them a head hit. Several hours later, they finally arrived in the city of Dashi. The main character, still reeling from the blow to the head, tried to understand why their disguise had not worked with their companion. Eventually, one decided to adopt a different form, transforming into a rugged man completely different from their current appearance. As a consequence of this conflict, the hero encountered a fresh dilemma. Ultimately, he decided to utilize his abilities and transform into the appearance of a beautiful girl. However, instead of the expected harmony and grace, his attempt at assuming a female guise resulted in distortion. He resolved to employ more direct methods to snap the hero back to reality. Suddenly, their contentious situation was interrupted by a peculiar sound. They heard someone loudly calling out, interrupting their internal struggle. The unknown individual who appeared before them took an interest in the rumors that the main character had spread about their false identity. Starting with confirmation of everything said by the protagonist, the stranger's interest in the visit to the hero's residence grew lively. They expressed a desire to continue the conversation in private, where no one could eavesdrop on their discussions. The young man's dwelling turned out to be situated in a dark urban alley, adding an element of mystery and intrigue to the situation. To reach the necessary doors in the house, they had to descend the stone steps leading to an underground room. This created the impression of a secret passage or hidden chambers. When the door, which bore many cracks, swung open before them, it revealed a view of the inner world of the house. The checkered structure of the door, even with its gaps, added to the atmosphere of mystique. Once inside, the main character was confronted with a complete mess, forcing them to navigate through the chaos. The owner of the house, who stubbornly refused to hire a cleaner, reigned amidst the clutter. Suddenly, the new acquaintance grabbed a sheet from a device in the room. This action injected a sense of drama into the scene and raised questions about the nature of the device and its role. The guy introduced his interlocutor to his creation, a device capable of altering a person's personality. The device offered new personalities at varying prices, depending on the customer's desires. When Juan decided to enter the device, he felt a surge of anxiety about the potentially high prices. However, his apprehensions were disrupted when the stranger began recalculating the data from a purple raven. The new acquaintance requested the main character to provide his new name to create the relevant data for the personality change. With confidence and determination, Juan chose the name Esau for himself as the new personality. Observing the man's reaction, Juan noticed that he started laughing upon hearing the new name. This added a touch of humor to the otherwise serious context. Upon completing the process of changing the data, the individual instructed a newcomer to inspect whether everything had been done correctly. Satisfied with the result, Ishio agreed to pay 100 crystals to ensure the changes took effect. Expressing a willingness to cooperate with such a dependable partner as the protagonist, the new acquaintance joyfully noted the positive alterations and expressed a desire to see him again. During their discussion of personal matters, one noticed something peculiar that captured his attention, a round object with an unusual shape. This unexpected discovery left him deeply surprised and rendered him momentarily speechless. In one of the corner rooms, he came across a football, which had suddenly materialized, adding further mystery to the surroundings. The stranger shared the origin of this ball and how it was played in the streets, offering an interesting contrast to all the other unusual situations. These words deeply intrigued the protagonist, making him contemplate whether the mysterious individual might be a time traveler or a space traveler. Lost in thought, one decided to seek clarification on something. However, the stranger didn't appear to understand his specific inquiry, and at that moment, the protagonist didn't feel confident initiating new acquaintances, especially in such strange circumstances. Instead of lengthy explanations, the stranger simply introduced himself as Yang Ling. Jan expressed hope that his name would be remembered by Ishio, perhaps for future situations when they would undergo a personality change. Upon completing their affairs in the city, the main character set out for the outskirts of Dashi, where the wild zone of the second level began. Within this zone, battles between monsters and the hero commenced, injecting dynamism and tension into the plot. Thanks to their skills, the hero was able to vanquish several monsters successfully, leaving only the remnants of their fallen opponents behind. After a few minutes, the deceased monsters lay on the ground, and the protagonist gazed at them from a tree while continuing a conversation with Hei about the necessity of fragments from the wildfire sword to achieve success. The expression on the guy's face, who had been observing the battle, suddenly caught the attention of Anat, the assistant. One had been pondering how to return home for some time, and shared with Hei that using an aircraft would take an entire year. He had been calculating the time required to stay in various parts of the countries. Suddenly, the guys heard a terrifying sound, prompting them to immediately assume a combat stance. Believing that the monsters were attacking, they prepared for battle. However, it wasn't the monsters that were dreadful. It was the appearance of the Eye of the Abyss. With the advent of this eye, panic engulfed the city, and everyone was prepared to fight to save as many lives as possible. Various creatures of different types and powers began to fall from the open sky, but each descent ended in destruction or collision with a barrier erected to protect the residents. All the city's inhabitants felt fear and helplessness, as they were deprived of the opportunity to save themselves or take any action for their survival. Some, with a calmer demeanor in the face of disaster, sat down to continue sipping their coffee while trapped in the Purple Crow's territory. A guy named Leon Song couldn't remain inactive, knowing this action would result in the demise of many individuals. However, he couldn't divulge their identity and capabilities. The central figure and the Association of Hunters instructed his assistant, Jokian, to ensure the safety of the citizens and review the hunter's code. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sensing the approach of necessary beings. From the eye of the abyss, a gigantic paw of an unknown monster grew with each manifestation. As this enormous paw materialized, the residents began to realize that they were facing a superior-ranking monster. Okian, along with Lien Song, discussed the formation of the body of this creation. Knowing what the heavenly dragon was capable of, their boss saw a dragon the size of mountains immediately after discovering the eye. This creature was tremendously powerful, capable of unleashing a single mighty wave that could obliterate the entire city, erasing it from the face of the land as if it had never existed. No one survived. But this was just the beginning of the horror. Not long after that, more and more dreadful beings emerged, dark and aggressive. They appeared poised to pounce on people and claim their lives, their intentions clear. In vain, they attempted to attack the dragon, trying to pierce its skin with sharp claws and teeth. Their efforts only resulted in numerous deep cuts and the spilling of blood. These flesh entities fearlessly fought with an insatiable appetite, but without success. The true protector of the city turned out to be the white-haired guardian who took the forefront, ready to confront all adversaries despite the impending danger posed by this monstrous army. At a certain point, his faithful assistant approached to share vital information. It turned out that this incredible creature they were battling against had been witnessed not only by them. Their guardian had also experienced this nightmare. The appearance of the dragon was astonishingly varied, making it impossible to definitively determine its origins. The creature resembled a fiery nightmare shrouded in darkness. The white-haired defender had tried to hold on to hope, dreaming that this terrible creature did not belong to the immortals. However, it seemed they would have to engage in a life-and-death struggle, and there might not be a favorable outcome. With the advent of the dragon, which commenced its destructive onslaught, it became evident that all hope for an easy victory was fading. It summoned other monsters to join the battle, utilizing their formidable abilities. The path of destruction became apparent. Those who received news from the guards were burdened with grim tidings. The dragon belonged to the immortals. This left the white-haired guard with no choice, though not always it was a delight to combat such creatures. He embraced the decision to remain in a defensive stance within the city, prepared to stand until the end. The young man, despite the peril, was filled with gratitude for the opportunity to safeguard his city. His soul blazed with determination to save more people, even if death awaited him. During this tense period, the main heroes, along with their faithful assistant, observed everything unfolding from a distance, discussing the likelihood of victory amidst the growing threats. However, Hay sensed something amiss in the air. The arrival of the dragon had left him uncertain, with a foreboding sense of impending trouble. The white-haired defender didn't hesitate. Without waiting for reinforcements, he plunged into battle to protect his city from the looming threat that had ominously revealed itself before him. Amidst the excitement and struggle, ominous words escaped the dragon's mouth, expressing its desire to annihilate everyone present. With a formidable strike, Its massive paw fell upon the defender like a hammer of destruction, shattering everything in its path. Everyone, including the members of the Association of Hunters, watched from a distance, fighters though they were, trying not to jump to conclusions. After all, events of such magnitude demanded a unique understanding. However, it became evident that the fate of the white-haired guardian was not solely in the hands of the dragon. Impervious to such a blow, he rose above the dragon and prepared to launch a retaliatory attack. The words spoken by the youth activated his lightning sword skill, transforming his blade into a spark of lightning. This lightning shook the air around the dragon, creating a deafening and piercing impact on its body. It gave the impression that the air was bursting with power. This astonishing feat left everyone surprised, and even the main character experienced a blend of astonishment and joy for a moment. This achievement did not go unnoticed. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief of the Association of Hunters realized that events were not unfolding as they seemed. He sensed that all of this was part of a sinister trap for the people. As some watched the battle, the city guard noticed something peculiar before him, but could not comprehend its significance. His behavior became erratic and unpredictable, as if he was no longer in control of himself, unlike a monster of his caliber. Members of the association's Purple Raven began to observe that the monster seemed to be vanishing, dissolving into the air, as if they had never existed. At that very moment, an incomprehensible object began to approach the city guard from behind, stirring within him a peculiar sensation. He turned, sensing something inside him hinting at an unexpected development. However, he couldn't grasp it immediately. A massive magic sphere shot out from the darkness, delivering a devastating blow to the city guard's body, as if snatching away a piece of his life. Following this, explosions and destruction ensued, overwhelming the protective barrier meant to safeguard the territory. However, none of the members of the Purple Crow comprehended what had occurred. It was as if one of them had been at the center of a powerful explosion, and electronic formations began to materialize around the barriers, resembling jagged teeth or snakes, creating a unique electric barrier. Outside the city, one heard from Hay that the townspeople were attacking an illusory creature. It turned out that the dragon was not real. All were ensnared in an illusion created by an unknown adversary. The boss of the Association of Hunters shared his speculations with his students, believing that the monster possessed an unusual ability to generate illusions, which could prove extremely perilous. Meanwhile, Jekian and her companion engaged in a dispute. The young man was eager to assist the people as swiftly as possible, while the young woman sought to devise a way to save everyone while concealing her identity. The boss redirected their focus to the necessity of continued surveillance of the ongoing battle, despite their internal disagreement. As the battle unfolded, it became apparent that even the white-haired defender could not shatter the force emanating from such a powerful strike. Behind him, the disgruntled guard advanced like a furious beast, unleashing his own relentless combat while cursing the monster and growing increasingly furious. The guard prepared to utilize his specialized skill to deal maximum damage to the enemy with a powerful sword blow. Upon striking the ground, the entire area in front of the guard became saturated with numerous lightning discharges, repeatedly assaulting the surrounding foes. Thanks to this skilled attack, he succeeded in dispatching weaker opponents who obstructed the path to the main adversary. For the main character in Hay, observing these lightning fragments, it became evident that the man battling the superior monster possessed incredible strength. Suddenly, something out of the ordinary diverted the white-haired defender's attention from the battle. He felt the presence of the desired monster, the target he needed to eliminate. He charged forward into the intense skirmish. Suddenly, something out of the ordinary diverted the white-haired defender's attention from the battle. He felt the presence of the desired monster, the target he needed to eliminate. And then he saw something approaching him, a strange and indistinct form flew in his direction. It managed to breach the monster's defenses and inflict damage, shattering the fragile barrier protecting it. And then he saw something approaching him. A strange and indistinct form flew in his direction. It managed to breach the monster's defenses and inflict damage, shattering the fragile barrier protecting it. When the monster was defeated, it became apparent that this peculiar apparition with 3 eyes was the illusion's creator, manipulating consciousness and misleading all participants. The Purple Raven Association remained an enigma, especially the identity of the individual who confronted the monstrous adversary. Then, an unfamiliar figure emerged, controlling multiple monsters and seemingly siding against the people. As the battle reached its conclusion, it became evident that the mysterious boss of the Association of Hunters was responsible for defeating the enemy. His strike had been so devastating that the enemy couldn't survive. When Zhou Qin wanted to express her gratitude and admiration for her boss, he modestly attributed it all to chance or luck. The white-haired young man warmly greeted 3 formidable warriors, who had come to assist in the area under his responsibility. He tried to inquire about when the Association of Hunters had joined the battle against the monsters, but received a refusal, as their support wasn't required until all the monsters were defeated. Suddenly, a stranger with a mask-like visage resembling a monster interjected into the conversation, announcing his intent to annihilate all hunters who evaded their fate. With a grin on his face, he taunted his adversaries, reveling in their hopelessness and desire to witness their demise. Zhou Qin responded by pointing out the unequal odds in terms of numbers. At that moment, a sweet girl's voice was heard, and the person behind the mysterious mask swiftly joined the fray. His team was ready to confront unknown high-ranking monsters and fight to the last. Even the boss of the Association of Hunters drew his fire blade, prepared to engage the enemy. However, the stranger held a mask with the face of one of the boss's comrades, giving him an advantage in numbers. The boss of the Association of Hunters was bewildered by this turn of events, and turned to identify the person behind him. Suddenly, Zhou Qin initiated an attack on the boss of the Association of Hunters was bewildered by this turn of events, and turned to identify the person behind him. Their comrades without any chance of resistance, shocking all those present. The boss of the Association of Hunters dodged the attack, evading the blows, and quickly realized the dire situation. The white-haired young men observed the stranger in the mask taking control of the girl, skillfully engaging in close combat while avoiding powerful strikes. Despite the old man's attempts to bring the girl back to reality through soothing words about self-control, her voice expressed hostility, and her actions remained under control. The protagonist recognized that the situation was growing increasingly critical, and intervention was necessary. One of the members of the Purple Crow was grappling with a lava giant, but struggled to penetrate its defenses, adding to the difficulty. Intuitively, Lian Song also found himself in trouble, attempting to break free from the clutches of pursuing demons that were draining his strength. One could sense the escalating peril. The only one who might change the situation is an elderly man. The white-haired guy attempts to convey his thoughts regarding Jokin, hoping there is even a slim chance to save her. However, the old man can only endure the blows aimed at his ward, despite her aggressive behavior. The boss's patience dwindles as he realizes that the preservation of the team members is under threat. So, he temporarily retreats and readies himself to use his skill. The boss of the Association of Hunters employs his fiery magic to attack the stranger who looms over Zhou Qin. With considerable magical strength, the old man knocks down Zhou Qin, forcing her to land. At this moment, the stranger reappears, taunting the old man for his failure. However, the boss of the Association of Hunters strikes a powerful blow that jolts Zhou Qin out of her stupor and allows her to rest. This time, the mask is slowly removed from the stranger's face, revealing his true identity to everyone. They all grasp the extent of his manipulation and his ability to control people through masks. Subject to unacceptable bullying, the old man can endure no more and resolves to end the game, preparing to eliminate the stranger. The stranger produces another mask and asks whom to become this time, relishing the game and the old man's embarrassment. The boss of the Association of Hunters expresses hope that the stranger will soon meet his demise. But in an instant, it becomes apparent that someone stands behind the stranger, ready to seize control of the situation. A fiery blade rises to the stranger's throat, and he displays signs of fear, teetering on the brink of death. All the powers of the boss of the Association of Hunters are directed toward the attack, and the old man begins to sear the stranger's flesh with fire. However, his attempt fails to succeed, and the stranger challenges the old man to guess whom he has become now. Understanding the situation, the old man continues to fend off attacks, gradually retreating. Meanwhile, the stranger gains complete control over Leon's song, who starts firing from pistols, targeting their allies. This all unfolds alongside the boss of the Association of Hunters, who skillfully deflects the bullets aimed at him. At the same time, the old man attempts to repel the attacks, and the white-haired guy creates a protective shell around himself while trying to fend off the monsters. However, even this formidable protection cannot withstand the relentless onslaught of the monsters, and the shell begins to collapse. When the protection finally failed, a massive explosion occurred, shaking the entire battlefield. The defender narrowly escaped doom, but the explosion threw them back, adding more tension to the battle. A member of the Purple Crow then declared that they wouldn't allow the monsters to wreak havoc in the city. Immediately after these words were spoken, something incredible happened on the battlefield. A magical beam began to form from under the earth, slowly rising to the surface. This beam emitted a mysterious light and pierced the air with enigmatic energy. A white-haired boy named Ciu demonstrated his readiness to resort to extreme measures to save the city. His determination was so strong that he was willing to sacrifice his life. Gathering all his incredible strength, he concentrated it in his hands and directed magical beams toward the attacking monsters and enemies. These rays, like fiery arrows, rushed toward the foes, gradually eliminating them one by one. The main character and his ally, Hei, continued to watch attentively as this unfolded. They saw how Ciu's powerful beams destroyed the attacking monsters. However, despite this remarkable display of power, they realized that it might not be enough to fully neutralize the superior monsters. At the same time, the boss of the Association of Hunters, following the events closely, lost sight of a stranger who had appeared behind him. This stranger began to approach the battlefield, carefully assessing the situation. The old warrior, who was guarding the boss of the associations, decided to use his fire blade to defend against potential threats. With a well-aimed motion, he drew his weapon and attempted to strike the enemy, hoping to inflict at least some damage. However, the stranger merely laughed off the old man's attack, displaying remarkable confidence. He effortlessly withstood the attack, showcasing the impressive destructive power that could contend with creatures of a certain rank. The old man, an experienced warrior, decided not to rush into battle recklessly. He sensed strange energy intertwined within the stranger's body and suspected that it might be a trap. Therefore, he acted cautiously. The old man extended his fiery blade, preparing for a potential collision, and held his weapon firmly to maintain control over it. Concentrating all his strength, he transformed his weapon into a spear-shaped form and attempted to fend off the enemy. While he did manage to push the enemy aside slightly, the attack did not deal any critical damage. As the battle continued, the masked man standing nearby began to show increased activity. He employed an artifact capable of hypnotizing and directed it towards Leon's song, the assistant of the boss of the Association of Hunters. Realizing that the situation was changing and turning in favor of the stranger, the boss resorted to brute force to bring his assistant back to consciousness. However, the blow was excessively powerful, and Lian Song found herself temporarily paralyzed, lying in the arms of the commander. As they watched this dramatic scene, the masked man began to mock the old man ironically. He observed that the old man seemed feeble, even when their strength couldn't restrain themselves, and he had nearly killed his colleague. This mockery infuriated the old man, leading him to decide not to exercise caution any longer. He tapped into his inner strength, and his body became enveloped in fiery flames, symbolizing his readiness to fight at full power. At that moment, the old man seized every opportunity available. One of the high-ranking creatures, previously wounded, began to heal rapidly. All of its wounds and injuries vanished, and it returned to the fight in full combat readiness. As the attacking monsters restored their strength, they began to gather behind their leaders, awaiting the next set of commands. They were poised and ready to test the old man's strength and demonstrate their capabilities. Members of the Purple Crow faction, including Lily, stood at the sidelines, anxiously observing the battlefield. They couldn't help but feel fear, knowing that their fate was intertwined with the hunter's success. The outcome of their cities hung in the balance. Recognizing the complexity of the battle, Hay understood that it would be extremely challenging for the old man to fend off three superior creatures simultaneously. He ordered his comrade, Wand, to prepare for a swift retreat to conserve their strength and return later. However, the old man was not ready to give in. He accepted the stranger's challenge, preparing himself for the impending battle and taking a battle-ready stance to confront the masked monster. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, a peculiar creature emerged, displaying the ability to fly at incredible speeds. Its presence heightened the sense of danger in the already perilous situation. Recognizing the threat, the boss of the Association of Hunters decided to unleash fiery arrows, a volley of projectiles resembling flaming arrows, aimed at the attacking creature with the intention of destroying it. These fiery arrows pierced the air like well-aimed projectiles, striking the creature's body one after another. Although it was enveloped in a fiery aura, it persisted in its advance. The stone golem also entered the fray, raising its fist, imbued with magic, and directing it toward the approaching creature. The golem was prepared to deliver a devastating blow. The battle raged on, but the old man sensed that it had become monotonous and lacked excitement. He understood that he needed to take a special action to alter the course of the battle and turn it in his favor. With his fiery spear in hand, he readied himself for a bold move. The old man continued to resist unwaveringly, facing the relic stone golem. It appeared as if this weapon had been crafted specifically to withstand the immense physical strength of the monstrous creature. Flames began to ascend slowly, enveloping the limb golem with their warmth. As the fire moved higher, the stone body of the golem heated up and emitted intense heat. When the flames reached the upper parts of the monster's body, it transformed into the shape of a burning dragon, symbolizing unparalleled power and destructive force. The old man wasted no time and took advantage of the moment when the monster was preoccupied with the battle. He delivered a fresh blow, directing his fire blade towards the head of the stone golem, hoping for a successful strike. This sudden turn of events greatly astonished Hay. He finally grasped the extent of the old man's power, who had reached the zenith of his strength in this battle. Simultaneously, another attacking creature, the initial aggressor, approached the old man. The old man had managed to prepare his gear, a whip, and confidently assumed a stance, preparing for the next phase of the battle. However, the old man was prepared for defense. He swiftly reacted to the impending danger and employed his whip to sever the wings of the flying creature, depriving it of the ability to stay airborne. boss of the Association of Hunters, also remained engaged in the battle. He readied a mental skill that resembled a fiery ball, comparable in size to the surface of the sun. When he unleashed this skill from his hand, it took the form of an arrow, surrounded by several others. It radiated immense power, and differed from the other arrows in the battle. This epic confrontation continued, with each moment introducing new twists and turns. The clash of power and magic on the battlefield created an astonishing spectacle. The arrows released by the boss of the Association of Hunters ascended into the sky and erupted, forming brilliant bursts of light. Subsequently, they began to descend upon the battlefield, sowing destruction and annihilating everything in their path. The force of the attack was so substantial that it gave rise to thick clouds of dust, rising into the air along with debris, creating a somber atmosphere in the city's vicinity. From the outset of the battle, the old man demonstrated remarkable accuracy. Every arrow he fired found its target with precision, piercing through the bodies of both monstrous foes and their allies. However, the unexpected turn of events compelled the boss of the Association of Hunters to divert his mental focus toward the masked stranger. As per the agreement struck prior to the battle, he sought to engage in a one-on-one mystical duel with this enigmatic opponent, without any outside assistance. The masked man relished the spectacle of the battles, applauding with evident delight. He expressed his pleasure as he watched the contests unfold. The strength of the old man placed him directly above the young man, with a whirlwind forming in the sky to signal that he had no intention of interfering with the battle unfairly. Despite the gravity of the battle, the masked man continued to taunt his opponents. He decided to impose certain restrictions on himself to make the fight more interesting. The old man recognized that he had no choice but to continue the fight to the death of one of them. He took a deep breath and prepared himself for the ensuing challenges. The events unfolding had an impact on the sky, causing the eye of the abyss to sparkle brightly. A vortex appeared in the clouds, adding a mystical dimension to the environment. The golden sunlight piercing through the whirlwind gradually illuminated Jun Yan's figure, giving him a majestic appearance. Even for a masked man of superior rank, the unfolding events presented something new and exciting. Away from the battlefield, the main character, Hei, shared observations with Shunyan. He explained that Junyan's opponent, regardless of his strength, was not capable of matching such overwhelming superiority. Using Mayan's special skill, the old man from the Association of Hunters began to gradually disappear into the dazzling light, leaving behind only a shimmering trace. Finally, Jun Yan fully merged with the golden sunbeam emanating from the vortex of the Eye of the Abyss. This moment marked the conclusion of the battle and the disappearance of the two mighty adversaries from the battlefield. One of the descending rays nearly struck the stranger and revolved around him. The events began with a single beam of light aimed at the enemy, but it was just the beginning. It was followed by many others, each equally powerful and fast. This relentless barrage of attacks delighted everyone except the masked stranger. His ability to evade these potent attacks filled him with satisfaction before he planned to deliver the final blow that would extinguish all life. Meanwhile, Jun Nani, leaning against a stone, carefully observed the unfolding events. The monster demonstrated incredible agility as it evaded thousands of attacks launched by skilled hunters. This moment underscored the strength and skill of the monster in the face of the masked stranger. Despite the dire circumstances, the masked stranger's determination saved his life, inspiring his actions and showcasing his prowess in the face of incredible danger. In the midst of the current situation, the appearance of the old man on the stage introduced an unexpected twist. Suddenly, where there had been only a beam of light, now stood an old man ready to launch special magical attacks with a spear. This moment created a mysterious atmosphere and raised questions about the old man's capabilities and intentions. Junyin began to reflect on the situation, speculating that the monster, posing as a leader, was, in fact, deceiving them by pretending to be the commander. This cunning maneuver further complicated the situation and deepened the mystery. However, the old man's discontent with the falsehood finds no representation or support from the adversary. The opponent argues that questions of rank hold no value, and that people themselves are entangled in their thoughts and beliefs. Important dialogues unfold at this moment. The main character, Hei, responds to the query about the power of the monster leader's level. His answer underscores the enormity of the monster and its unparalleled strength. The old man continues to observe his opponent, realizing that even within the association of hunters, which boasts supreme rulers, there isn't enough strength to contend with this foe. This moment amplifies the sense of tension and the impending battle. An intriguing interaction unfolds between the old man and the monster. The monster notices the old man's strange expression and wonders about the cause of his desire to flee. Amid the large-scale battle, the conflict within the old man becomes more pronounced. At this juncture, Junyin makes a decision to take action. Upon hearing the words, he rushes into battle to protect the innocent citizens of the city and fulfill his duty. His determined actions underscore his bravery and sense of responsibility. The pace of the attack increases with each passing second, approaching the point where a special attack becomes possible. This moment intensifies the growing tension in the battle. The monster continues to flaunt its power, asserting that a human stands no chance against it due to its unique skills and physical prowess. This provokes passionate emotions in the old man, filling him with hatred and a determination to fight to the end, even if it means making sacrifices. In the sky, bursts of fiery strikes begin to form, as the old man's flames spread, filling the space with heat. This creates a visually stunning image of the battle and demonstrates the old man's strength. One, who is watching the battle, is surprised to witness a human engaging in combat against such a formidable monster. This moment highlights the anxiety and bewilderment surrounding the power of the individual who has chosen to confront an unbeatable force. Members of the Purple Crow faction do not give up. They remain in the city, fighting for survival alongside all living creatures in the vicinity. This act reflects their courage and determination. Meanwhile, Lian Song and Zhou Qian face an impossible choice, unable to return to the city controlled by the Association of Hunters without their boss. After the turmoil in the midst of the battle, the monster's voice expresses displeasure at the folly of humanity. This moment underscores its disdain for human irrationality. The myth that had formed in the sky dissipates, and the masked stranger concludes his game by attacking the old man and piercing his chest. This moment changes the course of the battle, emphasizing the strength and determination of the stranger. Fear envelopes all those present, and panic spreads among the people as Junyin, the only one capable of resisting the monster, falls after a single blow without having used his skills. With the old man's decline, the monster directs its monsters to attack anything that moves in their direction, marking a pivotal turning point in the battle. When the situation becomes critical, Hei watches from the sidelines and realizes that a leader-level monster is capable of rapidly amassing a horde of 10 monsters, commanders, and many lower-ranked ordinary creatures. This underscores the magnificent strategic mindset of the monster. Feeling the danger, Hei advises everyone to leave. In the meantime, he notices Wan's strange behavior and questions him in an attempt to figure out what's happening. The main character, wearing a serious expression, follows orders to use a special seal card for a monster he calls the Clown. His decision and confidence emphasize his strategic approach to the situation. He is certain of the plan's success, since a leader-level monster can handle even a large number of people. He also knows that the seal card won't simply disappear. Additionally, the enemy's location is convenient for using the card, as it allows them to avoid drawing undue attention. The masked stranger turns around upon hearing the beginning of the sealing process, which is aimed at him. This demonstrates his awareness of the threat and his reaction to the impending danger. With each new attack, pieces of the enemy's body scatter across the sky, expressing his excruciating pain. This moment describes the suffering of the enemy and his struggle in the face of a ruthless spiritual attack. The energy and soul of the monster are sent to the main character, who stands in the shadows. This emphasizes his role as a key figure in the battle and shows how he orchestrates events from a distance. Lian Song and her partner begin to suspect that the monster might be feigning defeat and preparing to summon another high-level monster. This shows their vigilance and distrust of the enemy's actions. While they discuss the situation, one of them continues to create a print map depicting the sealed creature. This moment underscores their confidence in the plan and their determination. Finally, one completes the creation of the epic monster card named the Ghostly Clown, with a satisfied expression on his face. This emphasizes the successful execution of the plan and its ultimate success. After the chieftain-level monster disappears, the Eye of the Abyss starts to turn a bright scarlet color and absorbs all the previously summoned beings. This moment marks the conclusion of the battle and highlights its end. The Eye of the Abyss swiftly closes, and almost all the evil spirits disappear just as quickly as they appeared. This sudden disappearance demonstrates the strength and effectiveness of the sealing. Jun Yen and his students stand leaning on their weapons, carefully watching. They cannot comprehend who or how someone could destroy such a powerful creature in just one moment. This moment underscores their amazement and bewilderment at the incredible force that had suddenly emerged. The members of the Purple Crow were preparing to attack and annihilate the remaining monsters in the city and beyond. This demonstrated their determination to achieve victory. The people were divided into groups of 5 individuals, aiming for more effective control of the situation and increased chances of success. This move showcased their organized and strategic approach to battle. One carefully examined the received card with 6 skills, each of a lower rank than the previous one. As he read through the description, he realized that the combat power of the cards was limited to his own level. The main character recognized some good skills on the card and decided to ask Hay for one of them to fill his free slot. This moment emphasized his desire for improvement and strengthening of his abilities. The successful execution of the plan and the acquisition of mass control skills seemed to please Juan, who was marked with a sign of disappearance. This internal feeling highlighted changes in his attitude towards himself and his impact on events. He understood that, despite good skills, they came with many restrictions. This led him to reflect on the idea that power always comes with a price and limitations. He stood up and prepared to leave the city, considering that it was crowded with people from the Association of Hunters and members of the Purple Crow. One believed that leaving the city was the best decision and decided to head to the suburbs, cutting down unnecessary time. At the same time, he felt pleased with his growth and his ability to analyze the situation. Before finally leaving the city, the main character became interested in everything related to monster commanders and leaders. This moment demonstrated his longing for a deeper understanding of the world he found himself in. Hay provided detailed explanations to the main character about the existence of levels of sacred flames that corresponded to ranks of monsters, including superior and above. This information gave the hero a more comprehensive view of the world of monsters. The explanations clarified that the holy flame level was achieved in accordance with the strength of one's body at a certain level, and after killing a commander rank monster, one could obtain a flame that offered additional opportunities for reinforcement. In the end, Juan was surprised by the mention of the moment when a person's strength and life could burn out if the body couldn't handle it. This aspect of percentages served as a warning that strength also required balance and caution. Hearing the detailed story of the old man, the main character was taken aback and somewhat shocked. After all, a leader-level monster, which corresponded to the human level of immortality, appeared to be an invincible opponent. He was intrigued and wanted to comprehend all the details of this story. Hay began to explain the situation in more intricate detail. It turned out that in order to attain the level of immortality, one needed to first defeat the chief monster. Only after this victory could a person extract the monster's soul and use it to obtain lamps that prolong human life. The main character was surprised by the complexities of this process, but his interest in researching it grew stronger despite his discontent and mixed feelings of ridicule from the others. Here, one continued to attentively listen, understanding that the path to these higher levels required immense effort and battles against powerful opponents. Looking at the junior, the hero contemplated his ability to cope with a large number of enemies. His inner fire, incredible strength, and determination earned respect. He expected that in the future, he would be able to witness firsthand how hunters of higher ranks displayed their strength. Their journey continued, and Juan and Hay sought to master all the skills available to them. The protagonist, who dreamed of becoming a demigod, was disappointed when Hay reminded him that, first and foremost, they needed to make it home alive. After a few days, many people used the spatial portal to move quickly to their desired destinations and embark on new adventures. Among the crowds was the main character, feeling free from the restrictions of the purple crow and joyfully exploring an unfamiliar world. In the peaceful city, he found his own little corner of the world where everything was calm and comfortable. He strolled through the streets, savoring a moment of peace after the challenging days spent in captivity. Suddenly, he heard a scream from behind, and his attention instantly shifted to the source of the sound. Something had happened, and he decided to intervene if necessary. As he turned around, he spotted a boy who seemed oblivious to his surroundings. The main character remained alert, ready to respond to any changes in the situation. Unexpectedly, the boy flew into him with great force, causing Juan to feel his bones nearly cracking. He was unprepared for such an abrupt attack, and was overwhelmed by the boy's strength. Attempting to recover from the blow, Juan displayed some bewilderment. He couldn't understand how the boy hadn't noticed where he was running or perhaps hadn't seen the path ahead. In an effort to get some answers or an apology, the protagonist began to express his dissatisfaction, wanting to understand why the boy had flown into him so carelessly. However, the boy appeared anxious and frightened, unable to provide an answer, perhaps out of fear of a much stronger stranger who had suddenly confronted him. Just then, a baker approached the boy, clearly outraged that the boy had stolen a few pieces of bread from him. The baker's anger mixed with a desire for revenge on the young thief. The protagonist intervened to defend the boy, covering him with his body and attempting to mediate the conflict and reach a mutual understanding. However, the baker showed no inclination to engage in a reasonable dialogue. He believed that Juan was merely covering for the thief and trying to mitigate his punishment. Realizing that he couldn't achieve a rational discussion, Juan decided to change tactics. He altered his facial expression and began talking about his beloved hobby, hoping to divert the conversation towards a more amicable resolution while continuing to address the situation with the baker. The main character attempted to use his words to persuade a man to find a compromise. It was essential for him to demonstrate that resorting to violence was not always the solution. However, as the discussion continued, the situation spiraled out of control, and the baker ended up being beaten and incapacitated, falling into a heap of rubbish. The main character understood that the situation had escalated far beyond what he had initially intended. He felt somewhat bewildered by the outcome of the altercation. Realizing that he had resorted to brutal violence instead of a rational discussion, he had ignited a conflict that he had believed was necessary to avoid. Afterward, he approached the boy, picking him up from the ground. He intended to explain to him how important it was to follow rules and respect others, especially children. In his attempt to get the boy's name, the protagonist heard only the strange response. 327. Perplexed, he tried asking again, but the boy insisted that his name was just that, 327. Confused and not understanding, one attempted to ask more specific questions about the boy, his parents, and where he lived. However, the boy only clutched his t-shirt and shook his head, indicating that he couldn't provide any answers. Realizing that it was already getting dark, the main character couldn't leave the boy alone on the street. He suggested that the boy stay with him at the nearby hotel to at least provide him with comfort and safety. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin immediately began sword training. He energetically wielded his weapon, performing various movements and skills on the training field. With each new movement and skill used, one collected small fragments of wildfire sword knowledge. Each movement imparted a small piece of this relic's lore. When Juan decided that he had gathered enough fragments to combine, he stopped. He knew what to do next: gather all the fragments into one whole. Upon completing the process, a rare wildfire sword card appeared in front of him. Lin had spent a considerable amount of time acquiring this skill, and now his knowledge had been passed on to Juan. He examined the card and explained that it contained an inaccessible level skill, meaning it was an exceptional skill that would be beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, he emphasized that the fragments could only be obtained by using the skill. It was crucial for the main character to create his movements based on the wildfire sword story. As he approached this crucial moment, he was aware that the sword scroll provided him with the opportunity to achieve maximum results. This whole situation was not as straightforward as it initially appeared, and the journey towards perfection was truly intricate and filled with challenges. While Huang and Lin were persistently engrossed in their training at the training ground during that time, a passerby named 327 caught his attention due to an overheard conversation regarding the meanings of the Tao of the Sword, a mysterious term with significant importance. This enigma intrigued 327, and he couldn't resist his desire to learn more about it. He couldn't help but notice a young boy who seemed to be facing the reality that he would be the future savior. 327 eavesdropped on the conversation between Huang and Lin, which included ridicule and mockery concerning the boy's weak physical strength. The boy's sudden appearance created a small gap in their attention, prompting them to wonder why he had come to the place. At first glance, it was difficult to assume that the boy's interest could be related to training. Before anyone could react, the boy took over a small impromptu workout by mimicking one's movements and exercises. However, his attempt was somewhat superficial, and he didn't exert much effort. Observing this, Lin invited him closer to talk. The boy, expecting a severe reprimand, was pleasantly surprised to hear Lin's apologies for his previous activities involving the exercise bamboo cane. Instead of punishing the boy, one took the bamboo cane and began cleaning it by removing unnecessary branches and jagged areas. He explained that doing the same workout repeatedly could become monotonous, and decided to invite the boy to join him in the exercises. Without much hesitation, the boy agreed, and Juan introduced him to the practice sword, explaining the basics of combat exercises. The boy took the sword in hand, feeling its weight and balance. He experienced a slight fear of the unknown, but also a sense of excitement about the possibility of developing new skills. Before starting the exercise, the boy carefully placed a towel around his neck to prevent sweating and distraction from the process. As the boy began to move, Juan and Lin attentively observed his actions. Although he appeared to be a complete beginner, it became evident that he was attempting to replicate the movements of a real sword. Huang and Lin were astonished by how quickly the boy learned and how confidently he wielded the sword. This was surprising because the boy could reproduce these movements even without proper preparation. With time, it became apparent that the boy was not merely copying their movements, but also striving to embody the principles of the Tao of the sword, as discussed earlier. Hours later, they continued to watch the boy's learning process. 327 not only successfully acquired the skills, but also shared his knowledge with the main hero, assisting him in mastering the finer details of swordsmanship. At the end of this intensive training session, Huang and Lin felt a sense of pride and admiration for the boy. He not only displayed incredible learning abilities, but also proved to be a remarkable, kind, and open-hearted individual. Having acquired the fresh wildfire sword skill fragment, Lin Huang finally confirmed that through the general workouts, he could gather many necessary materials. The protagonist, whose name still remained in shadow, observed the boy carefully, his eyes gleaming with the talent that unfolded before him, like stars in the night sky. He whispered some words of encouragement, but the protagonist did not yield to doubts. He believed in the power of what he saw. He slowly approached the boy, his arms outstretched as if welcoming a new miracle. The moment he embraced the boy, the world around them seemed to freeze, holding its breath before an inevitable change. One moment changed everything. They were now connected in an unbreakable bond, their warm desires merging to satisfy the hunger that had tormented the boy for so long. They went for lunch, the restaurant filled with joyful noise, and the aroma of spices and hot food permeating the air with communicable energy. The boy almost joyfully devoured his first bite, his eyes sparkling with delight and his cheeks puffed as he chewed. The protagonist watched with a pleased smile, finally confident that the boy was in good hands where his wishes would be fulfilled. Days flowed like sand through their fingers, but the protagonist had no time for empty reflections. He commenced training with the boy, determination guiding them to unlock their potential without waiting for superfluous days until the next discovery of a spatial portal. Their target became as clear as a bright star in the sky. Together, they toiled diligently, with every movement and acceptance being a step forward. After intense training, they headed to the institution to satisfy their hunger. However, their appetites proved to be as unyielding as their determination. The boy, imprinted with these new tastes and sensations, couldn't resist the magic of the food, and his appetite became almost mythical, depleting the cafe's entire stock. They left the institution, not without distressed glances from the waiters, who had to face the consequences of the boy's insatiable appetite. Day by day, the boy grew closer to the protagonist, becoming a fellow traveler on the road of friendship. He not only developed his talent, but also learned to control his body. The protagonist was no longer alone in this world. He had an ally who believed in him as much as he did. As the sun began to lean toward the horizon, casting the sky in red and gold shades, they headed back to their home. They continued their exercises, with Juan collecting fragments of knowledge like precious stones ready to be integrated into his skills. The protagonist watched with pride, realizing that he was helping the boy become stronger and wiser through their shared perseverance. They strived to earn an epic wildfire sword card, even though the level of skill remained inaccessible. This did not diminish their enthusiasm, and the protagonist felt pride and joy in witnessing the results. Their efforts bore fruit after a long-awaited period of 20 days. The protagonist, alongside Warner, obtained 2 epic skills as a reward for their unwavering dedication and faith. The protagonist felt a sense of justification for his efforts, and was pleased that he could bring this success and happiness to the boy. However, the protagonist's joy was briefly overshadowed when the boy suddenly grabbed his t-shirt and addressed him as if he were a brother. This unexpected gesture piqued the protagonist's curiosity, and he turned silently to listen to the boy. Gradually, the protagonist realized that these days had become special for the boy, and he began to sense that the boy saw in him not only a mentor, but also an older brother. This anxiety about a potential rift in their connection led the protagonist to contemplate the situation. He understood that their time together had been meaningful for the boy, and the fear of losing the connection prompted him to ask himself questions. One attempted to sort out his emotions, realizing that until a certain point, he had only considered himself useful to the main character. This new dynamic in their communication forced him to reevaluate his self-worth. On this particular day, amid the backdrop of unrest, they headed towards the dimensional portal. Moments of trust and communication became invaluable as they discussed their fears and doubts. The protagonist, looking at the boy's troubled face, made an important revelation. He disclosed that he had shared some personal information to help the boy locate his parents. Time passed, and an inner conflict between the desire to stay close to the boy and urgent duties began to grow within the protagonist. However, he understood that it was forbidden to stray from what was genuinely important. Conscious of his responsibility for the boy, the protagonist placed a hand on his head and promised to protect him until he was reunited with his parents. This promise sounded sincere and warm, and the name, Lin Qian, became a symbol of this pledged protection. The protagonist explained that he had chosen this name for the boy because his younger sister was named Lin Axian, thus establishing a special connection between them, as if they were a family. Time passed imperceptibly, and they returned to their own home. The loud cheers at the entrance indicated the excitement caused by their return. The younger sister, who had been left in the dark without news of her older brother, expressed her annoyance and anxiety. She fervently conveyed her resentment, grieving at being kept in the dark. However, an important detail caught the attention of the younger sister when she saw the main hero return with the protagonist. This change in the situation disrupted the chain of her resentment and made her more attentive. The presence of the protagonist next to the main hero prompted interesting reflections, particularly his protective attitude, as if he were the son. The protagonist played along with this notion, putting them in a humorous position and refuting the idea. This promising hypothesis would explain everything later. The younger sister shows her care for them by preparing delicious food. They gather at the dinner table, sharing impressions and discussing recent events in the family circle. They begin to talk about the challenging trials that one had to endure, including separation from parents and the mystery of one's own family. These topics fill the air with mixed emotions. After such conversations, they look at the table covered with empty plates. The collected plates become a symbol of their shared adventures and moments of happiness. Night falls, and everyone goes to their respective rooms. The furniture in the house is insufficient, and she is compelled to sleep in the living room. The close space only strengthens their communication, bringing them closer to each other. Returning to his room, the main character activates his empire's ring. He understands that much is about to change, and he anxiously awaits news. The ring reacts with a loud sound, inviting him into the world of communication. He examines messages, and his gaze freezes upon calls from his sister and an old friend. Alarmed, the protagonist immediately contacts his friend. The anxiety in his friend's voice makes him contemplate possible accidents. The friend delicately reveals that he has heard about the tragedy in the Foggy Canyon, where the appearance of a swordsman has led to the deaths of many. Fear seizes the protagonist as he remembers the monster in the canyon, the place where he met Hong Zhuang. He deliberately conceals his knowledge of the event to protect his friend. However, his friend's reaction changes, and he starts to open up, revealing that his father died from exhaustion. The forces of an ordinary man proved insufficient to cope with the high-cost life in the world of swordsmen. The protagonist feels helpless in the face of such pain and empathizes with his friend and his family. Realizing the anxiety with which they are dealing, the friend and the protagonist share a moment of common sorrow. These two diverse worlds are colliding, and their connection intensifies. Together, they realize that regardless of the worlds in which they live, human connections remain irresistible. Observing this, Wan Lin feels the need to somehow support the guide during this difficult period. He suggests setting up a meeting to discuss everything that has happened. However, his proposal is met with Wan's refusal. Lin understands that exams and going to college are important steps in his life. Still, he also senses that one needs support now more than ever. Therefore, one declines the meeting and immerses oneself in exam preparation, relying on their effort and determination. He realizes that in this world, every man fights for their dreams despite the obstacles. Wanting to find a moment of solitude and immerse himself in reflection, one prepares a room by depriving it of bright lighting and creating an atmosphere of calm and concentration. This is achieved by closing windows and curtains and sitting on the floor. He picked up a particular stone that he used for training. This stone symbolized his ambition for enhancing military skills and self-improvement. Returning to the training field where he had pushed himself many times before, one felt a new calling from the elder, the master, who surrounded him, ready to once again test his skills. The old men attacked Huang with the same determination as the first time. It was a battle of selfishness, a pursuit of perfection and superiority. During the battle, one endured strong punches, but he didn't give up. His patience and determination were fortified by the experience he had gained in unfamiliar lands and in duels with formidable opponents. He realized that it was essential not only to fight to win, but also to trust those around you. This became an additional source of strength and motivation for him. Upon completing the intensive workout, one lowered his tired hand, but his fists remained clenched, symbolizing his perseverance and determination to overcome any difficulties. After the demanding battles, his willpower left him alone on the field, catching his breath and feeling that every battle made him stronger. All the new fragment skills gained in battle led him to create new cards, symbolizing his growth and efforts towards perfection. The workout came to an end, and Huang returned to the real world. He lay down on the bed, but suddenly, rest eluded him. He heard the loud cry of his youngest sister coming from the living room, leaving him very confused. When he rushed out of his room, he saw Lin Axian sitting on the floor, seemingly in distress. It wasn't clear what was happening at first, but when the protagonist entered the kitchen, he saw Shen eating raw meat and getting messy from the juices flowing down. Without fully grasping the situation, one attempted to shield his younger sister from any potential danger. He instructed the boy to inform him when Shen was ready to stop eating raw food. With courtesy, one tried to take the raw piece, prepared to react with aggression if necessary, fearing it was unsafe to leave the boy alone with his younger sister. Suddenly, Shen simply let go of the piece of meat and ran into Axian's arms, shedding tears like the youngest child. The boy hugged his older sister, seeking forgiveness. She then explained to the protagonist that she had been a little scared when she suddenly saw Shen like that, and Wan's reaction had frightened the child. Realizing it was just a false alarm, the main character felt strange feelings of guilt and asked the kids for forgiveness for his reaction. As he watched them get along with each other, the guy, albeit with some doubts, decided he could leave his sister with the 237th for some time while he attended to his business. According to her younger sister, one could rely on her because she would ensure that Shin did not go hungry and always ate well. However, even with this reassurance and trust in Shin's care, the protagonist couldn't help but worry about his family being left alone to deal with all the problems. A few more concerns arose when the guy went to the city of Beijing, the very center of the Hunters Association, where a vast number of ordinary people had gathered. Suddenly, at the entrance to the enormous building of the association, the doors swung open, broadcasting something very interesting. The protagonist was already prepared for the commencement of whatever might unfold and kept his gaze fixed on the events right before him. A man emerged from those massive doors, possessing a well-toned physique and distinctive eyes of differing colors. This person introduced himself to the assembled group as Sujinping, the chief examiner of the preliminary stage. Based on his evaluations, he made his selections and formally concluded the examination. The main character, along with the others, was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, as if they had come solely to hear this announcement. The examiner then proceeded to disclose the lists of individuals who had not passed the test and were disqualified due to pre-established circumstances. Upon hearing his name, a man near one sought an explanation for why he wasn't accepted, despite his competence in some areas. Sujinping, with a disdainful gaze, attempted to demean the audacious individual who dared to request an explanation and evidence regarding their rejection from the association. Even so, he enumerated all the violations by those seeking admission, including people who attempted to purchase competition-related information on the internet and individuals who had written offensive comments, among several other significant rule breaches. Witnessing such stringency, the protagonist was surprised that those expelled from the exams received markings on their imperial rings that prevented them from immediately entering the hunter associations. Following the first examiner, people approached another examiner named Juelin, who welcomed those fortunate enough to pass the qualifying stage. At this crucial moment, the elderly man smiled while expressing his hope that there would be fewer successful candidates than there were. He blamed the previous examiner for granting admission to over 50% of the applicants. As one observed this man, he had a peculiar feeling that something was amiss. This situation was unique to the examiner's location. At that moment, the old man raised his hand, holding a crystal between two fingers. The task of the examination was to locate 5 million of these objects hidden across a vast area, including Bishan City. The participants had only a few seconds to digest the mission. While explaining the task, Juelin mentioned a time frame of 48 hours, during which the participants had to find identical crystals and deliver them directly to the examiner. To assist the participants somewhat, the elderly man intended to provide them with a hint regarding the correct search trajectory. The key hint was that the appearance of the grass, including color and height, was irrelevant to the search for crystals. As the conversation concluded, a couple of minutes passed, and the main character sat, sipping a drink, lost in thought about the challenging task ahead. Xiaohe appeared displeased. Wang simply sat in the cafe, gradually depleting the allotted time for the task. However, he had heard that the main character had already meticulously inspected all the herbs around the city to simplify his work. The guy decided to put the demonic vine into action in advance instead of searching for the required crystals right away. According to the protagonist, it was apparent that he had thoroughly examined the potential locations, taking into account the examiner's hint. Therefore, he started with peaceful establishments like sewing shops and ended with a company specializing in cleaning products. He patiently waited outside the bar until it grew completely dark outside, seemingly eager for the right opportunity to demonstrate to everyone attempting the hunter's test that success depended not only on personal qualities, but also on finding creative solutions when confronted with problems, requiring them to think like real hunters. As he stood at the entrance to the bar, someone asked the guy if he was trying to become a bloodhound, to which he responded with a biting retort, implying that the questioner resembled more of a dog. The establishment had only one bartender, who promptly greeted the new customer. The main character placed his order and simultaneously held out the item with which he intended to pay for the information. It was the same crystal that the examiner had shown before commencing the test to check the participants. The bartender immediately recognized the item and quoted a price for the necessary information. The protagonist had anticipated such twists in his venture and mentioned the presumed keyword, which turned out to be grass. He was entirely correct, and the bartender produced his card, which could help a person find everything they needed in a designated location, but only after payment for such assistance. Afterward, they exchanged their cards and didn't mind conversing for a while. As they were about to part ways, the main character inquired if anyone else had come with inquiries about the word grass. The bartender recalled that an individual whose name he didn't know had arrived exactly an hour before Juan and had a similar question. Aside from that, the person had exhibited extreme unfriendliness. With the information acquired, the main character made his way to Jishan Castle, situated outside the city of Beijing amidst a dense forest. At that moment, the guy himself was concealed in a tree, having managed to uncover the meaning of the word grass. It turned out to be a unique chemical substance that very few people were aware of, and its production took place in that location. For the protagonist, the motive of those who used this substance was clear. They experienced a particular sense of pleasure. However, only a select few could control their life force enough to avoid going insane or dying. Wang was somewhat taken aback by this profound realization of the unfolding events, but there were certain aspects he couldn't comprehend on his own. As he witnessed changes in the protagonist's eyes, fear and anxiety reflecting in his soul, a sense of dread and foreboding began to overpower him. It was evident that he had recognized a formidable change in the protagonist's demeanor. In the city, there lurked something ominous, something that could provide temporary relief to Abel, but was simultaneously perilous to one's health. Additional information had been unearthed from the black market, and rumors and covert conversations had led to the discovery of the enigmatic origin of these medicines. It turned out that the creator of these concoctions was once a student of the Hunters' College. After leaving the college, he elevated himself and established his castle. Now, 3 incomparable hunters ruled there. The most challenging aspect for our main character was that there were numerous individuals in Jishan Castle with much higher ranks than him, along with several beneath him. This intricate hierarchical structure made it difficult to make decisions and take actions. The protagonist contemplated the complexity of the castle itself, which posed a serious challenge even for a bronze-ranked hunter. Nevertheless, he understood that he had no choice but to enter the castle to obtain the required sample. He began to contemplate the possibility of cooperating with other participants. The task at hand was exceedingly complex. Just as doubt started to creep in, the guy, defying his own caution, felt internal unease, a sense of disquiet, as if an icy wind pierced him to the core, momentarily freezing his heart. Carefully turning around, one noticed a girl standing a bit lower than him. She had been shadowing him since his mysterious visit to the black market, leading up to these enigmatic places. In an astonishing moment, her figure seemed to vanish, dissolving into thin air. Pushing off the ground, she effortlessly ascended as if she were a free-spirited bird reaching for the sky. Suddenly, she materialized before his very eyes. The main character was left dazed and incapable of uttering a word. The girl, both beautiful and mysterious, introduced herself as Ciu. Now it became clear that she also aspired to pass the association's hunter exam. In that moment, one recalled the words of the bartender from the black market, and his suspicions regarding her began to take on a semblance of reality. Her conduct and attitude towards others hinted at negativity, but Xiaoyu didn't rush to address his confusion. She continued to expound upon the castle's security system, exposing its cunning traps scattered throughout the territory. For this reason, she believed the guy had almost no chance. Nevertheless, she proposed a partnership. The young woman outlined her plan to join forces to acquire more pills. She suggested that the main character act as a distraction while she infiltrated the castle to pilfer what they needed. If they successfully executed the plan, they would share the spoils. It became evident that Xiaoyu's sole focus was on the crystals, seeing them as a source of income on the black market. She cared little for the exam's actual value, displaying an avarice and indifference to others that struck Lin Huang. Her self-centeredness and hunger for gain transformed his opinion of Xiaoyu. Rejecting her offer of cooperation, Lin Huang leaped down from the tree. He did not want to be entangled in a scheme that not only lacked a guarantee of a safe share, but also implied potential trouble. The young woman demanded explanations, wanting to understand why the main character refused to collaborate despite the benefits. Lin Huang, looking at her, conveyed the gravity of the situation. He spoke of the perilous substance being produced here and the dangers of it reaching the black market as a food product, as well as the intentions to destroy it. At that moment, as if reflecting his determination, the main character began to sprout indistinct black wings. This transformation signified his readiness for action. Taking to the air, he proceeded to carry out the assigned tasks with the conviction that he wouldn't require assistance from outsiders. Lin Huang's conduct had wounded Xiaoyu, leaving her offended by his indifferent treatment of her offer. This became her motivation for seeking revenge. At a certain point, the participants of the exam encountered a challenge. No one could locate the correct sample. Everyone received a cryptic message from an anonymous source. Word had spread that Lin Huang had successfully infiltrated Jishan Castle and made off with a valuable haul. Now, every hunter aiming for such success would have to pay a steep price of 1,000 crystals. The main character, unaware of what had transpired, continued to scrutinize his surroundings attentively. He noticed mechanical beetles that, as it turned out, were traps meant for thieves and adversaries. An idea emerged in his mind. He could utilize his transformation card to become invisible like a ghost and sneak into the castle. However, a pressing question arose. How could he avoid surveillance cameras? Suddenly, someone loudly called out Juan, causing him to startle. He realized that such a cry could draw unwanted attention, including that of enemies. The voice belonged to Bai Yin, who, with his extraordinary abilities, had descended from a majestic eagle soaring in the sky. As Bai Yin knelt before the main hero, the unexpected appearance created tension and fear in Juan. Displeasure and hatred towards Lin Huang were evident in Bai Yin's expression. For the first time, Bai Yin had found a person for whom he was ready to seek revenge, as he felt that his honor had been tarnished. Lin Huang remembered that Bai Yin was a member of the Crimson Eagle House, located on a snowy mountain. Although his name remained a mystery, despite his irritation and resentment, Bai Yin decided to reintroduce himself. Respect for formalities still prevailed. At that moment, as he turned around, Bai Yin held something formidable and dangerous in his hands, a massive spear symbolizing his readiness to protect himself and strike at anyone who dared to oppose him. The enormous spear in his hands conveyed determination and the readiness to confront any challenge. It became a metaphor for his resolve to resist any obstacle. This spear personified his determination to stand firm. Despite the potential negative consequences that might await him, Lin Huang displayed incredible determination as he accepted Bai Yin's challenge to a hand-to-hand combat. He felt the adrenaline surging through his veins, urging him forward, with his blade firmly in his hands, an emblem of his own strength and determination. Bai Yin initiated the attack, attempting to break through Lin Huang's defenses and dispel the negative perception surrounding him. His movements exuded determination and desperation, as victory would be proof of his ability and strength. Lin Huang, however, managed to elegantly evade the blows while maintaining his composed demeanor. He continued to converse as if he were unfazed by the situation, as conveying his equanimity was more important to him than reacting to Bai Yin's provocations. He refused to succumb to provocations, remaining steadfast in his strategy. The sharp blades danced across the surface, leaving an illusion of pressure and danger hanging in the air. It seemed as if the entire atmosphere had become charged, as if the gods themselves were watching this battle between two young hunters, each pressing the other. Taking to the air, he proceeded to carry out the assigned tasks with the conviction that he wouldn't require assistance from outsiders. Lin Huang's conduct had wounded Ciu, leaving her offended by his indifferent treatment of her offer. This became her motivation for seeking revenge. At a certain point, the participants of the exam encountered a challenge. No one could locate the correct sample. Everyone received a cryptic message from an anonymous source. Word had spread that Lin Huang had successfully infiltrated Jishan Castle and made off with a valuable haul. Now, every hunter aiming for such success would have to pay a steep price of 1,000 crystals. The main character, unaware of what had transpired, continued to scrutinize his surroundings attentively. He noticed mechanical beetles that, as it turned out, were traps meant for thieves and adversaries. An idea emerged in his mind. He could utilize his transformation card to become invisible like a ghost and sneak into the castle. However, a pressing question arose. How could he avoid surveillance cameras? Suddenly, someone loudly called out Wan, causing him to startle. He realized that such a cry could draw unwanted attention, including that of enemies. The voice belonged to Bai Yin, who, with his extraordinary abilities, had descended from a majestic eagle soaring in the sky. As Bai Yin knelt before the main hero, the unexpected appearance created tension and fear in Wan. Displeasure and hatred towards Lin Huang were evident in Bai Yin's expression. For the first time, Bai Yin had found a person for whom he was ready to seek revenge, as he felt that his honor had been tarnished. Lin Huang remembered that Bai Yin was a member of the Crimson Eagle House, located on a snowy mountain. Although his name remained a mystery, despite his irritation and resentment, Bai Yin decided to reintroduce himself. Respect for formalities still prevailed. At that moment, as he turned around, Bai Yin held something formidable and dangerous in his hands, a massive spear symbolizing his readiness to protect himself and strike at anyone who dared to oppose him. The enormous spear in his hands conveyed determination and the readiness to confront any challenge. It became a metaphor for his resolve to resist any obstacle. This spear personified his determination to stand firm. Despite the potential negative consequences that might await him, Lin Huang displayed incredible determination as he accepted Bai Yin's challenge to a hand-to-hand combat. He felt the adrenaline surging through his veins, urging him forward, with his blade firmly in his hands, an emblem of his own strength and determination. Bai Yin initiated the attack, attempting to break through Lin Huang's defenses and dispel the negative perception surrounding him. His movements exuded determination and desperation, as victory would be proof of his ability and strength. Lin Huang, however, managed to elegantly evade the blows while maintaining his composed demeanor. He continued to converse as if he were unfazed by the situation, as conveying his equanimity was more important to him than reacting to Bai Yin's provocations. He refused to succumb to provocations, remaining steadfast in his strategy. The sharp blades danced across the surface, leaving an illusion of pressure and danger hanging in the air. It seemed as if the entire atmosphere had become charged, as if the gods themselves were watching this battle between two young hunters, each pressing the other. The unfamiliar positions reminded Lin Huang that in real situations, escaping could lead to disaster. His words served as both a warning and an attempt to convey that there is no room for carelessness in this world. However, he couldn't suppress his rage at the humiliating words hurled at him. His eyes blazed with resentment, and he was eager to prove his worth in the eyes of those around him. Just before Lin Huang could endure further insults, he summoned the courage and determination to confront the enemy. He advanced as if he were prepared to face any challenge, even risking his weapons, moving toward Lin Huang, ready to engage in a fair fight. But the inner malice and anger overcame him, forcing him to attack without a clear strategy. He landed numerous blows, but they lacked strength and coordination, as if his internal turmoil was reflected in his combat tactics. In contrast, Lin Huang easily evaded these uncoordinated attacks, knowing that uncontrolled anger would lead to failure. His movements flowed smoothly, his reactions were precise, and he maintained composure in battle. As the impossibility of achieving his goals began to weigh on his mind, it cast a heavy fog over his thoughts, overshadowing his determination. At a distance, positioned at different points in the arena, Lin and Wan each utilized their fiery skills. Lin unleashed a powerful attack in the form of a fiery wave, symbolizing his own inner disorganization. This flaw served as evidence of his defeat in the battle, causing frustration and helplessness. In the wake of this unexpected turn of events, one couldn't help but feel the loss of his weapons, which had seemed impossible to happen. He couldn't fathom how Lin Huang had achieved such a victory, and what lay ahead for him. Lin Huang then recounted his countless hours of training, which had made him stronger, unlike Bai, who had done nothing but wait for external forces without putting in the effort. With a smile, Lin Huang suggested that Bai didn't need to engage in pointless battles, as the boy was talented enough to secure victories in the future. The conversation shifted to a story about an old man who, according to the protagonist, had been overly confident and relied solely on his fists in battle. The main character had attempted to imitate his foolish actions, hoping for success, which added a touch of humor and lightness to the atmosphere, diffusing the tension. Realizing that continuing the fight would serve no purpose, Bai Lin encouraged his pet, symbolizing his decision to exit the battle arena and complete the exam tests. He understood that persisting in the fight was futile, and he concluded that accepting defeat was the wisest choice. Lin Huang cautioned him about the consequences of his actions, as news of the drug theft had spread rapidly among the exam participants, potentially leading to negative repercussions. He advised Bai to be more cautious, as his actions had already resulted in serious consequences. The main character didn't utter any additional words, pausing in his departure. There was a moment when, even without words, it became evident that further steps carried hidden meanings and intentions. Recognizing the potential chaos that the arrival of other participants might cause, Wan Lin asked for help from Bai, addressing an important question that underscored the seriousness of the situation and the importance of cooperation. At the same time, other participants were approaching the castle, waiting anxiously. Inside, Lin Huang appeared before them, holding lamps to illuminate their path. His appearance was unexpected and stirred mixed emotions among the participants. Bai stated that Lin Huang had already gathered all the necessary items in the castle and had left. This revelation caused some confusion and even doubt among the participants because of their complex relationship with Bai. Attention was drawn to Yan's words, as he offered to help those seeking Lin Huang and lead the others in his footsteps. This gesture signified trust and cooperation, despite their previous disagreements. Everyone understood that Bai's relationship with the protagonist was far from ideal. However, in this situation, their shared desire to find Lin Huang prevailed, and they decided to give him a chance. At the end of the conversation, they followed Yin, who knew the way to the location where they could obtain materials to pass the exam. This collaboration marked an unexpected and crucial step toward achieving their collective goals. At this moment, the protagonist recalled his new friend, a mysterious ally who could help them enter the castle. He decided to use a special card that would allow them to go unnoticed. Wan Ling continued to contemplate his next actions, realizing that the patrol robots would not detect inanimate organisms in their surveillance zone, providing him with some advantage. He chose the path of shadows to climb through an open window in the building. This moment required precision and careful assessment. Once inside the rooms, the main character felt safe and returned to his usual state of mind. He began to think about the people who had created the dangerous drug that could lead to death. However, a dark desire for revenge began to surface in his thoughts, threatening to consume everything in its path. He experienced a moment of weakness and ambivalence as his rational mind clashed with the lust for revenge. In a secluded section of the castle hidden from view, secret activities were ongoing, involving an object that could be the key to passing the examination and becoming an association hunter. However, this object carried danger and risk, potentially causing harm or even death to those involved. Those working on this project understood its severity and wore protective clothing and gas masks. Materials accumulated rapidly, filling the boxes at an increasing pace. At this moment, the protagonist observed the process and realized that every detail and component played a role in the complex puzzle. His attention was drawn to how these boxes were sent to a distant warehouse, and he sensed that this moment could be the key to unraveling the entire mystery. His focused observation revealed that surveillance cameras closely monitored each stage, leaving nothing unnoticed. At that moment, as the main character continued to contemplate, the camera watcher didn't detect anything unusual inside. Silence prevailed in the building, and no suspicious movements were observed. The explored data revealed the scene in front of him. Surveillance cameras recorded the numbers of gold rank associations, including their commander-in-chief. However, in such situations, the main character realized that being a gold rank didn't always equate to outstanding intelligence and wisdom. He noticed how the boss of the observation team began to laugh, as if he had discovered something exciting on his monitor. This left Wan Lin bewildered, and he thought that the observer's actions demonstrated frivolity and a lack of understanding of the seriousness of the situation. At one point, the main character decided to take a chance and attempt to eliminate the observer. He felt that this action had no logical sense and might introduce some chaos. As the onlookers heard cries and sounds of a struggle, they became alarmed and approached to find out what was happening. Before them, they witnessed a horrifying scene. The boss was killed, and Lin Huang stood there, ready for the next stage of the encounter. In the observation room, anguished cries filled the air, indicating that the unknown assailant had inflicted severe pain. This spectacle instilled horror and helplessness among the participants. However, abruptly, everything fell silent. The screams and protests ceased, and the room was shrouded in an eerie stillness. This sudden transition from torment to silence was both strange and frightening. When the members began to discuss what had occurred, they realized that the sounds from the observation room had abruptly ceased. This further deepened their confusion and fear. As the observation room doors swung open, a human leg emerged and cautiously stepped onto the stone floor. The person's gaze scanned the room, seeking potential threats. Amidst the tense situation, the main character and his loyal vampire companion emerged. Their appearance added another layer of unease to an already chaotic scene, where every individual's survival seemed to have a purpose. In other parts of the castle, Signs of excitement were evident as workers and employees began to gather, striving to find out the reason for this unexpected assembly and understand what was happening. Those responsible for creating the lethal pills were fully armed and anxiously prepared for the inevitable confrontation, trying to discern which individual had breached their protected refuge. As they continued to discuss the situation, an imposing figure appeared on the horizon. With a powerful blow, he sent guards sprawling in all directions, as if they were mere feathers caught in the wind. The guards, noticing the intrusion, began firing randomly from their rapid-fire weapons, as if attempting to contain the apprehension that had gripped them. Protected by the formidable couple of vampires with graceful wings, the protagonist successfully deflected the streams of projectiles, preventing any of them from coming close. In a successful defense, the time was ripe for a counterattack. One of the experienced guards managed to withstand the blows of such a formidable opponent, trying not to succumb to panic. At this moment, the protagonist raised an eyebrow with a sneer and turned to the guard, inquiring about how many monsters the guard believed it would take to stand against him. Almost as if in response to his rhetorical question, a menacing silhouette emerged from behind the guard. A fearsome and imposing dragon rose before them. His determination for action was apparent, but an attempt by Ember was effectively thwarted by the guard's vigilance. The guard skillfully evaded the attack, making only slight adjustments to his position, thus avoiding being struck by the fire. Leaving the security guard under the watchful eye of his dependable companion, the main character continued forward with the aim of eliminating anyone obstructing his path. As he approached the first opposing door, he fired a shot, piercing the lock and granting him access. This action seemed to unleash a storm of intense emotion simmering within him. Soon, he found himself face to face with suspicious figures in the room. Their expressions revealed surprise and bewilderment, as if they had been drained of life. A brief glance was enough for the main character to realize that the humans in the middle had controlled the puppeteer, and the rest were merely his puppets, incapable of independent action. Entering a new phase of events, the individual controlling the puppets finally became aware of the main character's presence. However, for the time being, they remained unresponsive, leaving him to confront an army of puppets entirely alone. With this knowledge in his mind, he decided to send the puppets to attack, believing that if he were to fall, the authorities would command their formidable warriors to hunt him down, forcing him to face numerous dangers. In the meantime, Lin Huang himself did not lose his optimism. With a faint smile, he activated a special card ideally suited to the current situation, granting him an advantage on the battlefield against the puppet master. Upon activating the Azure card, a magician emerged almost instantaneously, a massive monster with a history of combat against many formidable warriors in a battle for survival. The old man controlling the puppets was surprised to learn that the main character possessed yet another formidable monster, whose identity had only now come to light. This revelation heightened his concern. Closely monitoring the unfolding events, the obedient monster executed its master's commands with remarkable compliance. It engaged in a sort of playful performance, snapping its fingers as if for amusement. The puppet master, however, struggled to discern the monster's intentions, apprehensively preparing for any treachery. The puppet master couldn't foresee the cards held by the master of puppets. The clown's eyes emitted an eerie glow, gathering tension in the room's air. Electric discharges buzzed, creating an ominous atmosphere. The consequences of this light were unforeseen. Suddenly, the puppets, formerly under the control of the old man, abruptly shifted their allegiance and began attacking their former master, now obeying the more potent puppeteer. Each lifeless toy seized by unrest turned on the old man, crushing him beneath their collective weight. In his agony, he realized that his end was imminent, his thoughts solely focused on self-preservation. Upon concluding this chilling battle, other allies of the protagonist burst into the room in response to the horrifying human screams emanating from within. The room was now occupied by the clown, who brought the necessary item for the task. They commanded the dragon to incinerate everything in its path, and the flames swiftly engulfed their surroundings. Upon completing their missions, the castle became engulfed in flames that proved to be quite resistant to extinguishing. A more formidable solution would be required. More valuable than mere water or sand, those who sought the beyond gazed upon a burning house before them. It was the place where the coveted ZC crystal might be hidden. What was once a tranquil abode had transformed into a blazing inferno. Amidst the chaos of this fiery hell, the main character stood firm, his companions by his side. He demanded the return of his hard-earned possessions, despite the suspicious circumstances. Questions arose about why the old man hadn't incited chaos or set the place on fire himself to find the crystal. This discussion logically intertwined with the talk of Gießen Castle. Footprints of various crimes had been discovered there, ranging from arson to theft. Jinping saw an opportunity to participate in the test, drawing from his prior experience with silver-ranked criminals. He realized that the gold-ranked hunters were significantly more formidable. This was why he found amusement in contemplating what the old man might have done to expel everyone, leaving only 2 individuals behind. Such testing targets involved not only crystal retrieval, but also the gathering of crucial information. In that moment, Lin heard words from the protagonist directed at her. He realized that she was willing to go to great lengths to exact her revenge. The next day, they returned to the Hunter's Rest area in the city of Bastion. Here, they awaited the next stage of the exam, which would assess their abilities in information gathering and teamwork. The chief examiner of the second stage congratulated the 5,000 participants who had passed the initial tests and acquired crystals. The upcoming trials promised to be more challenging. Except for one individual, all members had lost something during the previous trials, ranging from simple possessions to even their hair, which had been singed in the heat of the search. The first examiner reminded them that the forthcoming trials would be considerably more demanding. They would depart for the port in the evening, where aircraft were prepared to transport them to the next stage. The main character observed the restless crowd, engaged in discussions about the impending challenges. Everyone understood that the upcoming trials would be more daunting. One paid close attention to everything, particularly Lin. She was stern yet friendly in her interactions with people, which drew the examiner's attention. As the discussions continued, the true purpose of the test became apparent. It was not merely about acquiring crystal loot, but gathering information. This revelation shed light on why the old man had left the house intact. His objective had been to acquire information. The conversation then shifted to Gießen Castle, and the consequences of setting it ablaze. This discussion initially met with dissatisfaction among the group, but Lin's insights into the situation lightened the mood somewhat. Shuo Lin shared her understanding of the situation, pondering the possibility of participating in this test. However, he realized that silver ranks would pale in comparison to gold ranks. Despite this, he decided to join, considering how a double mutation might impact the outcome of the test. As this unexpected decision was made, the protagonist suddenly felt a strong tingling in his nose, unable to stifle his sneezing. It was as if a sudden cold had struck him at the most inopportune moment. This peculiar occurrence happened amidst the backdrop of the stressful events that hung the hero's fate by a thread. He couldn't help but wonder why someone outside his team was so interested in his identity that they would mention his name in their conversations. This mystery added an additional layer of complexity to the already confusing environment. Jinping, upon hearing his friend's whimsical musings, burst into laughter and slapped him on the back, as if appreciating the jest about these uniquely gifted students capable of urging twice mutated creatures in their friendly banter. The old man seemed inclined to agree with such ideas, and he kindly did so. After a while, they arrived at the port, where an airship interrupted the endless discussions about the arson incident. Its appearance was truly impressive, resembling a massive flying structure that could be mistaken for a legendary creature. It made one wonder why such vast resources were allocated for this third stage, and what hidden motives might lie behind this grand presentation. The airship gently descended to the ground, meeting the eagerly awaiting participants directly on the Association of Hunters training field. All eyes were fixed on this metallic marvel, reminiscent of Abel's legendary flights. Once the hero and the other participants took their seats on board, the examiners made inviting gestures for them to prepare for takeoff. The ship's every movement seemed thrilling, as if it were their first time experiencing flight. As the ship ascended to its maximum altitude, a figure emerged on the ship's steps, slowly descending to the ground. This man was Mr. Fu, considered the captain of this impressive vessel. He stood majestically on the ground with the aura of a leader, waiting until all the participants were settled on board. The way he raised his hand in greeting conveyed immediate respect and authority, making it clear that he was a highly esteemed and authoritative figure. Once everyone was in their seats, the examiners requested Mr. Fu to transport them to their designated location on his pristine new vessel. For Mr. Fu, such requests appeared trivial, and he agreed as if it were a routine task. The protagonist admired his ease and confidence, prompting him to wonder why the elderly, including himself, referred to the ship's captain with such reverence. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional reputation and status within the Association of Hunters. As the participants settled into their seats, the ship ascended into the sky, rising higher above the ground. The landscape below underwent rapid changes, with large buildings and city streets shrinking in size like miniature objects. It left them with a sense of unearthly beauty. Shortly after takeoff, the ship began to pick up speed, and the protagonist felt the wind play with his hair. The on-board environment was so comfortable that he nearly forgot he was in the midst of an exam. Every detail of the ship's interior created an atmosphere of indescribable comfort, as if they were traveling on a luxurious yacht. Yet, even in this comfortable setting, an unexpected gesture by the ship's captain captured Juan's attention. Observing the captain lowering a rod into the water, he couldn't help but wonder about this unusual moment. It suddenly became clear that even on this pristine ship, there was room for unconventional activities. Everyone on board held their breath as something on the line began to twitch. Juan took up the rod with anticipation, thinking he might catch a good-sized fish. For a moment, he lost himself in the world of captivating fishing. However, instead of an expected fish on the hook, he caught something entirely unusual, a massive octopus. While the participants enjoyed bountiful portions of hot and fragrant food intended to satisfy their appetites, the ship's captain engaged in the bustling process of cooking. This sparked the participants' interest as they observed the chef's skills. Juan, the protagonist, chose a different path from the typical one. He didn't retire to his room like everyone else but stayed in the heart of the action, inspired by the enticing aroma of the cooking. He didn't miss the opportunity to savor every dish, experiencing true delight in tasting every delicate detail crafted by the skilled master of culinary art, who had orchestrated the entire meal with dreamy, precise movements. As the time for the evening's fishing excursion approached, the ship's captain prepared a massive saucepan for the freshly caught seafood. Mr. Fu carefully observed the skilled handling of the young man with the ingredients and admired his ability to discern even the subtlest nuances of taste and texture. Lost in thought, he pondered how much one could appreciate technique and subtleties in culinary arts. He concluded that the young man definitely possessed the artistry of a chef and considered him a formidable culinary artist. When the time finally came to taste the dishes prepared by a master like Mr. Fu, the main character eagerly took a small bite. The taste he experienced evoked an unparalleled sense of pleasure, lighting up his senses. He relished the opportunity to savor such divine flavors, slowly and thoughtfully chewing the tender meat. In doing so, he found the chance to express his gratitude to the captain of the aircraft for providing him with this incredible opportunity. In response, the captain couldn't conceal the smile that reflected his genuine delight. It was proof of the extraordinary efforts undertaken by members of the Association of Hunters to sample Mr. Fu's culinary masterpieces. After savoring the last remnants of food in his mouth, the main character entertained an interesting thought. He contemplated the captain of the aircraft, who turned out to be the legendary gourmet hunter. Finally, he had the chance to meet this living legend about whom so much had been said and written. The old man confirmed all the stories about his legendary reputation. The conversation then shifted to more personal topics as they reminisced about their old friend Juan, who aspired to become a hunter and never gave up on his dreams. Their conversation extended into the night, as time seemed to stand still for the two friends engrossed in discussions about dreams and adventures. With the dawn of a new day and their arrival at their meeting location for the next stage of their journey, the participants of the air trip were met with unexpected treatment. It was as if they were all part of a single team, and they were asked to disembark from the ship that had carried them there. This decision was made with such determination, as they stood on the threshold of a new and significant stage in their journey. While the other participants proceeded forward, the main character wanted to bid farewell to the ship's captain. In his reflections, an idea emerged that it would be a good idea to somehow reconnect with his old friend. In response to his unspoken thoughts, Mr. Fu seemed to agree, raising his hand in farewell and wishing Juan good luck in his future tests and exams. It symbolized the mutual respect and understanding between student and mentor. The long-awaited moment arrived when all 5,000 participants gathered in a designated area, where the next tests were set to begin. Amidst the bustling noise and commotion, one man decided to put an end to the endless conversations and arguments. Rising above the crowd, he issued a command for everyone to be silent, emphasizing the need for complete focus and concentration. As the surrounding silence settled, a man introduced himself as Jian and revealed that he had been appointed as the main examiner for the third stage of the tests. Jian pointed to a nearby door and explained that every participant must pass through it. These doors led to long corridors where silver-ranked monsters awaited, with the primary objective being not just to pass, but to defeat 3 monsters of varying complexity. A crucial factor lay in the fact that there were numerous doors, and each participant was allotted only an hour to complete this stage of the tests. In the event of an injured participant, a rescue team was on standby. However, just a minute after the test began, the protagonists heard the disqualification of one participant. This unexpected event sparked panic among the remaining participants. Some seemed deliberately unwilling to proceed, leaving the test behind. The most astonishing and frightening moment for the protagonist occurred when one participant was killed during the trials, without even having the opportunity for guaranteed protection. This death shattered the illusion of safety. Immediately after this tragedy, the main character appeared even more imposing. The requirements of the tests, involving passing 3 corridors filled with silver-ranked monsters, made him reevaluate the complexity and unpredictability of this stage. Minutes passed, and with each passing minute, the number of members falling victim to monster attacks increased. Trust in the initially mentioned assistants gradually faded, and people found themselves alone with their fears and perils. Upon noticing that 2 people had died consecutively, Chief Examiner Jiang Sanda began to suspect that something was amiss in room 66. To ensure security, he decided to temporarily close this door and gave the participants a choice of which door to enter. From the crowd, a few brave souls emerged, including a young person, Lin Huang. This act surprised everyone. Lin Huang appeared fearless and determined, prepared to face any danger despite the risks. His resolute decision prompted astonishment from the rest. He confidently stepped forward and selected the 60th door, leaving the others in amazement. After explaining his determination, Lin Huang shared his motives. He had no intention of yielding to his rival, who had been the first among the participants to pass the test. Looking resolute, Lin Huang entered the doors of the trials, ready to explore what lay ahead. Upon entering, Lin Huang found himself in unfamiliar territory, which had already claimed a life. Nonetheless, he remained composed, prepared to accept the challenge and convey to others that he wouldn't give up easily. Waiting for him at the entrance was a strange creature resembling a bird, with wings adorned in mysterious symbols. Instead of attacking, the bird allowed its wings to unfurl, creating a wind that enveloped Lin Huang in a mysterious aura. However, this monster turned out to be less fearsome than expected. It transformed into a girl who was ready to engage another intruder in battle. She introduced herself as a phoenix feather, capable of reviving her fiery powers during battle. Charmed by this unexpected transformation, Lin Huang gradually realized that she was not only a formidable opponent, but also someone he could converse with. He learned that the young woman could speak human language. Phoenix Feather was eager for the impending duel, an opportunity to settle an old score. She inquired about Lin Huang's readiness, making it clear that the battle was inevitable, but she wanted him to fully understand the odds and risks. They stood face to face, not only for battle but also for a dialogue between two entirely different beings. The protagonist initiated the conversation, curious about how the girl had acquired human language just by being around people. Instead of an explanation, she suddenly launched an attack, channeling her aggression into her actions. In the protagonist's mind, assumptions began to form about the reasons behind the girl's anger. Perhaps her former master had treated her cruelly, depriving her of her freedom and subjecting her to humiliation. It seemed she harbored a deep hatred for all of humanity. These reflections fueled the girl's rage, and she launched a fresh assault, burning with anger and seeking to annihilate the enemy she believed deserved only death. The protagonist was impressed by her attacking energy and combat skills. Her movements were precise and swift, as though she had long mastered the art of battle. Amidst the fight, the Phoenix girl began to speak about her owner. She recounted how he had fed her fresh human meat every day, nurturing the hope of her mutation and transformation. However, once he had been deprived of life, her world had crumbled. Memories of losing her owner brought tears to the girl's eyes, symbolizing her sorrow and loss. The protagonist began to comprehend that the person at the center of their conversation had been a member of the sinister Guarantors of the Black Blood, a secret organization known for its cruelty and its ability to impose magical spells on people, turning them into mutants. They played with people's lives for their dark purposes. Learning this, the protagonist felt a newfound strength within himself. He used his blade to fend off the Phoenix girl's attacks, realizing that he now possessed not only physical weapons, but also knowledge of his adversary. He smiled, confident that his courage and determination gave him an advantage. He noted that the owner, whom they were discussing, was truly deserving of his fate, and these words only intensified the girl's rage. The girl's anger continued to escalate as she sought to destroy everything around her, embodying the memory of her deceased owner and his cruelty. Gradually, a dark aura began to envelop her, as if evil and aggression were accumulating, ready to explode in a powerful outburst. However, the protagonist remained calm, standing firm without feeling fear or anxiety. His inner determination burned brightly, preparing him for the challenging battle ahead. With a smile, he made it clear to the girl that all those who had perished in this corridor had served as victims or offerings for her deceased owner. Her eyes reflected a bitter mixture of emotions, including vindictiveness. Suddenly, she spread her wings and prepared to attack the protagonist with an evil smile. Yet, Lin Huang was not taken aback. He was prepared for the battle and aimed to conclude it swiftly. In the end, Phoenix Feather chose to target someone else among his allies, which could lead to dire consequences if left unchecked. Hearing the Phoenix Feather's plea, the protagonist felt a desire to help the girl, who stood before him yearning to take the final steps to confront her cruel owner. This peculiar wish cast a shroud of mystery over the entire moment, and Juan sensed that it might be the key to something more. However, without unraveling the strange request, the monster had already begun to execute its attack. Particles from her wings suddenly burst forth from dark shells, rushing toward him, and creating a dangerous halo in their wake. Amidst this aerial onslaught, Lin Huang noticed the monster performing graceful maneuvers in the sky, seemingly gathering all its strength before launching the impending assault. Lin Huang had no intention of merely standing by. He was ready to face the attack head-on. He doesn't intend to let his guard down. It's as if he's ready to accept the challenge. Instead, he decides to utilize his card. This card is a tool that allows summoners to display their strength. Lin Huang feels his hand reaching for the card, as if it's guiding him in this decisive moment. Suddenly, as if in response to the call, all the sharp monster feathers start to explode, releasing the stored power in their wings. But the magical essence of the card, chosen by Lin Huang, begins to create something special in front of him. It flashes with light, sparking an informed effect, as if opening a portal. The effect of the portal becomes more intense, and suddenly, all the sharp monster feathers disappear, as if dissolving into thin air. This seems to be a response to the phoenix feather's presence in Lin Huang's hand. The feather pulses, feeling something, but not quite understanding what it is. However, this sense of uncertainty warns him of potential threats. While the young woman is trying to comprehend what is happening before them, the figure of a tyrant suddenly emerges. He stands there, ready to eliminate the first monster in their path. This moment seems frozen in time, creating tension in the air. Deciding not to waste any time, the tyrant unexpectedly dashes forward, grabbing the monster by the throat and slowly squeezing it with his massive hands. The monster groans, unable to move or do anything else. Meanwhile, the phoenix feather in Lin Huang's hand seems to absorb the fear emanating from the monster. This monster has the potential to mutate twice, leaving even the phoenix feather puzzled. Its master, being only a bronze level, shouldn't be this strong. Despite the fear that fills the pen, it retains its luminance and magical shine. The tyrant's gaze exudes confidence, and its huge teeth gleam in the darkness. It's clear that this monster hasn't been satisfied for a long time, and its hunger adds to the cruelty of its actions. Finally, it bites into the winged monster's shoulder, leaving her with one last choice: to live with a wound or utter her final words. The phoenix feather falls, despairing for its master. The protagonist fights against the monster's strength and the fear it instills. Even in a situation where survival seems close to zero, the pen continues to desperately call out to its owner. At that moment, the girl's gaze slightly softens as her pain and fear begin to fade, as if hope itself is rekindled. Watching this scene, the main character adds a mental comment. He understands that the power the monster has gained from impure blood makes it nearly invulnerable and doomed to an inevitable fate. At this point, the other members of the test receive notification of Lin Huang's completion of the first part of the test. In just 10 minutes, the others find it hard to believe, but can't help but feel incredible respect for his strength. The main examiner of the third test smiles upon seeing the results of the young summoner. Lin Huang's potential pleases the examiner, and he celebrates the young summoner's achievement. At this point, Lin Huang proceeds down the corridor to face his next opponent. He engages in conversation with Hey, discussing what happened and taking into account the advice that not everything needs to be revealed to avoid suspicion. Hey continues to express concerns about disclosing Lin Huang's true strength, warning of potential consequences, including the loss of their assistant. The main character grows tired of this recurring conversation and asks, "Hey," to stop. Eventually, he becomes annoyed as "Hey" continues to scold him, leading to a moment of frustration. As the enemy advances, and he can't afford to lose concentration, Lin Huang completes the conversation. He takes out 2 pistols, wishing to demonstrate his hidden power to the monster in front of him. The one-armed gorilla starts to attack, relying solely on her physical strength. She approaches Lin Huang, waving her massive arms and attempting to strike. However, Lin Huang easily avoids her kick by jumping back, letting the gorilla scold in vain. Now, Lin Huang returns the attack. He starts to open fire on the enemy. Despite her great strength, the fiery shots burst into the space between them, as if attempting to pacify the rampaging nature. Lin Huang notices that the gorilla is trying to protect her head by covering it with her huge hand. This suggests to him that her head is her weak point, and he can use this to his advantage. With his new knowledge, Lin Huang decides that normal attacks to the head won't work. He smiles because he's not going to kill this opponent. At the moment when the one-armed gorilla strikes at Lin Huang, he instantly disappears, using the mind skill Traceless Gate. In his place remains only a shadow, frighteningly reminiscent of his appearance. The gorilla realizes that her attack has failed. She sees Lin Huang walking away and realizes that, according to the rules of the assignment, he doesn't have to kill the enemies, just go through the corridor. In the meantime, someone is watching them with special chambers hidden in the walls. It's the third examiner who decided to move away from the rest of the participants to see how successfully the passage of tests is going. He silently watches what is happening, observing a bunch of interesting moments in the battle between the main character and such strong opponents. Lin Huang then heads to the next corridor, where his last opponent awaits. He is surprised at how the Association of Hunters has created ideal conditions for passing the tests. The last enemy is a rare creature, a lizard with silver scales. Unlike the previous monsters, this one doesn't possess immense strength or speed, but its protection is beyond all praise. The lizard starts to attack by enveloping her spear with a special aura, giving it additional physical strength. The main character looks at his pistols, thinking about a strategy. He decides to apply the method they used earlier, hoping that it will bring success here as well. But suddenly, he notices something that may disrupt his plan. It only takes a moment, and he sees that the last opponent has something that may cancel his plan. This realization brings a new wave of tension, and he knows he will have to put in a lot more effort to overcome this new obstacle and complete the test. Before Lin Huang unfolds the difficult situation, the lizard, realizing that her opponent aims to find her weak spots, begins to wag her tail, which is covered in solid scales. These movements create a kind of barrier, not allowing him to move forward and attack vulnerable points. With every passing moment, the lizard becomes more and more dangerous, fully covering her massive body, as if forming her protective armor. Her prickly scales covering vulnerable areas make her practically invulnerable. This tactic forces Lin Huang to seek new attack methods. The unusual behavior of the lizard bewilders the guy. Xiao He even expresses the assumption that the creature may have somehow learned of the method used by Lin Huang to defeat the previous monster. But Lin Huang is not going to give up in the face of difficulties. He approaches the lizard and starts kicking her foot. This is an attempt to force her to change her strategy and open up some weak points. In his mind, the main character hatches a bold idea. He draws his blade, deciding to use it to attempt to bypass the lizard's defenses. The lizard's defenses were formidable. Lin Huang realized that it is not so easy for an experienced hunter to deceive such dexterity. Concentrating all his attentiveness and skill, Lin Huang inflicted an accurate strike aimed at the weak place in the lizard's armor. He managed to get through the hard scale and create a small crack. So the scale succumbed, and the thin blade went through the lizard's shell, hurting her. At this point, it became clear that even such strong protection could be overcome with good tactics. However, as is often the case, even with success, unforeseen circumstances may arise. The lizard, with its silvery scales, reacted to the blow and began to show activity, causing Lin Huang to reconsider his plan. Upon completing the battle, Lin Huang and Xiao He discussed the strategy he used. Lin Huang explained how he was able to discover the weak spot in the enemy. However, Xiao He indicated that it's not worth praising too much. Inside the examination rooms, battles were happening, but outside, news spread that Lin Huang had successfully completed the third stage tests and coped with the problem in the 66th room. The surrounding members of the tests were amazed. This information traveled through all the corridors in such a short time. Dealing with several strong enemies demanded incredible strength and skills. The main examiner realized that Lin Huang possessed great potential and instructed Hayes to provide advisory video leadership to the Association of Hunters. The message quickly reached the headquarters of the association, which was outside the cities. They started viewing footage of Lin Huang versus the lizard, a monster that had twice mutated under his influence. The chairman of the association initiated the conversation, introducing the guard, who was recommended from the island of the devil. He ordered their employees to begin making decisions about Lin Huang. Upon hearing Chairman Su's requests, the woman first responded by agreeing to accept the protagonist for his potential, with which he could have a double mutated monster at his bronze rank. However, the opinion of the third member of the council turned out to be fundamentally different from the previous one. He expressed his refusal, explaining that Huang's choice of a giant monster lacking special intellectual abilities would create many problems in the future. In his opinion, this could seriously hinder the protagonist's rank improvement at a higher level. The importance of this point of view led Chairman Su to carefully consider the situation. Despite the initial support he gave, he decided to go along with the councilman's argument. It became clear to him that Lin Huang was not able to show outstanding skills during the exam, and this was one of the main reasons for the refusal. However, further discussion showed that the opinion of the third council member was not absolute. The third participant insisted that the recommended lists include a twice-mutated monster capable of subordinating the mind. This opinion was supported by the first woman, and in the end, the chairman was forced to agree with their decision. The next person to contribute was the masked man who analyzed the protagonist. He counted and analyzed all the good and strong sides of the protagonist, including his ability to keep his cool in critical situations. However, he expressed the opinion that such skills and qualities should be characteristic of every hunter. After all the council members had spoken, Chairman Su thought for a moment. His face expressed reflections, the struggle with conflicting opinions, and the desire to reach a common solution. He had to weigh every opinion against the opinion of the majority. As a result of a long discussion and analysis, the final decision was made in the council. Lin Huang was not included in the list of those recommended for intensive training, despite his potential and abilities. At this time, within the bounds of the third stage of testing, one sensed that people around him began to discuss him. His thoughts were that many might be deliberating his fate. He tried to maintain a good impression and continued to converse, hoping that someone, particularly a beautiful woman, might take notice of him. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him. Her task was to distribute personal rings of the empire to everyone who had passed. Her appearance drew attention, and Juan felt slightly intrigued. He managed to find out that the fourth stage of the exam would take place in a certain location, but the exact timing remained a mystery. Upon learning of this, Juan inquired about the possibility of accommodation during the trial period. He asked where he could stay for a couple of days, and the name of the island. The assistant provided information. It turns out that this place is known as the Island of the Little Devil. The island lacks infrastructure and facilities, and participants will have to fend for themselves. One was taken aback. He had heard about this place many times, but never expected to be here. From the maps of the island, it became clear that the fourth level contained wild areas inhabited by monsters. Additionally, the island lacked convenient means of travel, making it even more challenging. After receiving information about the location of the monster he needed to advance to the silver rank, one ventured into the thick of the forest. His target was the Silver Blade Demon, and this location held a high probability of finding the creature. He carefully made his way through the thick grass and began discussing the Synth Circle ability with Hay. He was interested in the details of this ability, which allowed him to perceive events in the vicinity of the wearer. Hay confirmed the importance of this ability, especially when reaching the rank of supremacy. Its power lay in the ability to control a large area. Suddenly, one noticed that someone was observing him. He alerted Hay, and they decided to address the situation. One readied his pistols and demanded that the observer reveal themselves. The stranger became visible, and it became clear that they had suspicious intentions. Upon careful examination, it became clear that the stranger had certain motives and was hiding not far from a tree. It turned out that the stranger was Ciu, who couldn't go unnoticed. She emerged into the light like an old friend, causing Huang to wonder about her, as she was the first to complete the 3 corridor tests and held a higher rank. Ciu explained her intention to spend time with Huang due to his significant power. With each passing moment, her interest in him became more evident. She expressed the hope that spending time in his company would be interesting and enriching. Ciu attempted to conceal her shyness and awkwardness by averting her gaze. She was visibly embarrassed by her words. However, when Juan attempted to look at her, he noticed him flying away on the back of an eagle. His comment that he didn't like flat girls angered Ciu. As a result of this, she displayed her indignation by striking a tree. Her strength was so impressive that the tree couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground, stirring up dust. The force of the girl's powerful blows served as evidence of her frustration and anger. The tree stood helpless before her wrath. Ciu continued to hold onto her anger toward Lin Huang for how he had belittled her and displayed his arrogance. Despite not reaching the heights he should have, Huang continued to hover in the air, expressing his thoughts with a voice that carried a hint of annoyance towards those who were both arrogant and unreachable. His inner frustration with such individuals compelled him to remain cautious and ever vigilant. Hay, listening to Juan's narrative, scrutinized his expression and realized that his companion was growing increasingly dangerous. Gradually, the sky darkened, and the streets were engulfed in a nocturnal darkness. Under these conditions, movement became riskier than ever before, and battling the monsters grew even more challenging, as reduced visibility hindered the ability to respond adequately to threats. With every step, one delved deeper into the territory of the Silver Blade demons, clashing with new demons at each turn. Their numbers continued to swell, presenting increasingly arduous tests. At this juncture, the main character, along with Hay, perched atop one of the trees, observing the actions of the monsters. Their gaze remained locked on their target, the mutated demon. Juan's breath quickened, and his heartbeats grew more rhythmic. He knew he had only one purpose for being here, and he was prepared to annihilate it without hesitation. As he contemplated the potential reasons behind Juan's words, one possibility took root in his mind. Juan's eyes scanned the surroundings, and inwardly he felt a surge of satisfaction as he spotted what he had been seeking. Among the monsters, the mutated demon he sought stood out, and one-eyed Silver Blade demon, surrounded by weaker counterparts of its kind. However, Juan chose to disregard Hay's advice and leaped from the tree, ready to initiate the battle. His objective was crystal clear: the mutated demon. As if the entire universe had bowed to his intentions, the mutated demon sensed one's presence concealed among the trees. One made no sound, maintaining absolute invisibility. The unfolding mystery left him thoroughly perplexed, and he realized that continuing in silence could be perilous for him. After a moment, one began to explain to Hay that using the sense circle had alerted the demons to the presence of others, a skill that the mutated silver blade demon possessed. While they discussed the situation, the mutated demon gave orders to its weaker subordinates to attack the intruders. With each passing moment, the adversaries drew nearer, and it became evident that summoning a clown through the card to restrain the monsters was no longer feasible. Preparing for the daunting challenge ahead, one determined that the situation demanded raw strength, whether to push forward or retreat. In order to alter the course of events in his favor, he employed a summoning card to call forth a colossal entity. Upon materializing, the giant emitted a resounding roar that echoed across the battlefield. According to the plan, the giant adeptly forged a path while dispatching foes, even those of bronze and silver ranks. Following this, the primary target of the creature became a changed beast positioned a short distance away. The colossal entity, with its arms outstretched, made a dash towards its adversary, aiming to conclude the battle. In response to the giant's provocative assault, the environmentally affected mutated monster charged into the confrontation. The creature's form had contorted, and it clutched a massive sword crackling with electrical charges, exuding an aura of formidable energy. Swift and aggressive, the monster readied itself to retaliate. The silver swordsman, displaying incredible agility, took precise aim and struck directly at the upper part of the monstrous being. His blade gleamed as it discharged electrical energy into the air. However, the creature refused to yield, gathering even more strength to keep its massive foe in check. While traces of the sword's impact remained brightly etched on the monster's body, it was not a fatal wound. Its remarkable regenerative abilities sprang into action, and the marks of the attack began to fade, as if attempting to mend itself. The giant, possessing colossal physical might several times greater than that of its opponent, seized the creature by the neck with its massive fingers, exerting an intimidating pressure. Despite the physical constraint, the monster exhibited unwavering perseverance and willpower. Straining all of its muscles, it eventually succeeded in shifting the situation in its favor. With incredible effort, the monster managed to topple the silver swordsman, sending him crashing to the ground. The giant paused momentarily, then raised its hand, preparing to focus its attention and strength for the impending strike. Its gaze was resolute, as if gathering all its potential for a devastating blow. Suddenly, the giant unleashed a rapid and powerful series of strikes, so swift and forceful that nothing remained intact in their wake. The ground surface cracked and shattered upon contact with the shockwaves generated by its blows. During this time, as the protagonist concentrated on battling weaker foes, he lost sight of the giant's actions. His attention was so absorbed in the ongoing skirmish that he didn't immediately discern the shifting situation involving the giant tyrant, a uniquely mutated creature. This creature faced a quandary due to a lack of clear directives from its controller, prompting it to observe the one-eyed demon as though preparing for a significant move. Gathering strength in its hands, the tyrant readied itself to deliver a decisive blow that could obliterate its foe completely. In its movements, a sense of anticipation and tension was palpable. In that critical moment, the protagonist's hopes for his own survival began to wane. However, the giant's ill-fated maneuver, owing to its limited intellect, offered the one-eyed demon an opportunity. This turn of events did not escape Hay's prescient notice, who had foreseen a similar development. Suddenly, Lin Huang spotted a detail that had previously eluded his distracted gaze. It underscored the importance of remaining attentive to every detail even in stressful situations. The tyrants reduced their pace and awaited commands. They growled in an attempt to capture the attention of the protagonists, who, in turn, carried on their battle against the monsters. A moment of confusion arose when the tyrant nodded in response to Huang's inquiries regarding the monster's intentions in this challenging environment. One of the guests, who had been observing the situation, played giant for a while. He grasped that the tyrant was attempting to convey this information to him. As the main character directed his attention to the battle, his companion, Xiao He, felt somewhat sidelined, perplexed by the unique abilities of the monster. She wondered why this creature exhibited extraordinary traits. The tyrant displayed emotions akin to a human, which led the protagonist to believe that his influence was spurring the creature into action. This dynamic fostered an increasing sense of comfort in their interaction. After concluding their discussions, one instructed the tyrant to hold the one-eyed demon in place to prevent it from escaping. This was a crucial step in maintaining control of the situation. Once the instruction was executed, the protagonist affixed his sharp blade to the one-eyed demon, delivering the final blow. The time had come for the transition to the next silver rank, enveloping the main character in a radiant light symbolizing his success and new achievement. Alongside achieving the silver rank, a new life seed was discovered, revealing a new skill card. This card had been obtained following the victory over the one-eyed demon, marking one of the most pleasant moments in the past days of the exam assignments. The new skill card unlocked additional possibilities, and in addition to all the rewards and skills gained in battle, he also acquired a rare monster card or demon as a testament to his incredible feats. Lin Huang and Xiao He scrutinized the new card attentively, recognizing it as a valuable acquisition. They commenced discussing the potential applications of this card. However, Xiao He noticed a movement behind them and heard a male voice, prompting her observations. The voice belonged to Lin Huang, who, tired of being watched, decided to identify the person trailing him. A familiar individual moved through the forest, leaping from tree to tree with silent grace. He drew near without detection, revealing himself to be Ciu, who had completed her own test and now joined the main character in Xiao He. She landed gracefully, exuding agility and confidence. Nonetheless, her behavior raised Lin Huang's suspicions. She appeared to be up to something, maintaining a distance to avoid seeming like an observer. Lin Huang's voice suddenly pierced the silence as he inquired about Acai's intentions, expressing his displeasure with unwanted surveillance and the constant shadowing of his movements. Ciu attempted to provide explanations swiftly, concealing her true motives. She needed to come up with justifications to account for her actions and avoid further arousing suspicion. Lin Huang's attention shifted, but his apprehensions persisted. Recognizing that her doubts had not dissipated, Ciu decided to continue her observations. However, more cautiously, the main character continued to advance. He noticed Xiao He's persistence in following him, sensing her curiosity about his abilities. To his surprise, he heard Lin Huang's voice suggesting that Xiao He should use her remaining promotion cards to acquire new skills. This statement left one puzzled, prompting him to inquire why she had chosen the Hunters Association when there were numerous other options available. Xiao He remained persistent and insistent in her interactions with the main character. To create a sense of drama and tension in the situation, he considered surprising Xiao He. Lin Huang slowly brought his blade to her throat, as if ready to take drastic measures. However, instead of reacting with fear, Xiao He displayed remarkable calmness, surprising the main character. He began to demand explanations, questioning her affiliation with an organization related to the ongoing exams and how her presence disrupted the events. Unaware that she was not supposed to be there, one decided to uncover her secret due to her good test results. Xiao He's intrigue piqued the main character's interest, and he pondered whether she belonged to any organization. As far as he could tell, she was not associated with the Hunters Association, fueling his curiosity about her and her motivations. Observing Lin Huang raising his blade, Xiao He became frightened and looked at him. She professed her innocence and explained that her sole task was to become a member of the Hunters Association. She had no knowledge of the ongoing events. Seeing her fear, Lin Huang decided to release her, turning away and continuing on his way. He offered a final word of caution, expressing his reluctance to deal with her and hoping that she would no longer pursue him. Nevertheless, he decided not to leave anything to chance. He gave Xiao He a stern glance and warned her not to adhere to her own rules of engagement if she chose to approach him again. He was prepared to take resolute action if necessary. As Lin Huang flew away on his eagle, severing communication with the girl, she was left alone, feeling a mixture of anger and resentment. She watched the departing eagle with a conflicted expression, a blend of anger and curiosity. She began to wonder how seriously Lin Huang had meant his warning. She was resolute and did not discount the possibility that he was capable of taking extreme measures to protect his privacy. Ultimately, Xiao He decided to move away, recognizing that it was not the best time for further proceedings. She needed to focus on her responsibilities and continue her journey into the Hunters Association. In the area where the battle unfolded, inexplicable explosions created loud sounds, and clouds of dust obscured the scene, generating an atmosphere of mystery and uncertainty. The protagonists and the tyrant relentlessly battled the monsters left in the wake of their fights. Their perseverance and courage yielded results, but each new victory concealed the traces of their struggle. In his role as an assistant, He explained to Lin Huang that they had managed to accumulate 4 full life orbs, a testament to the tremendous effort they had invested in the battles of the past 2 days. He also shared their plans for the future with confidence. Their cards had reached the gold level, which would give them an advantage in the upcoming test. This accomplishment had been achieved through the completion of the 4th stage, which they had strategized for extensively. During their discussions about strategy, He proposed leaving the demonic monster card vines behind due to its mutations and unpredictability. They also deliberated on which monsters might prove to be the most useful in the forthcoming tests. The next morning, only 489 participants gathered at the site. Among them was Lin Huang. The organizers had made the decision to proceed with the completion of the 3rd stage exam, and the movement of the participants continued toward new challenges and trials. Everyone was utterly shocked upon hearing how few people had managed to pass the test. Some were even elated by the news. Even the main character himself found it difficult to believe how demanding the requirements were for admission to the Hunters Association. At a time when everyone was taken aback by the small number of successful candidates, the chief became intrigued by a strange sound that suddenly emanated from his surroundings. These sounds were produced by a 4-winged condor, a fascinating participant in the tests, who appeared to have a human face. However, her face remained hidden due to the vast distance between the earth and the sky. As the unfamiliar figure descended from the condor and created a small landing, the purpose of her presence became evident. She would be conducting the exam. Participants had a premonition, and it turned out to be accurate. The young girl who introduced herself as Mulan stepped forward. Her gaze was resolute, and her demeanor exuded self-confidence. She then summoned her faithful companion, a full-winged condor, which soared into the air, symbolizing her command over magic and power. It became clear that Mulan was no ordinary huntress, and her name was already well known among the top-ranked gold hunters. Her skills in obtaining valuable trophies and battling monsters made her reputation impressive. The next stage of the exam promised to be a challenging and formidable trial that could astonish even the most seasoned participants. While the participants engaged in idle chatter and speculation, The protagonist awaited the arrival of the Condor Girl with the assistance of his purple-eyed eagle, capable of conveying a more powerful message. The participants grew a bit weary of the prolonged introduction, prompting Mulan to raise her voice and assert her authority. She then began to announce the rules of the upcoming assignment. Mulan had calculated all possible encounters with formidable creatures on the demonic island, where the mission was to eliminate only 5 different silver-tier monsters within 15 days. This task was exceptionally complex, and the participants started to reveal their abilities, realizing that they were far from being monster masters, let alone capable of eliminating them in large numbers. Fear of the unknown and the impending danger hung over them, causing doubts to surface. Suddenly, a hand rose from the crowd, seeking to address a question to the examiner. It was a moment filled with curiosity and anticipation, as various scenarios flashed through the minds of the participants. The main character was the first to pose a question. He expressed his concern about whether there was any punishment for other players attempting to steal and kill monsters. In response to this question, Mulan emphasized that the detailed rules had been announced in advance and did not include a prohibition on taking monsters killed by other players. However, she issued a warning that any attempts at physical harm to other participants would be met with severe punishment, including expulsion from the exam. After this clarification, the organizers distributed a map of the demonic island to each participant. The map marked the locations where the monsters were housed, and the participants were tasked with finding and eliminating them. The journey began, and everyone set out in search of creatures that would be crucial to successfully completing this stage. During the tests, some participants decided to join forces and form teams to increase their chances of survival and success. One such group opted to venture into the most perilous part of the island, a dense forest known to be inhabited by the most dangerous monsters. This team consisted of 4 individuals who had chosen to collaborate for their mutual safety. They were aware that not only monsters could pose a threat on the island, but also other participants who might attempt to steal their spoils. Suddenly, Lin Huang appeared on the horizon, eliciting loud screams and mixed emotions among the participants who wished to avoid encountering him. From the outset, one had shown interest in the prospect of acquiring loot from others, instilling fear in those who had crossed paths with him in previous tests. The fear of one infiltrated the participants' thoughts, making them apprehensive about the challenges they would face under his watchful gaze. However, one tried to reassure the concerned participants, explaining that his intention was not theft, and he had no plans to deprive them of their findings. On the contrary, he proposed to sell them the monsters he had already defeated at a reasonable price. Participants were puzzled by Wan's offer to exchange monsters. They wondered if it violated the test rules, but they could find no prohibition against such exchanges. Uncertainty shrouded them as they grappled with the difficult question of how to determine a fair price and evaluate the suitability of the proposal. In order to prove his sincerity, one brought forth one of the defeated monsters of a certain rank and level of development. He demonstrated that the monster, which held value, had been successfully vanquished by him and was now available for purchase. One extended this offer to all those present, showcasing his prowess in conquering formidable monsters. He proposed a price for each of them, with the rates increasing in proportion to the difficulty and level of the monster. However, even with such an offer on the table, participants couldn't shake the feeling that the price was quite high. It tempted them with the promise of untold wealth, but the cost of this success was much steeper than they had expected. Nonetheless, one was determined to persuade the participants of the value of the purchase. He spoke about encountering new monsters that had undergone double mutations on the island, underscoring their immense danger and worth. He emphasized that encountering such creatures was possible at any moment, and they could be a decisive factor in overcoming the tests. One's words prompted the participants to ponder, exchange views, and devise an action plan. From that point on, the group decided to acquire certain monsters. This appeared to be a secure investment in their eyes, as they believed that if they successfully passed this stage, they could recuperate their expenses multiple times. One participant, in particular, had planned to approach the examiner in a few days with the confidence that he could navigate this challenging stage and demonstrate his readiness to become a hunter. A smile on his face reflected his joy and excitement as he could now relax and relish their success while preparing for the final stage of the tests. During this time, he enjoyed a sense of tranquility. On the horizon, a figure seemed to materialize out of thin air. Her eyes conveyed determination and will, and her hands bore a peculiar bright tattoo. She approached the participant and effortlessly sliced through his tint, causing it to dissolve as if by magic. Her sudden appearance left those witnessing it in shock and surprise. Who was she, and why had she decided to approach this participant and destroy his tint? The guy noticed the unusual and mysterious tattoo on her neck, and he felt that her presence was connected to something significant, though he couldn't recall where he had seen her before. Time passed, and fear and bewilderment filled the guy's eyes. Before him stood a figure whose intentions remained unclear. She had clearly not come to offer assistance, but something more enigmatic and ominous lurked in her gaze. The night forest had become an eerie place, filled with terrifying sounds and human screams that pierced the silence of the night, frightening all the animals that darted past. This atmosphere of fear and horror created a tense atmosphere among the test participants. At this moment, luck was on the participant's side, as he remained alive, albeit in an extremely unstable condition. He feigned unconsciousness, as he had encountered this mysterious individual. Upon rising from the ground, the adventurer found himself in an unfamiliar location, unable to comprehend how he had survived and why the stranger hadn't immediately killed him. Numerous questions swirled in his mind, but he was too bewildered to find answers. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered his fellow adventurers, who had previously purchased monster carcasses from the main character. They informed him that they, too, had been attacked by this enigmatic figure and ended up in his place. The participants found themselves inside a cage along with others. They witnessed people with a tattoo on their necks similar to the one the guy had, being accused of heresy and capturing others. It turned out that a heretic had ensnared them all, luring them into a trap. The heretic responsible for their capture turned out to be the same mysterious individual who now awaited their next potential victims. The trap had been sprung, and the participants found themselves ensnared by a man driven by obscure and sinister motives. Elsewhere on the demonic island, strange events occurred, resulting in the destruction of forests and the formation of colossal dusty curtains. These unexplained phenomena added to the island's enigma. A creature resembling a wolf with human limbs roamed the territory, observing its surroundings. Suddenly, it experienced a sharp pain that pierced its vulnerable spot, incapacitating its ability to think and compelling it to seek salvation. However, at that point, he entered the scene, the main character, riding his companion. Making an attack, he left a deep gash on the monster's body, marking it. Lin Wang continued searching for masters to sell their monsters, aiming to progress and become a full-fledged hunter. His objective was clear: to discover more monsters and pave his way to success in the world of hunters. While discussing it, a thought crept up behind him as his companion sensed someone approaching, intending to eliminate the main character. The assailant attacked from concealed positions, but the protagonist reacted swiftly. With his blade, he delivered a strike that generated a successive shockwave, potentially causing trouble. As the monster was vanquished, an image of an unknown figure wielding a sharp katana materialized behind him. When the monster completely vanished, the same heretic dashed forward, attempting to eliminate the main character, who had achieved impressive results in previous examination tests. Given the circumstances, Lin Huang drew a gun and aimed it at the person. He displayed no concern that his adversary could defeat him. He even inquired if the stranger was confident in this endeavor. The heretic was rendered speechless, sensing the unexpectedly formidable strength of his adversary. Until that moment, he had underestimated his capabilities. The protagonists acted swiftly, simultaneously withdrawing the summoning card of their guardian pet and firing directly at their foe. A small shockwave emerged near the point of impact. Having concluded their battle in midair, they finally descended to the ground and stood close to each other, at arm's length. The heretic, who had been at gunpoint, wondered if the main character had somehow penetrated his unique technique for concealing extraneous presence. In response, Lin Huan revealed that he had detected the enemy long ago and had decided to sound the alarm. He also inquired about the reimbursement of the purchased silver monster bodies. After considering various options, the protagonist's suspicious gaze turned to the heretic. Since participants in the exam were prohibited from attacking each other, Lin Huang had to maintain his distance with his blade at the ready. He asked whether the heretic sect had sent this person. It wasn't the guy's audacity or intelligence that impressed the interlocutor, but rather his unique attention to the tattoo, which was clearly visible and could lead to conclusions. The previous attack, according to the stranger, posed no lethal threat to the hunters, and he extended an offer for Huang to join the sect. However, the protagonist simply smiled, declining the offer from those trying to exert control over him, as if he were their servant. The heretic grew frustrated, as he did not grant the main character the choice to refuse. Something strange began happening to his hand, and at the culmination of these events, the enemy's body transformed. Instead of a hand, a colossal weapon took shape, drawing the dark aura from the surroundings into the wielder's body. Witnessing this, one could unmistakably deduce that the heretic was a gold-rank member of the sect, one of the three. He had recently vanquished one opponent and aimed to do the same with the stranger. Ignoring the man and wielding superior rank, he chose to launch an aerial attack, where blocking the strike was impossible. The heretic, unable to execute his intent in time, sensed something was gravely amiss, contrary to his expectations. The man's attention shifted to Lin Huang's tyrant. The monster effortlessly intercepted the heretic's lethal strike. Simultaneously, it blocked the attack and prepared its own, striking with a fist enhanced by its unique skill. The impact resembled an explosion, hurling the heretic a considerable distance away and shattering the growing trees behind him. Observing the battle from above, the protagonists instructed the tyrant to temporarily set aside its ruthlessness and spare the enemy's life for their own purposes. Due to the attack's reduced force, the heretic managed to survive, but his body was covered in wounds, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. As Lin Huang approached him, he began inquiring about the remaining individuals who had entered the examination tests and demanded their names. The heretic, however, had no intention of betraying his comrades. He maintained a serene smile, as if he alone were ready to sacrifice himself for the sect's cause. Frustrated by the lack of information, the main character summoned a clown, who possessed the ability to control minds. When the monster turned its attention toward the heretic, he instantly recognized what creature it was. He had heard numerous accounts of an attack on Dashi City involving a higher-ranked monster. Infuriated, Lin Huang demanded to know the sect's purpose in infiltrating Demon Island and capturing several examination participants. Once the clown's mind control skill was applied, the heretic revealed that the sect had infiltrated the examination camps with the help of their operatives within the Hunters Association. These operatives had concealed the sect members' tattoos. The primary objective was to recruit the most outstanding participants. Lin Huang was particularly interested in how many people were part of this plot within the exam, and the extent of their power. The heretic listed all 11 individuals, including one possessing an excellent level of holy flame, while the others did not surpass the gold rank. Next, the heretic produced a cage designed for capturing living beings. However, when he attempted to release them, the cage would shatter. The optimal method to open it was by repeating the pattern depicted on the cage several times. Lin Huang closely examined this item, which now contained the other examination participants. He inquired about the heretic's destination upon completing their task. In response, absolute silence emanated from the stranger. The man tried to compel the enemy to disclose their plans through his demands, but the clown relayed to its master that the heretic had absorbed an excessive amount of the tyrant's power from the blow and had ultimately perished. The outcome that one was eager to avoid at any cost led back to the starting point of the tests. The protagonists lowered the lifeless heretic to the ground. The fourth examiner approached Lin Huang and reminded him that the rules prohibited the elimination of participants to confiscate their silver monsters. One had no choice but to identify the individual and account for the total number of heretical sect members who had infiltrated the tests, often referred to as the organization's spies. Seeing the cage in Malong's possession raised some concerns. She had received information about all 63 examination points that currently faced a similar situation. The girl felt compelled to carefully inspect the Irisudo dungeon, which was, in fact, controlled by the heretical sect members. Behind her, whispers began circulating about the heretics, suggesting that they were not far behind the Purple Raven in terms of power. All examinations were thoroughly scrutinized for a similar situation. Malong, who remained unperturbed by the comments of her comrades, needed to verify the veracity of the main character's account. Following the instructions for using the dark cage, they successfully released all the people trapped inside. The rescued adventurers were elated to escape the clutches of the examiner and finally take a breather. Malong demanded a detailed explanation from the group regarding their confinement in the holding cage and sought information about its creators. Each one had the same story to tell. They were unexpectedly apprehended by individuals of gold rank, who posed as exam participants and cleverly concealed their true power. After carefully listening to everyone's accounts, the fourth examiner instructed them to take the victims to rest and prepare a report on the incident. He offered any necessary assistance to the victims. Lin Huang informed the examiner that he was unable to ascertain the precise location where the heretics gathered and the exact time they would depart from Demon Island. The only clarity was the need for swift action. Malong urged the assistants to report the entire situation to the authorities and request assistance from one of the elite members, given the limited time available. Any chance to apprehend the leader could occur at any moment. The initial heretic's lifeless body remained in place, concealed from the awareness of his comrades. The girl retrieved the Empire ring from the fallen culprit, a device enabling easy tracking of the whereabouts of other instigators of the disturbance. She asked the main character to temporarily find a safe haven. However, he declined, expressing his willingness to provide assistance. He had independently vanquished an individual of gold rank. Malong hesitated but eventually accepted his offer, urging him to exercise caution and flee when encountering a higher-ranked leader. After a few minutes, one mounted his eagle and set out to survey the entire territory for potential enemies attempting to capture him. The participants on the mission were using special equipment to detect unusual energy signatures when one of them detected a heretic right beneath him. He dismounted his eagle and called out to the cloaked figure with the concealed face. To his surprise, when the heretic removed the cloak, it revealed a young girl beneath it. She seemed rather pleased with this turn of events. As the protagonists approached, they assured her that they had no intention of harming a woman. In response, The girl considered it a commendable trait in a man and began to attack, believing she needed to protect the young man. However, Lin Huang intervened, summoning the tyrant to deal with the girl instead of him. He didn't want to engage in combat with a woman. The fact that a silver-ranked individual could command monsters surprised the stranger, who had anticipated an easier task. With some battle experience, the heretic managed to evade the tyrant's powerful blows that could easily prove fatal. The girl positioned herself behind the summoned monster, attempting to strike at its vulnerable spots while in mid-flight. She assessed the tyrant's mutations and contemplated her strategy to secure victory. While she strategized, the tyrant relentlessly closed the distance, delivering devastating blows. The main character could only observe, pondering the advantages and agility that golden-ranked individuals possessed. Eventually, the giant readied a powerful technique, engulfing his fist in fire to channel more strength from his muscles. He swung his fiery fist, and this time, the girl couldn't evade it. She bore the full brunt of the monstrous force, leaving her unable to move or wield weapons after being thrown back. The tyrant's attack was so potent that even after the battle ended, the shockwave from the girl's flight damaged part of the demonic island's terrain. When all was said and done, a broken tree fell on a member of the heretic sect, and the main character decided to retrieve the equipment not far from the deceased girl. Juan's final instruction to the tyrant was to destroy the Imperial Ring to prevent it from transmitting the participant's location to the rest of the group. The guy received a skill card for a technique called 100 Blades Flow. After informing Mulan about the elimination of one enemy, Juan set out on his eagle to search for the remaining heretics, who were concealed in various locations. In response, the examiner urged the main character to return quickly to the camp where the elite had arrived earlier. Juan agreed since he was already heading in that direction. While Lin Huang contemplated the whereabouts of the higher-ranked heretic leader, someone placed a hand on his shoulder. Turning to look, he saw Xiaoyu, and her appearance did not please him. She asked if he truly despised her so much, and he attempted to avoid her presence by making several turns in the sky and engaging in small talk. However, when Xiaoyu inquired about his willingness to join her organization to evade persecution, Juan grew uneasy at the thought that she might be a heretic. It was then that she revealed herself as the leader of the heretic organization and a person of excellent rank. The rank designation didn't quite register in Juan's mind, and there was no time to process the information. Without hesitation, he redirected his pet's flight path, colliding with the first oncoming tree in an attempt to eliminate the heretic leader. The main character managed to jump to the ground to give himself a fighting chance. He readied his blade and remained silent, realizing he couldn't win against a higher-ranked hunter without experience. Xiaoyu harnessed her abilities in the sky and inquired why Huang wasn't trying to escape. In response, he took out his blade, ready for a fight if necessary, and explained that his pet couldn't outrun an opponent of her rank. Xiaoyu persistently offered him the chance to join her and save his life, but the main character refused, determined to fight for his freedom. However, even Xiaoyu understood that he couldn't stand a chance against a significantly stronger opponent with his lower-ranked monsters. While he contemplated his next move, something unexpected happened. In such an unpredictable situation, someone once again placed a hand on the main character's shoulder. It was Xiaoyu, who moved so quickly that he couldn't perceive it. She acknowledged that she had correctly assessed the guy's potential. While they grappled with this dire situation, an inexplicable force from the sky struck, separating them and commanding them to release each other. The magical power collision from above was triggered by the appearance of the fourth examiner, who responded to Juan's distress signal. Juan's primary task was to warn his comrade against futilely deploying pets against a superior opponent, especially against some of the elites. At this point, Ciu was already preparing to use a unique item, gradually restoring it to its original state. Upon completion, she gained powerful equipment that emitted an aura characteristic of heretics. Ciu immediately recognized Mulan and her royal lineage. The examiner was prepared for the worst and awaited the start of a battle where she would employ the Abyssal Sea Sword to its full potential. Ciu, ranking fourth among the Gold Hunters, aimed to capture Mulan to further the heretic operation. However, Mulan was determined to engage in combat without heeding words. To maintain a safe distance, she employed only a portion of her weapon's power. Ciu, who had an interest in potential hunters, unknowingly prepared to respond to her opponent's chosen tactics. The leader of the heretics possessed strength far beyond that of a typical gold-ranked hunter, and when their strikes collided, strange occurrences unfolded on the battlefield. Intervening in this clash remained a perilous notion. Towards the end of the enemy's shockwave, Mulan had to employ all her strength to parry the pressure by utilizing her formidable weapon. She managed to disrupt Ciu's technique somewhat, dispersing it, and then launched the Abyssal Sea Sword towards its intended target as directed by its owner. However, the endeavor proved unsuccessful when Ciu shattered the weapon into two parts. She was equally astonished that Mulan had learned the sword of the immortal's way, and the broken equipment was merely a prototype. Mulan was about to draw closer, realizing that evading an opponent wielding a lethal technique taught only to holy heretics was futile. Both women engaged in relentless combat, offering no respite. Xia exerted herself to exploit her superior equipment with 4 stars. Mulan, aware of an excellent one who would arrive soon, decided to wait for Lin Huang, recognizing that approaching such high-ranking fighters could hinder her comrade's mysterious impending attack. She finally understood Ciu's delay tactics and decided to bring the protagonist along before suffering the blow of a formidable weapon. As the deadly technique approached, it seemed inevitable that at least one life would be claimed. Lin Huang summoned a tyrant just in time, which repelled the potent strike, albeit with minor injury. Mulan checked on her comrade to assess his condition and offer assistance, but he asserted that he didn't need help yet. One readied himself for a solo battle with the support of his summoned monster. Ciu hovered above their heads, her surprise evident in the face of the protagonist's robust defense and the tyrant's ability to hold its ground against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. However, her mood shifted as she found the prospect of a silver ring holder summoning a twice-mutated monster intriguing. Determined to take the situation seriously, Ciu raised her weapon above her head, initiating the formation of various phenomena around her. The moment to reveal her true strength neared. Subsequently, the ground beneath Wan and his comrade began to crumble, forming a vast depression as if triggered by a powerful earthquake. The upheaval left a hole where they had stood. Not at all. Lin Huang couldn't fathom why he couldn't withstand such immense pressure, causing the earth to crumble beneath them. Mulan identified this formidable equipment as the royal relic, the Scythe of God's Harvest. The girl, unable to put up a fight against the Excellent One, had virtually signed her death sentence. Lin Huang remained clueless about the nature of Ciu's mysterious object, as he had never encountered anything like it before. Ciu prepared to unleash the full might hidden within her weapon, describing it as a relic of the highest order, a weapon few could master. Wearing a triumphant smile, she intended to demonstrate the most captivating aspect of this extraordinary artifact. With an aura unknown to onlookers enveloping her, she explained that this technique could cut through anything, then flung the Scythe of God's Harvest toward Lin Huang and his comrade. Her intention was to eliminate those who had exposed her true identity. Trembling and weakened, Mulan attempted to shield Lin Huang by placing herself directly in his path. Then, she dove into the heat of battle, positioning herself a bit farther away from him, providing more opportunities to protect him. Utilizing her family's inherited weapon, she erected a small barrier when Xiaoyu's side made contact. In her effort to gain the upper hand, a surge of magical energy emanated from the sky, overwhelming anyone in its path. Miraculously, Mulong managed to evade the strike zone, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Lin Huang desperately sought ways to aid the fourth examiner. As the dust cleared, Xiaoyu reappeared, exuding even more malevolent energy. She continued her relentless assault, attempting to dismantle Mulong's armor. Xiaoyu taunted them about the value of a living gold-rank hunter versus a deceased one. Refusing to surrender to any sect, Mulan resolved to face death rather than accept defeat. Positioned behind the fourth examiner, Lin Huang grappled with the dire circumstances, realizing that any move or summoning of a monster would result in their immediate demise, complicating the situation further. Xiaoyu could easily dispose of them with a single sweep of the side of God's harvest, shattering the precious sword of the sea abyss that belonged to the Mu family at will. Suddenly, a massive spear hurtled from the sky at an incredible velocity, giving them little time to react. Xiaoyu had to employ a technique to minimize unnecessary harm, as the spear's impact generated potent energy from the weapon itself. Recognizing the spear, Mulan identified its owner and referred to him as Uncle. One had encountered him before, and Lin Huang strained to recall their previous interaction. Nonetheless, disbelief set in as the girl realized that death was imminent, with only a few seconds left to spare. This item wielded strength far beyond the reach of an ordinary Hunter Association member. While pondering her next move on the battlefield, a man capable of shattering the earth beneath his feet arrived, brandishing a spear linked to the Mu family. He proved to be a formidable adversary, and welcomed the opportunity to face such an outstanding foe, much to the heretic sect's chagrin. Xiao descended back to the ground, recognizing the elderly man from somewhere, which left Junyuan baffled. The girl then provided a detailed explanation, revealing that the heretic sect had information indicating that Junyuan was the top candidate for an executive officer position in a certain division. The old man grasped the situation and decided to ask a favor, that Xiaoyu, out of respect for him, would release the innocent individuals. Facing a superlative-level hunter who could thwart their plans to capture exam participants would undoubtedly lead to an organizational war. With no alternative, Xiaoyu reluctantly complied with the request. Employing a special technique, she partially opened a spatial portal to exit without unnecessary conflict. However, she turned for a final glance at the opponents she couldn't eliminate. The realization that she had failed to achieve her objectives for the first time infuriated her. Subsequently, the spatial portal opened completely, allowing her to gradually vanish. As Xiaoyu disappeared, Lin Huang observed the place from which she returned to her sect, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor. Mulan, relieved to have been saved by Junyuan's timely arrival, no longer had to resort to desperate measures. Junyuan affectionately patted his niece on the head, pleased that the group had survived and resisted the most powerful of heretic organizations with the highest-ranking relic. According to Junyuan, the current situation was far from ideal, and he ordered everyone to return to camp, providing them with an opportunity to rest before confronting more significant challenges. Upon their return, the group was provided with cots to relax on during the exam suspension while awaiting further instructions. Inside one of the tents, Lin Huang and He discussed the fortunate survivor who had faced such a formidable opponent. He, at Lin Huang's request, retrieved a list of all 95 cards with various names and skills of use. After examining the list, they discovered several cards with unfamiliar names, including one for teleportation, a temporary summoning card, and a one-time skill card that allowed sealing an opponent's skill for later use. The most intriguing card summoned a random monster for a limited hour. They were delighted with the good cards they had acquired, disregarding the potential dangers of the test card, which carried the risk of death in the real world if defeated in its space. Thanks for watching and have a great day.